Before the road arrives in the small village of Chelmno, the landscape grows quiet. Fields stretch across the flat countryside of western Poland. At first glance, nothing about this place suggests that it once stood at the beginning of one of the darkest chapters in modern history. But in the winter of 1941, this quiet village became something new. Here in Chelmno, the Nazi regime created the first stationary extermination site in occupied Poland. Long before the large and widely known camps reached full operation, a smaller and more experimental system was already being tested here. A method that combined deception, transportation, and engineered killing into a single process. From this village, thousands of Jewish men, women, and children from the surrounding region were brought under the promise of relocation. Instead, they entered a system designed with chilling efficiency. A system that would later influence other extermination centers across occupied Europe. The story of Chelmno is therefore not only about a place. It is about the beginning of a method. In this documentary, we will explore the complete history of Chelmno, its location, its creation, its operation, and the role it played in the broader machinery of the Holocaust. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters. And together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. The landscape before the camp. Long before the name Chelmno became associated with one of the earliest extermination sites of the Holocaust, the village existed as a small and quiet settlement in the countryside of western Poland, embedded within a region defined by fields, rivers, and rural roads that connected scattered communities across the landscape. And to understand why this place was later chosen by Nazi authorities, it is important first to observe the geography and atmosphere that existed here before the arrival of the camp itself, because the physical environment shaped the decisions that followed. And Chelmno, known in German as Kulmhof during the occupation, lies in the area historically connected to the Warta River Basin, a region characterized by low plains, agricultural land, and clusters of villages that had developed slowly over centuries, reinforcing that the landscape itself was neither isolated wilderness nor densely populated city, but a transitional rural zone where transportation routes passed quietly through farmland and woodland. And before the Second World War, the village was part of the Polish administrative district connected to the town of Kolo, a regional center that served surrounding villages through markets, local administration, and rail connections, illustrating that Chelmno was positioned near existing transport infrastructure without being heavily urbanized. And this balance between accessibility and relative quiet would later become significant when Nazi officials began searching for locations that could support secretive operations while still remaining connected to roads and rail lines capable of transporting prisoners. And historically, the village of Chelmno had existed for centuries as a modest agricultural settlement, its rhythm shaped by seasonal cycles of planting and harvest rather than by industrial development, embedding daily life within patterns of rural continuity that had changed little from generation to generation. And houses were scattered along narrow roads, surrounded by fields where grain and potatoes were cultivated, while small orchards and farmyards contributed to the modest economy of the community, reinforcing that the environment was defined by agriculture and local trade rather than by factories or military installations. And then a river flowed not far from the village, winding slowly through the plains and creating marshy areas and wooded banks that added natural variation to the otherwise flat terrain, illustrating how water and woodland combined to shape the surrounding geography. And nearby forests, though not vast, provided areas of dense tree cover where roads narrowed and visibility diminished, embedding pockets of seclusion within the broader agricultural landscape. And this combination of open fields and wooded areas would later influence how the site was organized during the period of Nazi occupation, because authorities sought places where operations could be hidden from public observation while still remaining logistically manageable. and in the years before the war the population of Chelmno consisted primarily of Polish villagers engaged in farming and local trades, living within a cultural environment shaped by Polish traditions, Catholic religious life, and connections to nearby towns, illustrating that the village formed part of a broader regional society rather than existing in isolation, and markets in nearby towns such as Kolo and Daby provided outlets where farmers sold produce, purchased supplies, and maintained economic relationships with surrounding communities, reinforcing the interconnected nature of rural life across the region. And although the village itself was small, it existed within a network of roads that allowed travel toward larger towns, embedding Chelmno within a modest but functional transportation grid that had developed gradually through decades of local commerce, and this geographic positioning would later attract the attention of occupying authorities after Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, because the region was incorporated into the administrative territory known as the Reichsgau Wartheland, an area that Nazi planners intended to integrate directly into the German Reich, illustrating how political transformation altered the meaning of landscapes that had previously served only agricultural and communal functions, and under occupation many villages across this region experienced changes in administration, property ownership, and population policy as German authorities imposed new structures of control, reinforcing that even quiet rural settlements became subject to the broader ideological framework of Nazi expansion and racial policy, and Chelmno's location along roads that connected it to larger transport networks meant that it could be reached from nearby Jewish ghettos that had been established in towns such as Lodz and surrounding districts, embedding the village within a logistical geography that Nazi planners would soon exploit. And although the villagers themselves could not have anticipated the role their settlement would soon play, the physical features of the area, the manor house that stood within the village, the nearby forest areas that allowed concealment, the roads leading toward regional towns, and the relative distance from major population centers, created a combination of conditions that Nazi officials later judged suitable for their purposes, illustrating how ordinary geography can be repurposed under authoritarian regimes into sites of extraordinary violence. And yet before those decisions were made, the village retained the character of rural continuity, with church bells marking time, carts moving along narrow roads, and families working fields that had been cultivated for generations, reinforcing the contrast between long-standing local life and the transformation that would soon follow. And understanding this earlier landscape allows us to see that Chelmno did not begin as a camp or a place of systematic killing, but as a normal settlement shaped by geography and agriculture, embedding the later history within a context that highlights the dramatic change imposed by occupation policies. And as we continue into the next segment, we will examine how the German occupation of Western Poland altered administrative control across the Wartheland region, and how those changes created the political conditions that eventually led to the establishment of the extermination site at Chelmno. Chapter 1, Segment 2. Occupation and the Transformation of the Wartheland. When German forces invaded Poland in September 1939, the political landscape of the region surrounding Chelmno changed rapidly and decisively, embedding this quiet agricultural area within the expanding administrative structure of Nazi rule, and what had previously been part of the sovereign Polish state was reorganized by German authorities into new territorial units designed to serve ideological, economic, and demographic objectives, reinforcing that occupation was not only military but administrative, and one of the most significant of these units was the Reichsgau Wartheland, an area of Western Poland annexed directly into the German Reich rather than administered as a separate occupied territory, illustrating the long-term intentions of Nazi leadership to incorporate the region permanently into Germany. And the Wartheland included cities such as Poznan and Lodz, as well as extensive rural districts where villages like Chelmno were located, embedding local communities within a broader political framework that imposed German law, German administration, and racial policies directed at reshaping the population. And the governor of this new territory, Arthur Greiser, oversaw an administration committed to implementing Nazi racial ideology through policies of Germanization, population transfer, and the removal of those considered undesirable within the racial hierarchy envisioned by the regime, reinforcing that the transformation of the region was guided not only by strategic concerns but by ideological objectives deeply embedded within the structure of Nazi governance. And under this new administration, Polish institutions were dismantled or subordinated, Polish officials were removed from positions of authority, and German civil servants assumed control over local governance, illustrating how occupation rapidly displaced existing social and administrative systems, and the introduction of German language administration altered everyday life for residents. Across the Wartheland, embedding the authority of the occupying regime within bureaucratic procedures ranging from property registration to legal documentation, and alongside these administrative changes came policies directed toward the Jewish population of the region, which Nazi authorities increasingly isolated and concentrated in designated areas known as ghettos, reinforcing the regime's goal of separating Jews from the broader population while subjecting them to strict control. And in nearby towns such as Kolo and Daby, Jewish residents who had previously lived within integrated communities were forced into overcrowded conditions under German supervision, illustrating how local geography became reorganized according to racial policy, and the largest of these ghettos in the Wartheland region was established in the city of Lodz, renamed Litzmannstadt by the occupying authorities, embedding tens of thousands of Jews within a sealed district that would later become one of the primary sources of deportations to Chelmno, and the existence of such ghettos created a logistical framework in which large populations of prisoners could be transported under controlled conditions to other locations designated by the regime, reinforcing how administrative planning connected urban confinement with rural sites selected for later operations. And during 1940 and 1941, German authorities in the Wartheland increasingly explored methods for reducing the Jewish population within the region as part of broader Nazi policy aimed at implementing what they termed the final solution, illustrating how regional administrators contributed to the development of extermination strategies, even before the large-scale killing centers of Operation Reinhard became fully operational. And within this context, officials began to search for locations that could serve as experimental sites where methods of mass killing could be implemented discreetly while still remaining accessible from major ghettos, embedding logistical considerations within ideological planning, and Chelmno attracted attention because it possessed several features that aligned with these requirements. The village contained a large manor house that could serve as an administrative center. Nearby forests offered secluded areas away from main roads, and transport routes connected the location to towns where Jewish populations had already been concentrated under German control, reinforcing how geography intersected with policy to shape decision-making, and the nearby rail lines running through towns such as Kolo allowed trains carrying deportees from the Lodz ghetto and surrounding districts to arrive within manageable distance of the village, illustrating how infrastructure originally designed for commerce and travel could be repurposed under occupation to facilitate deportation. And as these plans developed, the transformation of the Wartheland region deepened through additional population policies that expelled many Polish residents from their homes while settling ethnic Germans brought from other parts of Europe, embedding demographic engineering within everyday life across the countryside, and farms, houses, and businesses were reassigned according to racial classifications imposed by the regime, reinforcing that the occupation sought to restructure not only political authority but also the composition of the population itself, and the Jewish population, already isolated within ghettos, became increasingly vulnerable as Nazi administrators searched for ways to remove them entirely from the region, illustrating how the convergence of ideological intent and administrative power created conditions in which radical solutions could be implemented. And by late 1941, discussions among officials within the Wartheland administration had moved beyond temporary confinement towards systematic extermination as a means of achieving the regime's racial objectives, embedding the search for killing sites within the bureaucratic machinery of occupation. And it was within this atmosphere of administrative planning, demographic engineering, and ideological radicalization that the village of Chelmno was ultimately selected as the location where a new method of killing would be implemented on a large scale, reinforcing that the establishment of the camp did not emerge spontaneously but developed from the political transformation of the region after the German invasion of Poland. And understanding this administrative context allows us to see how decisions taken within offices and government departments translated into the selection of specific landscapes where those policies would be enacted, embedding the quiet rural setting of Chelmno within a network of authority extending far beyond the village itself. And as we move into the next segment, we will examine the specific decision-making process that led Nazi officials to transform the manor house and surrounding forest near Chelmno into the first stationary extermination site in occupied Poland. Chapter 1, Segment 3. The Manor House and the Forest. A site begins to change. By the late months of 1941, the quiet rural landscape surrounding the village of Chelmno had already been drawn into the administrative machinery of the German occupation. But the specific transformation of the village into an extermination site began with a closer examination of its physical layout and existing structures, embedding the coming events within a particular arrangement of buildings, roads, and forest that Nazi authorities believed could support their plans. And at the center of this transformation stood a large manor house located within the village itself, a structure that had once served as the residence of a local landed estate, illustrating how pre-war social and architectural features of the countryside could be repurposed under occupation, and the manor house was not unusual by regional standards. Across much of rural Poland, similar estates had existed for centuries as administrative centers for agricultural lands, where estate owners oversaw surrounding fields, tenant farms, and local labor, reinforcing that the building originally belonged to a long-standing pattern of rural organization rather than to any military or industrial function. And the manor itself was surrounded by open grounds and approached by a road that connected it to the village and to the wider network of routes leading toward nearby towns such as Kolo, embedding the structure within a transportation system that allowed vehicles to arrive and depart without drawing unusual attention. And from the perspective of German planners examining the location, this arrangement offered a number of practical advantages. The building could be adapted to serve as a reception and administrative point, the grounds provided space for vehicles and guards, and the surrounding village environment created the appearance of ordinary rural activity, illustrating how seemingly neutral architectural features could be evaluated through the lens of logistical planning. And several kilometers from the village lay an area of forest known locally as the Rysucho Forest, a wooded region composed of tall trees and uneven terrain that limited visibility from outside the area, reinforcing that the geography of woodland created natural barriers to observation. And this forest would soon become central to the operation of the extermination site because it offered a secluded area where activities could be concealed from public view, embedding the landscape itself within the operational design of the camp. And the road connecting Chelmno to the forest passed through farmland and narrow rural paths, illustrating how vehicles could move between the two locations without passing through large population centers. And the distance between the manor house and the forest, several kilometers, created a spatial separation that Nazi planners believed would allow different stages of their operation to occur without immediate visibility between them, reinforcing that the design of the camp would involve movement from one location to another rather than a single enclosed complex like later extermination centers. And when German authorities inspected the area during late 1941, they recognized that these geographic features could be organized into a system. The manor house could function as the initial point where deportees arrived and were processed, while the forest would serve as the location where the final stage of the operation would take place, embedding the village and the woodland within a coordinated structure shaped by transportation routes. And preparations for the transformation of the site began gradually as German personnel arrived to secure the area and adapt existing buildings to their new function, reinforcing that the process unfolded step by step rather than appearing suddenly as a completed facility. And within the manor house, interior rooms were reorganized to accommodate offices, guard quarters, and spaces where deportees would be directed upon arrival, illustrating how domestic architecture could be altered to serve administrative purposes under occupation. and outside the building barriers and guard posts were established to control access to the grounds, embedding the new authority of the SS within the physical environment of the village, and at the same time work crews were directed toward the forest area where clearings were prepared and paths created to allow vehicles to move deeper into the woods, reinforcing that the landscape itself was being reshaped to support a new function that had never previously existed in the region, and local residents observed increased activity as German personnel moved through the village and along nearby roads. Yet the full purpose of these preparations remained concealed within the administrative secrecy that surrounded Nazi extermination policies, illustrating how large-scale crimes could develop gradually within ordinary environments while their true nature remained hidden from many who lived nearby, and the connection between the manor house and the forest formed the physical backbone of what would soon become the Chelmno extermination site, embedding the process of killing within a two-stage geography in which deportees would first encounter the appearance of official processing in the village before being transported to the secluded woodland beyond it, and understanding this layout is essential for grasping how Chelmno differed from later extermination camps such as Treblinka or Sobibor, because its design relied not on a single fenced complex but on movement between separate locations linked by rural roads, reinforcing that the development of extermination methods during this early period of the Holocaust involved experimentation with various spatial arrangements, and by the end of 1941 the manor house at Chelmno and the nearby Rzutchow forest had been selected and prepared as the two central components of the operation that would soon begin, illustrating how a peaceful rural landscape was gradually converted into a site where systematic killing would be carried out under the authority of the Nazi state. And as we continue into the next segment, we will examine the specific individuals and SS units responsible for establishing and operating the Chelmno extermination camp, exploring how personnel drawn from earlier programs of mass killing became directly involved in the creation of this first death camp in occupied Poland. Chapter 1, Segment 4. The men who organized the site, personnel, and experience. As preparations continued in the village of Chelmno during late 1941, the transformation of the manor house and the nearby Rzutchow forest into an extermination site required not only a suitable landscape but also a group of individuals capable of organizing and carrying out the operation, embedding the camp within the structure of personnel drawn from earlier programs of mass violence implemented by the Nazi regime, and the selection of these men reveals an important continuity between earlier killing initiatives and the later development of extermination camps across occupied Europe, illustrating how experience gained in previous programs was transferred into new forms of systematic murder. And the central administrative authority overseeing the establishment of Chelmno was located within the office of the higher SS and police leader in the Wartheland region, a position held by SS Brigadeführer Wilhelm Kopp, who operated under the broader authority of Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler, reinforcing that the creation of the camp was not a local improvisation but part of a chain of command extending through the upper levels of the SS hierarchy. And within this administrative structure, the direct organization of the Chelmno site was assigned to SS officers who had already participated in the earlier program known as Action T4, the so-called euthanasia program through which the Nazi regime had systematically murdered tens of thousands of disabled individuals within Germany between 1939 and 1941, embedding the methods and personnel of that program into the next phase of the regime's extermination policy, and many of the men selected for service at Chelmno had therefore gained experience operating killing facilities that used gas as a method of execution, illustrating how the technical and logistical knowledge developed during Action T4 was adapted to new contexts in occupied territory. And the commandant appointed to oversee the operation at Chelmno was SS Sturmbannführer Herbert Lang, an officer who had previously participated in mass shootings and deportation operations in occupied Poland, reinforcing that his career had already involved participation in the implementation of Nazi racial policies through violent means. And Lang was responsible for organizing the staff, coordinating transportation arrangements, and ensuring that the procedures developed for the camp were carried out according to directives issued by higher authorities, embedding his role within the managerial layer of the SS system that connected local operations with regional policy, and under Lang's leadership the staff at Chelmno consisted of a relatively small but tightly organized group of SS personnel supported by members of the Ordnungspolizei, the German order police, who were tasked with maintaining security and guarding the perimeter of the site, illustrating how various branches of the Nazi security apparatus worked together within extermination operations, and alongside these German personnel were auxiliary guards recruited primarily from occupied territories, many of whom were assigned to assist with transportation, supervision, and the management of prisoners during the deportation process, reinforcing that the camp relied upon a layered structure of authority in which German officers directed the operation while additional personnel performed supporting roles, and the number of staff required to operate Chelmno was smaller than that of later extermination camps because the site relied heavily on a method that required fewer permanent installations and less extensive infrastructure, embedding the operational design of the camp within a relatively compact administrative structure, and many of the SS men who served there had backgrounds that combined ideological commitment with bureaucratic discipline, illustrating how the Nazi system depended upon individuals who could translate radical policy into routine procedures, carried out day after day, and the presence of these personnel in the village of Chelmno introduced a new atmosphere into the previously quiet settlement. As uniformed men arrived, vehicles began moving between the manor house and the surrounding roads, and guard posts were established to control access to the area, reinforcing that the physical and social environment of the village was rapidly changing under the authority of the SS, and local residents could observe that the manor house had become a restricted site guarded by armed personnel, yet the exact purpose of the operation remained concealed within the secrecy that surrounded the extermination policies of the regime, illustrating how large-scale crimes were often carried out within ordinary landscapes while information about them was deliberately restricted, and within the staff structure at Chelmno certain individuals were assigned specific responsibilities connected to the different stages of the process that would soon be implemented, including the reception of deportation transports, the supervision of prisoners inside the manor house, and the management of vehicles used to transport victims to the forest area where the final stage of the operation would occur, embedding the division of labor within a system designed for efficiency and control, and this organizational structure demonstrates how the extermination process depended not only on ideological directives but also on administrative coordination and disciplined execution by the personnel involved, reinforcing that the functioning of the camp relied upon individuals who accepted their roles within the hierarchy of command, and the experience these men brought from earlier programs such as Action T4 allowed them to implement methods that had already been tested elsewhere, illustrating the continuity between different phases of Nazi mass-killing policy. And by the time the staff had been assembled and preparations completed during late 1941, Chelmno was ready to begin operating as the first stationary extermination site in occupied Poland, embedding the village and the nearby forest within a system directed by SS personnel who had been chosen specifically for their willingness and ability to carry out the tasks assigned to them, and understanding who these men were and how they were organized provides essential insight into how the camp functioned, because the decisions and actions of this relatively small group of individuals would soon affect the lives of thousands of people transported from nearby ghettos and communities across the Wartheland region. And as we continue into the next segment, we will examine the specific method of killing that was introduced at Chelmno, exploring how gas vans were used to carry out extermination and how this early technique became a precursor to later developments in the system of Nazi death camps. Chapter 1, Segment 5. A method introduced: the early use of gas vans. By the time the manor house in Chelmno had been secured and the nearby Rzutchow forest prepared for its role in the operation, the final element required to begin the extermination process was the method itself, embedding the site within an experimental phase of Nazi killing technology that would soon influence other extermination programs across occupied Europe, and the technique chosen for Chelmno was the use of mobile gas vans, a method that had already been tested by German authorities in other regions during the early years of the war, reinforcing the continuity between earlier experiments in mass killing and the establishment of a permanent extermination site in the Wartheland. and these vehicles were specially modified trucks whose cargo compartments had been sealed so that exhaust fumes from the engine could be redirected inside, illustrating how mechanical design was adapted to create a confined space where carbon monoxide gas would accumulate, and the concept behind this method was not entirely new by the time Chelmno began operating in December 1941, because similar vehicles had been used by SS units and security police in occupied territories of the Soviet Union as well as in the earlier euthanasia program carried out within Germany, embedding the development of extermination techniques within a sequence of escalating policies that moved from targeted killing towards systematic mass murder, and the gas vans chosen for use at Chelmno typically resembled ordinary delivery trucks from the outside, reinforcing the deceptive nature of the operation because the vehicles could arrive and depart without immediately revealing their purpose. And within the cargo compartment metal walls enclosed a rectangular space into which victims would be forced before the doors were sealed, illustrating how the vehicle itself functioned as a mobile killing chamber, and once the engine was started the exhaust system redirected fumes into the compartment where the concentration of carbon monoxide gradually increased, embedding the process of killing within the movement of the vehicle itself as it drove from the manor house toward the forest several kilometers away. And the decision to use gas vans rather than fixed gas chambers at Chelmno reflected the early stage of Nazi extermination planning during 1941, when authorities were still experimenting with different methods and logistical arrangements to determine how mass killing could be carried out efficiently while minimizing the direct involvement of personnel in the act itself, reinforcing that the development of extermination camps was a process shaped by trial and adaptation, and at Chelmno the system was organized so that deportees arriving from nearby ghettos would first be brought to the manor house where they were told they were being prepared for resettlement or labor transport, illustrating how deception played a central role in maintaining order during the early stages of the process, and from their groups of victims were directed toward the waiting trucks outside the building, embedding the transition from administrative processing to extermination within a carefully controlled sequence of movement. And the vans then traveled along the rural road leading from the village into the Rzutchow forest, reinforcing how the physical geography of the area had been integrated into the design of the operation, because the forest provided the secluded environment where the trucks could arrive without attracting attention from the surrounding countryside. And once the vehicles reached the forest clearing, the bodies of those inside were removed and buried in prepared pits, illustrating how the forest served as the final stage of the extermination process. And this combination of village reception point, mobile gas vans, and secluded burial area formed the core structure of the Chelmno killing system during its first phase of operation, embedding the process within a spatial pattern that relied on movement between locations rather than a single enclosed camp complex. And for the SS personnel involved, the use of gas vans offered several perceived advantages from their perspective. It reduced the need for permanent killing installations, allowed the process to be repeated quickly with successive transports, and created a degree of distance between the perpetrators and the act itself by enclosing the victims within the vehicle during the fatal stage of the operation, reinforcing how technical design and administrative planning intersected within the functioning of the camp. And as deportations began arriving from the Lodz ghetto and other Jewish communities in the Wartheland during December 1941, Chelmno quickly became a central site within the region's extermination program, illustrating how the experimental method introduced there was immediately integrated into the broader Nazi plan to eliminate Jewish populations under German control. And the operation of the gas vans continued for months as transports arrived regularly from surrounding areas, embedding the forest roads and village buildings within a system of mass murder that operated with chilling routine. And although the technology used at Chelmno differed from the fixed gas chambers later constructed at camps such as Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belzec, the principles tested there, deception, controlled transport, and the use of gas as a killing method, would influence the development of those later facilities, reinforcing the historical importance of Chelmno as an early stage in the evolution of the Nazi extermination system. And understanding the introduction of gas vans at Chelmno therefore provides insight into how the machinery of the Holocaust developed step by step, embedding technological experimentation within the broader framework of ideological policy and administrative organization. And as we move into the next chapter, we will examine the first deportations that arrived at Chelmno, exploring how Jewish communities from the Wartheland region were transported to the village and how the extermination process began operating on a large scale during the winter of 1941 and 1942. Chapter 2, Segment 1. The first deportations, December 1941. By early December 1941, the preparations that had been underway in the village of Chelmno and the nearby Rzutcho forest reached the point where the extermination operation was ready to begin, embedding the quiet rural location within a system that would soon receive the first deportation transports carrying Jewish prisoners from nearby communities across the Wartheland region. And these initial deportations marked the moment when Chelmno transitioned from a prepared site into an active killing center, illustrating how administrative planning and logistical organization were translated into direct action against civilian populations, and the decision to begin operations in December 1941 was closely connected to the broader policies being implemented by German authorities in the Wartheland, particularly the effort to reduce and ultimately eliminate the Jewish population that had been concentrated in ghettos throughout the region, reinforcing that Chelmno was established as part of a regional extermination program rather than as an isolated initiative, and the first groups of victims transported to Chelmno came primarily from small towns and villages surrounding the district of Kolo, where Jewish communities had lived for generations before the German occupation transformed their circumstances dramatically, embedding centuries of local Jewish life within a tragic final chapter shaped by deportation and extermination. And among the earliest communities affected were towns such as Kolo, Daby, Klodowa, and others where Jewish residents had been forced into temporary ghettos or holding areas under German supervision during the first years of occupation, illustrating how local geography determined which populations would be targeted first for deportation, and the process by which these deportations were organized typically began with orders issued by German administrators to gather Jewish residents at designated assembly points within their towns, reinforcing the role of bureaucratic procedure in coordinating what would become systematic murder. And once assembled, individuals and families were told that they were being transported for resettlement or labor assignments elsewhere, embedding deception within the process to reduce resistance and maintain order among large groups of prisoners. And from these assembly locations, the deportees were transported by truck or train to the town of Kolo, which served as an important transit point because of its rail connection to the larger network of transportation routes within the Wartheland, illustrating how existing infrastructure was incorporated into the deportation system, and from Kolo the prisoners were transferred to trucks that carried them the remaining distance to Chelmno, reinforcing the logistical chain that connected ghettos, rail stations, and rural roads into a single coordinated process leading to the extermination site, and the arrival of these trucks in the village marked the first direct encounter between the deportees and the physical setting that had been prepared for the operation, embedding the manor house and its surrounding grounds within the lived experience of the victims who had been transported there under false promises. And upon arrival, the deportees were brought into the manor house courtyard where SS personnel and guards directed them through the initial stages of the process, illustrating how the structure that once served as a rural estate had been converted into the reception point for the extermination operation, and within the building victims were ordered to surrender their valuables and luggage, reinforcing the systematic confiscation of property that accompanied deportation throughout the Holocaust, and the instructions given to the deportees suggested that they were preparing for further travel and required to undergo disinfection or registration procedures before being transported onward, embedding the element of deception that SS personnel relied upon to maintain control over the groups arriving at the site, and this method of misleading the victims played a crucial role during the early operations at Chelmno because the number of guards present was relatively small compared to the size of the deportation transports, illustrating how psychological manipulation was used to prevent panic or resistance. And after these initial steps, the prisoners were directed toward the vehicles waiting outside the manor house, vehicles that appeared similar to ordinary transport trucks but had in fact been modified to function as mobile gas vans, reinforcing how the technical method described in the previous chapter now became part of the active extermination process. And as the trucks departed from the manor house, they followed the rural road leading toward the Rzutcho forest several kilometers away, embedding the victim's final journey within the landscape that had been carefully selected for its seclusion. And the arrival of the trucks in the forest marked the final stage of the process that had begun earlier in the day in towns many kilometers away, illustrating how the extermination system operated through a sequence of coordinated locations rather than a single visible facility. And during these first weeks of operation in December 1941, the deportations continued steadily as additional transports arrived from nearby communities, reinforcing that Chelmno quickly became integrated into the routine functioning of Nazi population policy in the Wartheland, and by the end of that month thousands of people had already been transported to the village and murdered using the gas vans operating between the manor house and the forest clearing, embedding the winter landscape of Western Poland within one of the earliest large-scale implementations of the Nazi extermination program. And understanding these first deportations is essential for recognizing how quickly the system developed once preparations had been completed, because the transition from planning to action occurred within a matter of weeks as trains and trucks began delivering victims from across the region, illustrating the efficiency with which administrative directives were translated into organized violence. And as we move into the next segment, we will examine how the deportation process expanded beyond the smaller towns of the Wartheland and began to draw victims from the much larger population of the Lodz ghetto, dramatically increasing the scale of killing at Chelmno during the early months of 1942. Chapter 2, Segment 2. Deportations from the Lodz ghetto. As the extermination operation at Chelmno began functioning during December 1941, the first deportations had come primarily from smaller Jewish communities in the towns surrounding Kolo and other districts of the Wartheland. But the scale of the killings soon expanded dramatically when Nazi authorities began sending transports from the much larger Jewish population confined within the Lodz ghetto, embedding the operation at Chelmno within a broader regional strategy aimed at reducing the number of Jews living in one of the largest ghettos established in occupied Poland, and the Lodz ghetto, renamed Litzmannstadt by the German occupation authorities, had been created in early 1940 when tens of thousands of Jewish residents of the city were forced into a sealed district surrounded by fences and guarded by German police, illustrating how the ghetto system served as a preliminary stage in the Nazi program of segregation and exploitation before extermination policies were fully implemented. And by late 1941, the ghetto had become severely overcrowded, with more than 160,000 people living under conditions defined by restricted movement, limited food supplies, and forced labor within workshops producing goods for the German war effort, reinforcing the extreme vulnerability of the population once deportation orders began to arrive. And the decision to send transports from Lodz to Chelmno emerged from discussions among German administrators in the Wartheland who sought to reduce what they described as the surplus population of the ghetto, embedding the extermination site within the administrative planning that governed the management of Jewish communities under Nazi rule. And in December 1941, orders were issued to begin deporting specific categories of ghetto residents, particularly those considered unable to work, including the elderly, the sick, and children, illustrating how bureaucratic classifications were used to determine who would be targeted first for removal. And within the ghetto, the announcement of deportations created a climate of fear and uncertainty as German authorities required families to report to designated assembly points before being transported away, reinforcing the systematic nature of the process that relied upon registration lists, schedules, and transport arrangements organized by the occupying administration and ghetto officials, many of whom were themselves Jewish administrators operating under German supervision, were compelled to assist in compiling lists and coordinating the assembly of deportation groups, embedding the tragic dynamic in which victims were forced to participate in administrative processes controlled by the occupying power. And once the deportees had been assembled, they were transported from the ghetto to the railway station in Lodz, where trains carried them toward the town of Kolo, illustrating how rail infrastructure played a crucial role in linking the large urban ghetto with the rural extermination site located dozens of kilometers away, and the journey by train typically lasted several hours as the transports moved across the Wartheland landscape, reinforcing how the deportation process connected urban confinement with rural isolation. And upon arrival in Kolo, the prisoners were removed from the trains and loaded onto trucks that carried them the remaining distance to Chelmno, embedding the final stage of the journey within the road network that led directly to the village. And for many deportees, this journey represented a confusing and disorienting transition from the crowded streets of the ghetto to the unfamiliar countryside of the Wartheland region, illustrating how the regime used distance and secrecy to conceal the true destination of the transports. And when the trucks reached the manor house at Chelmno, the deportees encountered the same reception procedures that had already been used for earlier transports from smaller towns. They were directed into the courtyard, ordered to surrender valuables and clothing, and told that they were preparing for relocation or disinfection before further travel, reinforcing the consistent use of deception as a tool to prevent panic among those arriving at the site. And the victims were then directed toward the gas vans waiting outside the building, embedding the method of killing described earlier into the routine functioning of the camp. And once the vans were filled, they departed along the road leading to the Rzutcho forest, where the final stage of the process occurred, illustrating how the entire operation relied upon the continuous movement of vehicles between the manor house and the woodland burial area. And as deportations from the Lodz ghetto increased during the early months of 1942, the scale of the operation at Chelmno expanded correspondingly, with transports arriving frequently and the staff working to process each group as efficiently as possible according to the procedures that had been established during the first weeks of operation, reinforcing the transformation of the site into a regularized system of mass murder integrated into the broader administrative machinery of the Nazi state. And the removal of thousands of residents from the Lodz ghetto through these deportations significantly altered the demographic composition of the ghetto itself, illustrating how extermination policies were intertwined with the management of forced labor and population control within the German occupation system. And for those who remained inside the ghetto, the disappearance of neighbors and relatives created an atmosphere of dread and uncertainty as rumors spread about the fate of those who had been transported away, embedding the psychological impact of deportation within the daily life of the imprisoned community. And by the spring of 1942, Chelmno had become one of the primary destinations for these deportations from Lodz, reinforcing its role as the first functioning extermination center used to implement the regime's policy of systematic killing in occupied Poland. And the connection between the ghetto and the camp demonstrated how the geography of persecution extended across multiple locations, from urban ghettos to rural killing sites, linked together by the transportation networks controlled by the Nazi administration. And as we move into the next segment, we will examine how the procedures at Chelmno evolved as the number of deportations increased, exploring how the camp's operations were organized day by day and how the staff attempted to maintain efficiency within the expanding extermination process during the first months of 1942. Chapter 2, Segment 3. The routine of killing, daily operations at Chelmno. As deportations from nearby towns and from the Lodz ghetto continued through the early months of 1942, the extermination site at Chelmno gradually developed a daily rhythm that reflected the operational procedures established by the SS personnel responsible for the camp, embedding the process of mass murder within a routine structure designed to handle the steady arrival of transports from across the Wartheland region. And although the physical layout of Chelmno differed from later extermination camps, the system created there relied upon a series of carefully organized stages that repeated with each group of deportees who arrived at the village, illustrating how administrative planning and logistical coordination transformed the site into a functioning mechanism of extermination. And the day often began with preparations inside the manor house grounds, where guards and staff assembled to receive the next transport expected from Kolo or other nearby transit points, reinforcing that the arrival of trucks carrying prisoners followed a schedule determined by the transportation arrangements linking the ghettos and towns of the region to the rural location of the camp. and when the vehicles carrying deportees entered the village, they were directed into the courtyard of the manor house, where SS personnel supervised the unloading of the prisoners and guided them toward the building itself, embedding the reception stage within the structure that had once served as a residence but had now been transformed into the administrative center of the extermination operation. And inside the building, the deportees were ordered to gather in designated rooms where they were instructed to surrender personal belongings, remove coats or outer garments, and prepare for what they were told would be disinfection or medical examination before resettlement, illustrating the consistent use of deception as a means of maintaining order among the arriving groups. And the instructions delivered to the prisoners were designed to create the impression that the process they were undergoing was a preliminary step before further transportation or labor assignments, reinforcing how psychological manipulation played an essential role in the functioning of the camp, because it allowed a relatively small number of guards to control large groups of people without provoking immediate resistance. And once these instructions had been completed, the deportees were directed outside toward the trucks waiting near the manor house entrance, embedding the transition from reception to extermination within the physical movement of prisoners across the courtyard. And these vehicles, which appeared similar to delivery trucks used in commercial transport, were in fact the gas vans whose cargo compartments had been sealed and connected to the exhaust system of the engine, illustrating how technology was integrated into the operational design of the camp. And groups of prisoners were forced into the rear compartment of each truck before the doors were closed and secured by the guards, reinforcing the efficiency with which the staff attempted to load the vehicles quickly in order to process successive groups of victims. And once the compartment had been filled, the driver started the engine and the vehicle departed from the manor house grounds along the road leading toward the Rzutcho forest several kilometers away, embedding the killing process within the movement of the vehicle itself as the exhaust fumes were directed into the enclosed space where the prisoners were confined. And during the journey, the carbon monoxide produced by the engine gradually filled the compartment, illustrating how the operation relied upon the mechanical functioning of the truck to carry out the killing, while the vehicle traveled toward the forest clearing that had been prepared for the disposal of bodies. And when the van reached the forest area, the doors were opened and the bodies were removed by prisoners who had been forced to work under guard as part of the camp's labor detail, reinforcing the brutal system in which a small group of Jewish prisoners were compelled to assist with the handling and burial of the victims who had arrived earlier that day. And these laborers were required to carry the bodies to pits that had been dug within the forest where they were buried or covered with soil, embedding the final stage of the process within the secluded woodland that surrounded the site. And after the bodies had been removed, the van was cleaned and returned to the manor house to repeat the procedure with the next group of prisoners waiting there, illustrating how the entire operation functioned as a continuous cycle in which the same vehicles traveled repeatedly between the village and the forest. And as deportations increased during the winter and spring of 1942, the staff attempted to maintain this cycle as efficiently as possible, reinforcing that the extermination process had been organized to operate throughout the day whenever transports were arriving. And the small number of gas vans available at the camp meant that each vehicle was used repeatedly in succession, embedding the movement of these trucks within the daily rhythm of the operation as they traveled along the same road between Chelmno and the forest clearing. And the labor prisoners assigned to assist with the disposal of bodies lived under constant guard within the forest area and were periodically replaced or killed to prevent information about the operation from spreading, illustrating the measures taken by the SS to maintain secrecy surrounding the extermination site. And despite these attempts at concealment, rumors about the fate of deportees began to circulate among residents of nearby towns and within the Lodz ghetto as reports emerged from individuals who had escaped transport or heard accounts from witnesses along the route to Chelmno, embedding the existence of the camp within a growing awareness among some segments of the population that deportation did not lead to resettlement but to death. And by the middle of 1942, the procedures established at Chelmno had already resulted in the murder of tens of thousands of people transported from across the Wartheland region, reinforcing the significance of the camp as one of the earliest functioning extermination sites within the developing system of Nazi death camps. And the daily routine that had emerged there demonstrated how mass killing could be organized through a combination of transportation networks, administrative deception, and mechanical technology operating within a relatively small rural area, illustrating the chilling efficiency with which the Nazi regime implemented its extermination policies once the necessary structures had been put in place. And as we continue into the next segment, we will examine how the scale of deportations increased even further during 1942 and how the operation at Chelmno adapted to handle the growing number of transports arriving from across the Wartheland and beyond. Chapter 2, Segment 4. Expansion of deportations, the Wartheland killing campaign. As the first months of 1942 unfolded, the extermination operation at Chelmno moved beyond the initial deportations from nearby towns and the early transports from the Lodz ghetto, embedding the camp within a broader regional campaign directed by Nazi authorities to eliminate the Jewish population of the Wartheland territory. And this expansion reflected the growing confidence of German administrators who had observed that the killing process established at Chelmno could operate with regularity and efficiency, reinforcing the role of the camp as a central instrument in the implementation of extermination policies within Western Poland. And throughout the early part of the year, transports began arriving from a wider range of communities, including towns that had not yet experienced deportation during the first stage of the operation, illustrating how the geographical reach of the extermination campaign gradually expanded across the region, and Jewish residents from places such as Klodowa, Sempolno, Izbica Kajowska, and many smaller settlements were gathered under German orders and transported toward Kolo or other transit points where they were placed onto trucks bound for Chelmno, embedding the rural roads of the Wartheland within a network that connected dozens of communities to the extermination site. And the administrative structure that organized these deportations relied upon cooperation between several branches of the German occupation authorities, including the local police, the SS leadership in the region, and civil administrators responsible for implementing population policies within the annexed territory, reinforcing that the process of extermination required coordination across multiple levels of government rather than the actions of a single unit. And each deportation began with official notices or direct orders issued to Jewish residents in the targeted communities, instructing them to report to assembly points or transit areas where they were told that transportation had been arranged for relocation or labor purposes, illustrating the continued reliance on deception as a strategy for maintaining control over large groups of people facing forced removal from their homes. And once assembled, the prisoners were transported by truck or train toward Kolo or nearby rail stations that served as staging areas for the final journey to Chelmno, embedding the deportation process within the infrastructure of the region's transportation network. And the trains arriving at Kolo often carried hundreds of individuals at a time, reinforcing the increasing scale of the operation as more communities were targeted during the spring and summer of 1942. And upon arrival, the prisoners were transferred to trucks that carried them the short distance to the village of Chelmno, where the manor house reception procedures described earlier continued to operate according to the established routine, illustrating how the camp staff maintained the same sequence of steps for each transport regardless of where the victims had originated. And as deportations expanded, the staff at Chelmno attempted to increase the speed with which groups could be processed in order to handle the growing number of arrivals, reinforcing the systematic nature of the killing process that relied upon repetition and efficiency. And the gas vans continued to travel along the road connecting the manor house with the Rysucho forest clearing, embedding the movement of these vehicles within the daily life of the camp as they carried victims from the reception point to the burial area hidden within the trees. And the pits in the forest grew larger as more bodies were buried there, illustrating how the scale of killing expanded over time as the extermination campaign intensified across the Wartheland. And during this same period, deportations from the Lodz ghetto also continued, particularly targeting individuals who were considered unable to work or who had been designated for removal as part of population reduction measures imposed by the German authorities governing the ghetto, reinforcing the interconnected nature of the policies that linked urban ghettos with rural extermination sites. and by mid-1942 Chelmno had already become one of the most active killing centers operating within the territories directly annexed by Nazi Germany, illustrating how the camp functioned as a crucial component of the regional extermination strategy before the later death camps of Operation Reinhard, such as Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belzec, reached full operational capacity further to the east, and the presence of Chelmno within the Wartheland region allowed German administrators to conduct extermination operations relatively close to the communities they were targeting, embedding the site within the administrative geography of the annexed territory, and despite the attempts by the SS to maintain secrecy around the camp's purpose. Increasing numbers of local residents became aware that trucks carrying deportees were traveling repeatedly between Kolo and Chelmno, and that the forest near the village had become a restricted area guarded by German personnel, illustrating how the physical visibility of these movements sometimes created suspicions about what was occurring within the wooded area, and occasional reports from individuals who managed to escape transport or who witnessed parts of the process began circulating among nearby communities. And within the Lodz ghetto, reinforcing the growing awareness that deportation to Chelmno did not lead to relocation but to death. And nevertheless, the deportations continued as German authorities pressed forward with their extermination campaign across the Wartheland, illustrating how the administrative momentum behind these policies often overrode any concerns about secrecy or local reaction, and by the late summer of 1942 tens of thousands of people from across the region had already been transported to Chelmno and murdered through the operation of the gas vans traveling between the manor house and the forest clearing, embedding the camp firmly within the history of the Holocaust as the first stationary extermination center established in occupied Poland. And as we move into the next segment, we will examine how the physical conditions within the Rzeszów forest burial area began to change as the number of victims increased, and how the SS personnel at Chelmno responded to the practical challenges created by the growing scale of the killing operation. Chapter 2, Segment 5. The Forest Burial Grounds, Managing the Consequences of Mass Killing. As deportations continued to arrive at Chelmno throughout the spring and summer of 1942, the secluded woodland area of the Rzeszów forest became the central location where the physical consequences of the extermination process were concentrated, embedding the forest landscape within a grim transformation that reflected the increasing scale of the killing operation and what had once been a quiet stretch of rural woodland composed of trees, uneven ground, and narrow forest paths was gradually reshaped by the activities of the camp staff and the prisoners forced to work there, illustrating how the natural environment was altered in response to the demands created by the extermination campaign. And from the earliest days of the camp's operation, the forest had been chosen as the site where bodies would be disposed of after the gas vans completed their journey from the manor house in Chelmno village, reinforcing the importance of geographic separation between the reception point and the burial area in maintaining the secrecy of the operation. And during the initial weeks, pits had been dug in the forest soil where the bodies of victims were placed and covered with layers of earth, embedding the process of disposal within the wooded terrain that shielded the activity from outside observation, and Jewish prisoners selected by the SS to form the camp's forced labor detail, often referred to as the Sonderkommando, were compelled to carry out the difficult work of unloading the gas vans, transporting the bodies, and arranging them within the burial pits, illustrating the brutal system in which victims were forced to assist in the handling of the remains of those who had arrived earlier. And these labor prisoners lived under constant guard within the forest area and were isolated from the outside world in order to prevent information about the camp from spreading beyond its boundaries, reinforcing the strict secrecy that surrounded the operation. And as the months passed and more transports arrived, the number of bodies being brought to the forest increased significantly, illustrating how the scale of extermination quickly exceeded the capacity of the original burial pits that had been prepared during the early phase of the camp's operation. And the SS personnel overseeing the site began ordering the labor prisoners to dig additional pits deeper within the forest, embedding the expansion of the burial grounds within the landscape itself as more areas of woodland were cleared to accommodate the growing number of victims, and the constant movement of gas vans arriving from the village, unloading their contents, and returning for additional transports created a repetitive cycle that gradually transformed the forest clearing into a site defined by the routines of the extermination process, reinforcing how the physical environment was reshaped by the demands of the killing operation, and the labor prisoners were forced to work long hours under guard, carrying bodies from the vans to the pits and arranging them in layers before covering them with soil, illustrating the exhausting and traumatic nature of the work imposed upon them. And the SS guards supervising this activity maintained strict control over the labor detail, periodically selecting new prisoners from arriving transports to replace those who had become too weak to continue or who were killed to eliminate witnesses, embedding the constant threat of death within the daily life of those forced to work in the forest area. And over time the burial pits grew larger and more numerous as deportations from the Wartheland and the Lodz ghetto continued to supply new transports of victims, reinforcing the scale of the extermination campaign that was unfolding at Chelmno during 1942, and the presence of these burial sites created practical challenges for the camp authorities because the decomposition of large numbers of bodies produced odors and other signs that risked drawing attention to the forest area, illustrating how the physical consequences of mass killing eventually became difficult to conceal entirely. And in response, the SS personnel began exploring additional methods for dealing with the remains of victims, embedding the management of burial sites within the broader operational adjustments that occurred as the camp evolved over time. And later, in 1942, new measures were introduced to address these challenges, including the burning of bodies in open air, cremation sites within the forest, illustrating how the extermination system adapted its methods as the number of victims increased beyond the capacity of burial pits alone, and the labor prisoners were forced to carry out this new stage of the process as well, gathering wood, constructing crude cremation structures, and placing bodies upon them under the supervision of the guards, reinforcing the extent to which the camp relied upon coerced labor from prisoners to maintain the operation of the killing system. And despite the SS attempts to conceal the activities within the forest, the scale of the operation inevitably left traces within the surrounding environment, including disturbed earth, smoke rising from cremation fires, and the increased movement of vehicles along the rural roads leading to and from the village, illustrating how the extermination process gradually became part of the physical reality of the region even as the authorities sought to keep its purpose secret. And by the late summer of 1942, the Rzutchow forest had been fundamentally transformed from a quiet woodland into the burial ground for tens of thousands of victims transported to Chelmno from across the Wartheland region, embedding the natural landscape within one of the earliest large-scale extermination operations of the Holocaust. And the forest thus became the final stage in a chain of locations that began with the ghettos and towns where victims had been forced to assemble, continued through the rail stations and roads that carried them toward the village, and ended within the secluded woodland where their bodies were disposed of after the gas vans completed their deadly journey, reinforcing the interconnected geography of persecution that defined the operation of the Chelmno death camp. And as we move into the next chapter, we will examine how the camp's administration and internal structure evolved as the extermination process continued, focusing on the organization of the staff, the system of prisoner labor, and the daily management of the site during the height of its operation in 1942. Chapter 3, Segment 1. Administration and Command, the Structure of Authority at Chelmno. As the extermination operation at Chelmno expanded during 1942, the functioning of the camp depended not only on the physical layout of the manor house and the Rzutchow forest burial grounds, but also on a clearly defined structure of authority that organized the personnel responsible for carrying out the daily procedures of the operation, embedding the camp within the hierarchical system of the SS and police administration that governed Nazi security policy across occupied Europe. And understanding how this structure operated is essential for recognizing how a relatively small number of individuals were able to maintain a continuous system of mass killing over many months, illustrating the role of bureaucratic organization within the broader machinery of the Holocaust. And at the top of the structure stood the regional SS and police leadership in the Wartheland, which maintained overall control of security operations in the annexed territory and provided the administrative framework under which Chelmno functioned, reinforcing that the camp was part of a wider network of authority rather than an isolated installation. And within this chain of command, the direct leadership of the camp itself was assigned to SS Sturmbannführer Herbert Lang, the officer appointed to oversee the establishment and early operation of the extermination site, embedding his role within the managerial level of the SS hierarchy responsible for translating policy into action. And Lang's background included participation in earlier mass shooting operations and involvement in programs targeting institutionalized patients during the Nazi euthanasia campaign, illustrating how experience gained in previous killing programs was transferred into the administration of the Chelmno extermination process. And under Lang's command, the staff at Chelmno consisted of a small group of SS officers supported by members of the Ordnungspolizei and auxiliary personnel assigned to guard duties and logistical tasks, reinforcing the layered structure through which the camp's operations were managed on a daily basis. And although the number of permanent staff members was relatively limited compared with later extermination camps, the responsibilities assigned to each individual were clearly defined in order to ensure that the different stages of the process, from the arrival of transports to the disposal of bodies, could proceed without interruption, illustrating how administrative coordination was essential to the functioning of the camp, and certain officers were responsible for supervising the reception of transports at the manor house, directing deportees through the initial procedures of registration and confiscation of belongings, and ensuring that groups were moved toward the gas vans according to the established sequence, embedding the reception stage within the structure of authority maintained by the SS, and other personnel were assigned to manage the operation of the gas vans themselves, including drivers who transported the vehicles between the village and the forest clearing while the exhaust system carried out the killing process inside the sealed compartments, reinforcing how technical and logistical roles were integrated into the administrative framework of the camp. And in the forest area, another group of SS guards oversaw the forced labor prisoners who were compelled to unload the vans and manage the burial or cremation of bodies, illustrating how the chain of command extended across both major locations of the site, linking the village and the forest into a single coordinated operation, and communication between these areas was maintained through regular movement of vehicles and guards, who ensured that the sequence of tasks continued smoothly throughout the day whenever transports were arriving, embedding the rhythm of the camp's activity within the structure of supervision provided by the SS personnel, and above these local administrators stood the higher authorities in the Wartheland who monitored the progress of extermination policies through reports and correspondence that documented the number of deportations carried out and the reduction of Jewish populations within the region, reinforcing the bureaucratic dimension of the operation in which mass killing was recorded through official communication channels. And although Chelmno was geographically small compared with later extermination centers, its administration reflected the same principles of hierarchical organization and delegated authority that characterized other parts of the SS system, illustrating how centralized directives could be implemented through relatively small units operating in remote locations, and the presence of this structured command system ensured that decisions about deportation schedules, transport arrangements, and operational procedures could be coordinated effectively, with the broader policies being carried out across the Wartheland territory, embedding the camp's activities within the larger framework of Nazi population policy. And within the daily life of the camp, the authority of the SS officers was visible in the constant supervision of both prisoners and subordinate guards, reinforcing the strict discipline imposed upon everyone present at the site. And the forced labor prisoners working in the forest burial grounds were subject to particularly close control because they were among the few individuals who directly witnessed the full extent of the extermination process, illustrating why the SS frequently replaced these workers to prevent information from spreading beyond the camp's boundaries. And despite the relatively small size of the staff, the authority structure at Chelmno allowed the extermination process to operate continuously for many months, demonstrating how the combination of ideological commitment, administrative organization, and technical method created a system capable of carrying out large-scale killing within a rural setting far removed from major population centers. And the role of Herbert Lang and his staff therefore represents an important element in the history of the camp because their decisions and actions determined how the procedures developed during the early months of operation would be maintained and adapted as deportations increased, embedding the human dimension of authority within the institutional structure that governed the site. And as we move into the next segment, we will examine how the forced labor prisoners, those compelled to assist in the operation of the camp, lived and worked under this system of control, exploring the conditions they faced and the roles they were forced to perform within the Chelmno extermination process. Chapter 3, Segment 2. The Forced Labor Prisoners, the Sonderkommando at Chelmno. As the extermination operation at Chelmno continued to expand during 1942, a crucial element within the functioning of the camp was the group of prisoners who were forced to work under the supervision of the SS and police guards, embedding the daily operation of the killing process within a system that relied upon coerced labor from individuals who themselves had been deported as victims, and these prisoners were assigned to what later became known as the Sonderkommando, a term used within several Nazi extermination sites to describe the groups compelled to assist with tasks directly connected to the disposal of bodies and the maintenance of the killing facilities, illustrating one of the most disturbing aspects of the extermination system in which victims were forced to participate in the mechanics of the camp under threat of death. And at Chelmno, the existence of this labor group was closely tied to the unique structure of the site, which required workers both at the manor house in the village and within the burial grounds located several kilometers away in the Rzutcho forest, reinforcing how the spatial arrangement of the camp shaped the responsibilities assigned to these prisoners. And most members of the labor detail were selected from newly arrived deportation transports shortly after they reached the manor house reception area, illustrating how the SS officers overseeing the camp would choose individuals who appeared physically capable of performing heavy labor, separating them from the larger group of deportees who were directed toward the gas vans. And those selected were often unaware at first of the exact nature of the tasks they were about to perform, embedding their forced participation within the broader system of deception that surrounded the operation of the camp. And once chosen, these prisoners were placed under strict guard and transported to the forest area where they were assigned to the work detail responsible for unloading the gas vans, carrying bodies to the burial pits, and later assisting with the cremation procedures introduced when the scale of the operation made burial alone impractical, reinforcing the harsh physical demands placed upon the labor prisoners, who were required to work long hours under constant supervision in order to maintain the pace of the extermination process, and the conditions under which they lived were extremely restrictive because the SS authorities sought to prevent any possibility that information about the camp might reach the outside world, illustrating how secrecy shaped every aspect of their daily existence. And the labor prisoners were housed within guarded areas near the forest burial grounds where they slept in crowded conditions and remained under continuous surveillance by armed guards, embedding their lives within a confined space where movement was tightly controlled and communication with outsiders was impossible. And despite these restrictions, the prisoners quickly understood the nature of the operation they had been forced to join as they witnessed the repeated arrival of gas vans from the village and the constant flow of bodies that needed to be removed and buried, reinforcing the psychological burden placed upon individuals who were compelled to carry out these tasks while knowing that their own lives remained in constant danger. And the work itself followed a repetitive pattern tied to the movement of the gas vans between the manor house and the forest clearing, illustrating how the labor detail functioned as a necessary component within the larger cycle of the extermination process. And when a van arrived at the forest, the prisoners were ordered to open the doors and remove the bodies from the cargo compartment before carrying them to the burial pits or cremation sites under the watchful eyes of the guards, embedding their actions within a system of strict discipline where hesitation or refusal could lead to immediate punishment or death. And in addition to handling the bodies, the labor prisoners were responsible for maintaining the burial grounds by digging new pits when older ones became full, gathering wood for cremation fires when burning replaced burial as the primary method of disposal, and clearing the surrounding area so that the vehicles could move easily between the unloading point and the burial sites, reinforcing the range of tasks that the SS required them to perform in order to keep the operation functioning. And although these prisoners were given slightly more food than other victims in order to maintain their strength for labor, their conditions remained harsh and precarious because the SS frequently replaced members of the work detail with new prisoners selected from arriving transports, illustrating how the authorities attempted to eliminate witnesses by periodically killing the laborers who had spent longer periods at the camp. And this constant turnover created an atmosphere of uncertainty among those forced to work there because they knew that survival was temporary and that their position within the camp did not guarantee safety from the same fate that awaited the deportees arriving each day, embedding the awareness of impending death within the daily reality of the labor group. And despite these conditions, there were occasional moments when individuals attempted to resist or escape, although such efforts were extremely dangerous given the isolation of the forest and the presence of armed guards surrounding the work area, reinforcing the difficulty of escaping from a site designed specifically to prevent outside contact. And the experiences of the Sonderkommando prisoners at Chelmno therefore represent one of the most tragic aspects of the camp's history because they reveal how the extermination system depended upon forced participation by victims who were compelled to assist in the operation under threat of immediate violence, illustrating the depth of coercion embedded within the structure of the Holocaust. And the existence of these labor details also meant that a small number of survivors were eventually able to provide testimony about the functioning of the camp after the war, embedding their experiences within the historical record that has allowed historians to reconstruct the sequence of events that occurred at Chelmno during its operation, and understanding the role of the Sonderkommando at the camp therefore provides important insight into how the extermination process was maintained on a practical level by a combination of SS authority and coerced labor, reinforcing that the daily functioning of the site depended upon this tragic system of forced participation. And as we move into the next segment, we will explore how the SS personnel attempted to maintain secrecy around the operation and what measures they used to conceal the activities taking place within the village of Chelmno and the forests surrounding it during the height of the camp's operation in 1942. Chapter 3, Segment 3. Secrecy and Control, Concealing the Operation at Chelmno. As the extermination process at Chelmno expanded throughout 1942, the SS authorities responsible for the camp placed considerable emphasis on maintaining secrecy around the activities taking place within the village and the nearby Rzutchow forest, embedding the operation within a system of concealment designed to prevent the wider population of the Wartheland from learning the true purpose of the site. And this effort to control information was considered essential by the Nazi administration, because the extermination policies being carried out at Chelmno involved the systematic killing of thousands of people transported from communities across the region, illustrating why the SS leadership sought to limit knowledge of the camp to a relatively small circle of personnel directly involved in its operation. And the geographic location of the camp itself played an important role in the strategy of secrecy, because Chelmno was situated in a rural area away from major urban centers, reinforcing the isolation that allowed the extermination process to take place with minimal direct observation by the surrounding population. And the forest area where the burial pits and later cremation sites were located provided an additional layer of concealment, since the wooded landscape shielded the activities there from view and restricted access to anyone who was not part of the camp staff, embedding the physical environment within the broader strategy of secrecy adopted by the SS. And access to the village and the surrounding roads was tightly controlled by guards who monitored movement in and out of the area, illustrating how the camp functioned as a restricted zone where outsiders were discouraged or prevented from approaching the manor house grounds or the forest clearing where the bodies of victims were disposed of, and local residents were warned not to enter certain parts of the forest or travel along specific roads near the camp, reinforcing the effort to maintain distance between the extermination operation and the daily life of nearby communities. And within the camp itself, the SS imposed strict rules governing the behavior of both guards and prisoners to ensure that information about the operation did not spread beyond the site, embedding the principle of secrecy into the internal structure of the camp as well as its external security measures, and the forced labor prisoners working in the forest burial grounds were kept under constant surveillance. Because they represented the small group of individuals who directly witnessed the entire sequence of the extermination process, from the arrival of the gas vans to the disposal of the bodies in pits or cremation fires, illustrating why the SS frequently replaced these workers with new prisoners selected from incoming transports in order to eliminate potential witnesses over time. And this practice created a cycle in which labor prisoners were periodically killed and replaced, reinforcing the extreme measures taken by the camp authorities to preserve secrecy, and even among the SS personnel themselves, knowledge of certain aspects of the operation was sometimes limited to those directly responsible for carrying out specific tasks, illustrating how the chain of command functioned in a way that compartmentalized information within the administrative structure of the camp, and reports concerning the operation of Chelmno were typically transmitted through official channels within the SS hierarchy rather than shared openly among lower-level personnel, embedding the extermination process within a bureaucratic framework where communication followed controlled pathways between the camp leadership and the regional authorities overseeing security operations in the Wartherland. And despite these precautions, the movement of trucks carrying deportees from Kolo to Chelmno and the repeated journeys of gas vans traveling between the manor house and the forest inevitably attracted some attention from people living in nearby villages, reinforcing the difficulty of concealing a large-scale operation that required constant transportation and visible activity within the surrounding countryside. And occasional rumors began circulating among local residents suggesting that those transported to Chelmno were not being relocated for labor, but were instead disappearing under mysterious circumstances, illustrating how information could spread through informal networks even when official secrecy was maintained. And similar rumors reached the Lodz ghetto, where families noticed that deported relatives never returned, and reports from individuals who had escaped or heard accounts from railway workers began to circulate quietly within the confined community, embedding the camp's existence within a growing awareness among some segments of the population that deportation might lead to death rather than resettlement. And nevertheless, the SS leadership continued to enforce strict discipline among camp personnel and guards to ensure that the details of the operation remained concealed as much as possible, reinforcing the central importance placed on secrecy within the administrative culture of the Nazi extermination system. And measures were also taken to limit the physical evidence that might reveal the scale of killing taking place within the forest area, including efforts to bury bodies deeply or later burn them in cremation fires to reduce the risk that decomposition or other signs would draw attention to the burial grounds, illustrating how the management of the site's physical environment was linked to the goal of maintaining secrecy. And the restricted nature of the camp meant that for most people living in the Wartherland during this period, Chelmno remained an obscure location whose true purpose was not widely understood until later stages of the war, when more information began to emerge, embedding the camp within the broader pattern of hidden extermination sites that operated across occupied Europe during the Holocaust. And the combination of geographic isolation, guarded access, controlled information, and systematic elimination of witnesses allowed the operation at Chelmno to continue for many months without attracting widespread public attention, despite the enormous number of victims transported there from towns and ghettos throughout the region, reinforcing how secrecy functioned as a critical component in the implementation of the Nazi extermination program. And understanding these measures of concealment provides important insight into how the camp was able to operate within a relatively small rural area, while carrying out one of the earliest phases of systematic mass killing in occupied Poland. And as we move into the next segment, we will examine how the operation at Chelmno evolved later in 1942 as the scale of the extermination campaign began to change and the camp's methods were adapted in response to new directives issued by the SS leadership overseeing the region. Chapter 3, Segment 4. The daily administration of the camp, order, procedure, and control. As the extermination operation at Chelmno continued throughout 1942, the internal administration of the camp developed into a system defined by routines, procedures, and strict control over both personnel and prisoners, embedding the entire operation within a framework that resembled a grim form of bureaucratic organization in which every stage of the process was managed through repetition and discipline, and although the camp itself was relatively small when compared with the larger extermination centers that would later be constructed in occupied Poland, the efficiency with which Chelmno functioned depended heavily on the administrative structure maintained by the SS officers overseeing the site, reinforcing the role of organization and planning within the machinery of the Holocaust, and each day at the camp was shaped by the arrival of deportation transports, whose schedules were determined by the transportation networks connecting towns and ghettos across the Wartheland. To the transit point at Kolo, illustrating how the daily rhythm of Chelmno was closely tied to events occurring many kilometers away, and once information arrived that a transport had departed from Kolo and was approaching the village, the staff at the manor house prepared to receive the next group of deportees, embedding the beginning of the camp's daily routine within the anticipation of these arrivals, and guards were assigned to their positions around the courtyard and inside the building, while other personnel ensured that the gas vans were ready to be loaded and driven toward the forest burial grounds, reinforcing the coordination required between different members of the staff to maintain the pace of the operation. And when the trucks carrying deportees entered the village, they were directed toward the manor house grounds, where the prisoners were ordered to disembark and assemble under the supervision of SS officers and guards, illustrating how the reception stage of the process followed a carefully structured sequence designed to maintain control over large groups of people with relatively few personnel present. And once inside the building, the deportees were instructed to surrender personal belongings and valuables, a procedure that served both to confiscate property and to reinforce the illusion that they were preparing for relocation or disinfection before further travel, embedding the element of deception that played a crucial role in preventing panic among the arriving prisoners, and the staff responsible for this stage of the process maintained detailed attention to order and discipline because any disruption could slow the operation and interfere with the schedule of transports arriving from across the region, reinforcing the importance of routine within the administrative culture of the camp. And after these preliminary procedures had been completed, the deportees were directed outside toward the gas vans waiting near the manor house entrance, illustrating how the transition from reception to extermination occurred through controlled movement across the courtyard, and groups were forced into the sealed compartments of the vehicles while guards supervised the loading process to ensure that the vans were filled efficiently before being driven away, embedding the mechanical stage of the operation within the broader sequence of administrative tasks carried out by the staff. And once the doors of the van had been closed, the driver started the engine and the vehicle departed along the road leading toward the Rysucho forest where the disposal of bodies took place, reinforcing how the daily work of the camp extended beyond the manor house to include the activities occurring several kilometers away within the wooded burial grounds, and communication between the village and the forest was maintained through the continuous movement of vehicles and guards traveling back and forth between the two locations, illustrating how the spatial division of the camp required coordination to ensure that each stage of the process occurred without delay. And within the forest area, another group of SS personnel supervised the forced labor prisoners who unloaded the vans and carried out the tasks associated with burial or cremation, embedding the labor detail within the administrative system that governed the camp's operation. And these prisoners were required to dig pits, transport bodies, gather wood for fires, and maintain the clearing where the vans arrived, all under the strict oversight of guards who enforced discipline and ensured that the work continued according to the expectations of the camp leadership, reinforcing the constant supervision that characterized life within the forest burial grounds. And once a van had been emptied and cleaned, it was driven back to the manor house to receive another group of prisoners from the next transport waiting there, illustrating how the entire system functioned as a cycle repeated throughout the day whenever deportations were arriving, and the staff responsible for maintaining this cycle developed routines that allowed them to anticipate each stage of the process, embedding the extermination operation within a pattern of daily activity that became increasingly regular as the months passed. And the administrative tasks carried out by the camp leadership also included the preparation of reports concerning the number of transports received and the progress of the extermination campaign across the Wartheland region, reinforcing the bureaucratic dimension of the operation in which mass killing was documented through official communication with higher authorities. And these reports formed part of the larger administrative framework through which Nazi officials monitored the implementation of their policies across occupied territories, illustrating how the camp's activities were integrated into a system of governance that treated the extermination of entire communities as a matter of administrative procedure. And within this structure, the authority of the camp commandant and his staff ensured that every aspect of the daily routine, from the arrival of transports to the disposal of bodies, remained under strict control, embedding the extermination process within a disciplined organizational framework that allowed it to continue for many months despite the limited number of personnel assigned to the site, and the routines developed during this period therefore played a crucial role in sustaining the operation at Chelmno during the height of its activity in 1942. Demonstrating how administrative order and procedural repetition became instruments through which the Nazi regime carried out one of the earliest phases of systematic mass murder in occupied Poland. And as we move into the next segment, we will explore how these routines began to change later in 1942 when new challenges emerged within the operation of the camp, and the SS authorities introduced additional measures to manage the growing scale of the extermination process. Chapter 3, Segment 5. Adjustments and Escalation, Administrative Changes during 1942. As the extermination process at Chelmno continued through the middle and later months of 1942, the administrative structure of the camp began to experience gradual adjustments in response to the increasing scale of deportations and the practical challenges created by months of continuous operation, embedding the site within a phase of development in which procedures that had initially been established during the early weeks of the camp's existence were modified in order to maintain efficiency and secrecy. And although the basic structure of the camp, consisting of the manor house reception area in the village and the burial grounds in the Rzutchow forest, remained unchanged, the responsibilities of the personnel working at the site evolved as the SS leadership sought to address logistical difficulties that emerged as more transports arrived from across the Wartheland region, reinforcing the dynamic nature of the extermination process in which methods were frequently adjusted to meet the demands of policy directives issued by higher authorities. And one of the most significant developments during this period involved the increasing volume of deportations reaching Chelmno from both the Lodz ghetto and smaller towns scattered across western Poland, illustrating how the camp's role within the broader extermination campaign continued to expand even after many communities had already been targeted during earlier months of 1942. And as the number of victims increased, the burial pits in the Rzutchow forest began to reach their capacity, embedding the forest landscape within a growing crisis of disposal that required the camp staff to reconsider how the remains of victims were being managed, and the SS authorities supervising the site recognized that continued burial alone would eventually create visible and environmental problems that might expose the existence of the extermination operation to the surrounding population, reinforcing the importance of secrecy that had always been central to the camp's administration. And in response to these concerns, the camp leadership introduced new methods for disposing of bodies, including the construction of open-air cremation sites within the forest where large numbers of remains could be burned, illustrating how the extermination system adapted its techniques in response to logistical pressures created by the scale of killing, and the forced labor prisoners assigned to the Sonderkommando were compelled to assist in this new phase of the process, gathering wood, building structures that allowed bodies to be burned in large piles, and maintaining the fires under the supervision of the SS guards responsible for the burial grounds, embedding the labor detail even more deeply within the mechanics of the extermination operation. And the introduction of cremation not only addressed the practical problem of burial capacity but also aligned with broader efforts across the Nazi extermination system to reduce physical evidence of mass killing, illustrating how the administrative decisions made at Chelmno reflected developments occurring at other camps as well, And within the command structure of the camp, these changes required increased coordination between the personnel responsible for operations in the village and those overseeing activities in the forest, reinforcing the importance of communication and supervision within the administrative hierarchy that governed the site. And during this same period, there were also changes in the leadership of the camp, as Herbert Lang was eventually replaced by SS Hauptsturmführer Hans Bothmann, who assumed command and continued the operation according to the established procedures while implementing adjustments necessary to maintain efficiency, illustrating how the continuity of authority within the SS system allowed the extermination process to proceed even as individual personnel were reassigned or replaced. And under Bothmann's leadership, the camp continued to receive transports from the Lodz ghetto and other communities within the Wartheland, while the administrative routines described in earlier segments remained largely intact, embedding the killing operation within a structure that could persist despite changes in leadership. And the daily work of the camp staff therefore continued to revolve around the same sequence of tasks: receiving transports at the manor house, directing prisoners through the deceptive procedures designed to maintain order, loading the gas vans, and transporting the victims to the forest where the labor prisoners carried out burial or cremation under guard, reinforcing how the basic framework of the camp remained stable even as specific techniques evolved. And these adjustments allowed Chelmno to continue functioning as one of the primary extermination sites serving the Wartheland region during 1942, illustrating the effectiveness of the administrative system that had been established there. Despite the relatively small number of personnel assigned to operate the camp, and at the same time the continued expansion of deportations from the Lodz ghetto reflected the broader policies being implemented by Nazi authorities, who sought to reduce the ghetto population while maintaining enough laborers to sustain the workshops producing goods for the German war effort, embedding the operation of Chelmno within the economic and political calculations shaping the occupation of Western Poland. And the administrative changes introduced during this period therefore represent an important stage in the history of the camp, because they demonstrate how the extermination system adapted to new circumstances while maintaining the core procedures that had been established during the first months of operation, reinforcing the role of bureaucratic management within the machinery of genocide. And by the late months of 1942, Chelmno had already been responsible for the deaths of a vast number of victims transported from towns and ghettos across the Wartheland, embedding the site firmly within the historical record as the first stationary extermination camp established in occupied Poland. And the administrative adjustments made during this period ensured that the camp could continue functioning despite the growing logistical challenges associated with the scale of the killing operation, illustrating how the Nazi regime relied upon both ideological commitment and administrative flexibility in order to sustain the policies that define the Holocaust. And as we move into the next chapter, we will examine the experiences of the deportees themselves, focusing on the final journey that brought them from ghettos and towns to the village of Chelmno and the sequence of events they encountered upon arrival at the camp. Chapter 4, Segment 1. The Final Journey: Deportation from Towns and Ghettos. By the time the extermination operation at Chelmno had become fully established during 1942, the process that brought victims to the camp had developed into a structured system that began far from the quiet village where the final stage would occur, embedding the story of Chelmno within a much wider geography of persecution that stretched across the towns, ghettos, and rural communities of the Wartheland region, and for the thousands of Jewish men, women, and children who were eventually transported to the site. The journey toward Chelmno did not begin with the arrival of trucks at the manor house courtyard, but rather with a sequence of events unfolding in their own communities where German occupation authorities had imposed increasingly restrictive policies since the beginning of the war, illustrating how the final deportations were the culmination of years of discrimination, forced displacement, and confinement that gradually separated Jewish residents from the wider population and concentrated them within areas controlled by the occupying administration. And in towns throughout the Wartheland, the process often began with official announcements issued by German authorities ordering Jewish residents to report to designated assembly points at specific times, reinforcing the bureaucratic nature of the deportation system in which written notices and public instructions served as the first step in removing entire communities from their homes. And these announcements frequently described the deportations as relocations for labor or resettlement, embedding the element of deception that would remain central to the operation throughout every stage of the journey toward Chelmno. And in many cases, families were instructed to bring only limited belongings with them, often being told that they would be transported to new locations where work opportunities awaited, illustrating how these instructions created confusion and uncertainty among those who received them because the true destination of the transports was never revealed. And once the appointed time arrived, residents gathered at the assembly points under the supervision of German police or auxiliary guards, who enforced the orders with strict discipline, reinforcing the atmosphere of tension that surrounded these events as families were separated from familiar surroundings and forced into lines awaiting transportation. And from these assembly locations, the prisoners were moved either to nearby railway stations or directly onto trucks that would carry them toward transit points such as the town of Kolo, embedding the deportation process within the transportation infrastructure of the region. And the journey to Kolo often represented the first stage of a longer sequence of movements that would ultimately lead to Chelmno, illustrating how the extermination system relied upon a chain of locations connected through roads and rail lines, and when trains were used, the deportees were typically placed into crowded freight cars where they remained during the journey across the Wartheland countryside, reinforcing the difficult conditions experienced during transport as people were confined within enclosed spaces for hours without clear knowledge of where they were being taken. And in other cases, trucks transported groups directly along the rural roads toward Kolo, where they would then be transferred to other vehicles bound for Chelmno, embedding the movement of deportees within the everyday landscape of Western Poland as convoys of vehicles traveled between towns and villages under the supervision of German guards. And upon arriving at Kolo, the prisoners encountered another stage of the process where they were assembled in transit areas near the railway station or within nearby buildings while the authorities organized the next leg of their journey, illustrating how Kolo functioned as a logistical hub linking the ghettos and towns of the Wartheland with the extermination site located only a short distance away, and from there groups of deportees were loaded onto trucks that traveled along the road leading toward the village of Chelmno, reinforcing the final movement in the chain of transportation that connected the wider region with the camp itself. And for many deportees, the arrival at Chelmno occurred after a journey marked by uncertainty and exhaustion, because the sequence of orders, assembly points, rail transports, and truck convoys had gradually removed them from the familiar environment of their homes and carried them into an unfamiliar rural landscape, illustrating how the process of deportation itself created a psychological distance between victims and the places where their lives had previously unfolded. And as the trucks approached the village, the deportees saw only an ordinary rural settlement surrounded by fields and forests, embedding the final stage of their journey within a setting that offered few visible signs of the purpose the location served. And when the vehicles entered the courtyard of the manor house, the prisoners were ordered to disembark and assemble while guards directed them into the building where the reception procedures described in earlier chapters began to unfold, reinforcing how the journey that had started in towns and ghettos across the Wartheland now reached its final destination within the grounds of a building that had once been a quiet estate residence. And the events that followed inside the manor house were carefully structured to maintain the illusion that the deportees were preparing for further travel rather than facing immediate death, illustrating the importance of deception in preventing panic among the arriving groups. And yet, for those who had endured the long journey from their communities, the arrival at Chelmno marked the end of a path shaped by the policies of segregation, confinement, and deportation imposed by the Nazi occupation authorities during the previous years, embedding their final moments within a larger historical process that had gradually transformed everyday life in the Wartheland into a system designed to eliminate the Jewish population of the region. And understanding this journey from towns and ghettos to the village of Chelmno therefore reveals how the extermination camp functioned not as an isolated site but as the final link in a chain of decisions and movements that began far beyond its boundaries, illustrating how the Machinery of the Holocaust operated across entire landscapes through coordinated actions carried out by administrators, police units, and transportation networks working together to deliver thousands of victims to a single rural location where the final stage of the process would unfold. Chapter 4, Segment 2. Arrival at Chelmno, the manor house reception. When the trucks carrying deportees finally arrived at the village of Chelmno, the journey that had begun in distant towns and ghettos across the Wartheland reached its final destination. Yet for the people inside those vehicles, the significance of the location remained hidden beneath the carefully constructed procedures designed by the SS to maintain order and conceal the true purpose of the site, embedding the moment of arrival within a system of deception that played a central role in the functioning of the extermination process. And the first sight that greeted many deportees was the courtyard of the manor house that stood near the center of the village, a building that had once served as a quiet country residence but had now been transformed into the administrative and reception center of the camp, illustrating how ordinary structures could be repurposed to serve within the machinery of the Nazi extermination program. And when the trucks stopped inside the courtyard, the prisoners were ordered to climb down and gather in groups while SS officers and guards positioned themselves around the area to maintain control, reinforcing the disciplined environment in which every movement was directed by commands issued by the camp personnel. And the deportees, often exhausted after hours of travel, were told that they had arrived at a transit facility where they would undergo registration and disinfection before being transported onward to labor assignments elsewhere, embedding the illusion that the process unfolding around them was part of a routine relocation rather than the final stage of their lives. And the SS staff responsible for receiving the transports relied heavily on this narrative, because the number of guards present at the manor house was relatively small compared with the large groups of deportees arriving in each transport, illustrating how psychological manipulation allowed the operation to proceed without provoking immediate resistance. And once assembled, the prisoners were directed into the interior of the manor house where several rooms had been arranged to serve as stages in the reception procedure, reinforcing the organized nature of the process in which each group moved through a sequence of steps designed to maintain order and efficiency. And inside these rooms, the deportees were instructed to surrender personal belongings including money, jewelry, and documents, a practice that both confiscated valuables for the Nazi authorities and reinforced the appearance that the prisoners were preparing for further travel where such items would need to be registered or stored, embedding the confiscation of property within the administrative routines of the camp. And after handing over these possessions, the deportees were often told that they would undergo disinfection before being transported onward, illustrating how the language of hygiene and sanitation was frequently used by Nazi authorities to disguise the reality of extermination procedures. And guards instructed the prisoners to remove coats, outer garments, and sometimes additional clothing as part of the preparation for this supposed process, reinforcing the continued use of deception to maintain calm among those waiting in the rooms of the manor house. And throughout this stage of the operation, the SS officers and guards maintained an atmosphere of controlled authority in which orders were delivered firmly but without revealing the true purpose of the camp, illustrating the calculated nature of the procedures that had been designed to guide large numbers of people through the building without allowing panic or confusion to disrupt the sequence. And once these preliminary instructions had been completed, the deportees were directed out of the manor house toward the courtyard where vehicles were waiting nearby, embedding the transition from reception to extermination within a simple movement across the grounds of the estate. And to those unfamiliar with the purpose of the vehicles, the trucks might have appeared to be ordinary transport vans used for moving passengers or goods, reinforcing the deceptive appearance of the equipment that had been modified to function as gas vans, and groups of prisoners were ordered to climb into the rear compartments of these vehicles under the supervision of guards, who ensured that the space was filled quickly and efficiently before the doors were closed, illustrating how the loading process formed the final stage of the reception procedure carried out at the manor house. And once the compartment was sealed, the driver started the engine and the vehicle departed from the courtyard, beginning the short journey along the rural road leading toward the Rzutcho forest where the final stage of the extermination process occurred, embedding the moment of departure within the larger cycle of activity that defined daily operations at the camp. And for the deportees inside the vehicle, the experience would have been marked by confusion and uncertainty as the truck moved away from the manor house and into the surrounding countryside, illustrating how the final journey unfolded within an environment deliberately chosen for its isolation and secrecy. And back at the manor house, the staff prepared to receive the next group of prisoners from the transport waiting in the courtyard, reinforcing the repetitive nature of the operation in which the same sequence of steps was repeated for each arriving group, and the routine established at Chelmno allowed a relatively small number of personnel to process multiple transports during a single day whenever deportations arrived from Kolo or other transit points, embedding the reception stage within the broader administrative system that governed the camp's functioning. And the manor house therefore served as the gateway through which thousands of victims passed during the operation of Chelmno, illustrating how a single building within a rural village became the setting for the final moments experienced by countless individuals transported from communities across the Wartherland. And understanding the procedures carried out inside this building reveals the extent to which deception and organization were intertwined within the extermination process, reinforcing that the reception stage at Chelmno was carefully designed to maintain control over large groups of people while concealing the deadly purpose of the camp until the very last moments of the journey. Chapter 4, Segment 3. The gas vans, the final stage of the process. After passing through the reception procedures inside the manor house at Chelmno, deportees were directed into the courtyard where the vehicles used for the final stage of the extermination process were waiting, embedding the transition from deception to death within a seemingly ordinary moment in which trucks stood ready to transport groups of prisoners away from the building. And for many of the victims, the appearance of these vehicles did not immediately reveal their true purpose because, from the outside, they resembled the type of delivery trucks commonly used for transporting goods across the rural roads of the Wartherland, illustrating how the design of the gas vans allowed them to blend into the everyday landscape while concealing the deadly function hidden within their sealed compartments. And the SS personnel responsible for operating the camp relied upon this outward appearance as part of the broader system of deception that had already guided deportees through the reception procedures inside the manor house, reinforcing the calculated strategy that allowed the operation to proceed without provoking widespread panic among those arriving at the site. And once groups of prisoners had assembled in the courtyard, they were ordered to climb into the rear compartment of the vehicle, a space enclosed by metal walls and a heavy door that could be secured from the outside, embedding the victims within a confined environment that had been deliberately modified to serve as a mobile killing chamber, and the interior of the compartment had no windows and only limited ventilation, illustrating how the design ensured that once the doors were closed, the space could be completely sealed from the outside air. And the guards supervising the loading process worked quickly to fill the compartment with as many prisoners as possible in order to maintain the pace of the operation, reinforcing the emphasis on efficiency that characterized the administration of the camp. And once the vehicle had been filled, the door was closed and locked while the driver prepared to depart from the manor house courtyard, embedding the moment of departure within the larger cycle of activity that defined daily life at Chelmno. And at this point, the mechanical system built into the van began to operate as the driver started the engine and the vehicle moved away from the village along the road leading toward the Rzutcho forest, illustrating how the killing process itself was integrated into the movement of the vehicle rather than confined to a stationary chamber. And the exhaust from the engine was redirected through a pipe into the sealed compartment where the prisoners were confined, reinforcing the technological method that had been developed to carry out the extermination process at Chelmno. And as the vehicle traveled along the rural road, the concentration of carbon monoxide inside the compartment gradually increased, embedding the fatal stage of the process. Within the short journey that separated the village from the forest clearing several kilometers away, and the choice to use gas vans rather than fixed gas chambers during the early operation of Chelmno reflected the experimental phase of Nazi extermination policy during 1941 and 1942, illustrating how different methods were tested before the construction of larger extermination camps equipped with permanent gas chambers later in the war, and the vans used at Chelmno therefore represent one of The earliest technological adaptations developed to facilitate systematic killing on a large scale, reinforcing the historical significance of the site within the evolution of the Holocaust. And by the time the vehicle reached the forest clearing, the process inside the sealed compartment had already resulted in the deaths of those confined within it, embedding the end of the journey within the secluded environment of the woodland where the next stage of the operation unfolded. And at this location, the forced labor prisoners assigned to the Sonderkommando waited under guard to receive the arriving vehicle and carry out the tasks associated with unloading the bodies and disposing of them in burial pits or cremation fires, illustrating how the operation depended upon a combination of SS authority and coerced prisoner labor in order to maintain the cycle of extermination. And when the van arrived at the clearing, the guards ordered the labor prisoners to open the rear door and remove the bodies from the compartment, reinforcing the grim routine that had become a daily occurrence within the forest burial grounds. And once the vehicle had been emptied, the bodies were carried to the pits or cremation sites where they were buried or burned according to the procedures that had been introduced as the operation expanded during 1942, embedding the final stage of the extermination process within the forest landscape that had been chosen for its isolation and secrecy. And after the bodies had been removed, the van was cleaned and prepared for the return journey to the manor house where another group of deportees was waiting to be loaded, illustrating how the vehicles traveled repeatedly between the village and the forest throughout the day whenever transports arrived at the camp. And this continuous movement formed the mechanical rhythm of the extermination operation, reinforcing how the design of the gas vans allowed the SS personnel at Chelmno to carry out mass killing, using a relatively small number of staff and vehicles, and the use of these mobile killing units also meant that the entire process could remain concealed within the routine activity of trucks traveling along rural roads, embedding the extermination system within the everyday infrastructure of transportation that connected villages and towns across the region. And over time, thousands of victims were transported in these vehicles from the manor house courtyard to the forest burial grounds, illustrating how the gas vans became one of the central instruments through which the Nazi regime implemented its policy of extermination in the Wartheland during the early stages of the Holocaust. And understanding the role of these vehicles therefore reveals how technology, geography, and administrative planning combined to create a system capable of carrying out mass murder within the quiet landscape of a rural Polish village, reinforcing the chilling efficiency with which the operation at Chelmno functioned during its most active period in 1942. Chapter 4, Segment 4. Inside the forest, the disposal grounds of Wrzechow. After the gas vans departed from the courtyard of the manor house at Chelmno and traveled along the rural road toward the nearby woodland, the final stage of the extermination process unfolded within the secluded area known as the Wrzechow forest, embedding the conclusion of each deportation transport within a landscape deliberately chosen for its isolation and distance from the surrounding villages. And the forest, located several kilometers from Chelmno, had originally been an ordinary stretch of countryside composed of trees, narrow paths, and uneven ground typical of the wooded regions of western Poland. Yet during the operation of the extermination camp, it was transformed into the primary site where the bodies of victims were disposed of after the gas vans completed their deadly journey, illustrating how a natural environment was converted into a crucial component of the Nazi killing system. And when the vans arrived at the forest clearing, they were met by the forced labor prisoners who had been assigned to work under the supervision of SS guards as part of the camp's Sonderkommando, reinforcing the tragic structure in which victims themselves were compelled to carry out many of the tasks associated with the operation of the extermination site. And these prisoners lived under constant guard in the forest area and were responsible for unloading the vehicles, transporting bodies to the burial pits, and maintaining the grounds where the disposal process took place, embedding their daily lives within the harsh conditions of a location designed specifically to conceal the physical consequences of the killing operation. And the clearing where the vans stopped had been prepared in advance by the camp authorities, who ordered the labor prisoners to dig large pits in the soil where bodies could be buried in layers, illustrating how the forest terrain had been reshaped through forced labor in order to accommodate the growing number of victims transported to Chelmno from across the Wartheland region. and once the van doors were opened, the prisoners were ordered to remove the bodies from the compartment and carry them toward the pits under the supervision of armed guards, who ensured that the work continued quickly and without interruption, reinforcing the relentless pace of the operation as transport after transport arrived from the manor house throughout the day, and the bodies were arranged inside the pits and covered with earth, embedding the victims within the ground of the forest where thousands of individuals were buried during the early months of the camp's operation. And as deportations increased during 1942, the number of burial pits expanded across the forest clearing as additional areas of land were dug out to create space for the remains of those transported to the camp, illustrating how the physical scale of the site grew in response to the intensifying extermination campaign being carried out by the Nazi authorities in the war. The land and the labor prisoners assigned to the burial detail worked under extremely difficult conditions because their tasks required constant physical effort and exposed them to the full reality of the extermination process unfolding around them, reinforcing the psychological burden carried by those forced to participate in the disposal of bodies while knowing that their own survival remained uncertain, and the SS guards supervising the forest area maintained strict control over the prisoners in order to prevent escapes or communication with the outside world, embedding the burial grounds within a closed environment where every movement was monitored by armed personnel. And despite these efforts to maintain secrecy, the scale of activity within the forest inevitably produced visible signs that something unusual was taking place in the area, including disturbed earth, increased vehicle traffic along the road from Chelmno, and the presence of guards restricting access to sections of the woodland, illustrating how the operation left traces within the surrounding landscape even as the authorities attempted to conceal its true purpose. And as the months passed, the camp leadership recognized that burial alone could no longer accommodate the growing number of victims being transported to the site, reinforcing the logistical challenges created by the scale of the extermination program. And in response, the SS ordered the introduction of cremation methods within the forest clearing, instructing the labor prisoners to construct large open-air pyres where bodies could be burned rather than buried, embedding a new stage in the disposal process that reflected similar developments occurring at other extermination camps across occupied Poland. And these cremation sites required additional labor as prisoners gathered wood, built frameworks that allowed air to circulate beneath the bodies, and maintained fires capable of reducing the remains to ash, illustrating how the forced labor detail was compelled to adapt to the evolving demands of the operation as the camp's methods changed. And the introduction of cremation also served another purpose beyond addressing the problem of burial capacity, because it helped reduce the physical evidence of mass killing that might otherwise remain visible in the forest soil, reinforcing the continuing emphasis on secrecy that guided many administrative decisions at Chelmno. And throughout this period, the Rzeszów forest remained the final destination for every transport processed at the manor house, embedding the woodland clearing within the larger geography of the extermination system that connected ghettos, rail stations, and rural roads across the Wartheland region. And the repeated arrival of gas vans carrying victims from the village created a routine that defined daily life for both the SS personnel and the forced labor prisoners assigned to the site, illustrating how the forest burial grounds became the central location where the consequences of the camp's operation were physically realized. And by the late months of 1942, tens of thousands of people had been brought to this clearing and buried or burned within its boundaries, transforming what had once been a quiet natural landscape into one of the earliest large-scale killing grounds of the Holocaust. And understanding the role of the Rzeszów forest within the operation of Chelmno therefore reveals how the extermination process extended beyond the buildings of the camp itself to encompass the surrounding environment, embedding the natural terrain of the region within the structure of the Nazi extermination program. And as we move into the next segment, we will examine how the experiences of the victims themselves unfolded during these final moments, exploring the human dimension of the journey that ended within the forests outside the village of Chelmno. Chapter 4, Segment 5. The Human Experience. Fear, Confusion, and Final Moments. While the structure of the extermination process at Chelmno can be described through procedures, vehicles, and administrative systems. The reality experienced by the victims who arrived at the camp unfolded through moments shaped by uncertainty, fear, and confusion, embedding the human dimension of the story within the broader historical framework of the Holocaust. And for many of those transported to Chelmno, the final stages of their journey were marked not by immediate understanding of what awaited them, but by a gradual realization that something deeply wrong was unfolding around them, illustrating how the system of deception created by the SS delayed recognition of the true purpose of the site until the very last moments. And when deportees first entered the manor house courtyard, they encountered an environment that outwardly resembled a temporary transit facility rather than a place designed for systematic killing, reinforcing the effectiveness of the carefully organized reception procedures that instructed them to surrender belongings and prepare for what they were told would be relocation or disinfection. And within the rooms of the manor house, families remained together, speaking quietly among themselves as they attempted to understand what would happen next, embedding the emotional atmosphere of those moments within a space that had once been an ordinary residence but had now become part of the machinery of extermination, and many deportees carried with them the exhaustion of a journey that had begun hours earlier in distant towns or ghettos, illustrating how the physical fatigue caused by transport added to the confusion surrounding the events taking place inside the building. And as guards delivered instructions in firm but controlled tones, the prisoners followed the sequence of orders that directed them toward the courtyard once again, reinforcing the atmosphere of authority that prevented large-scale resistance during these early stages of the process. And when groups were guided toward the waiting vehicles, the assumption that they were being transported onward to another location often remained intact because the trucks resembled ordinary transport vans rather than instruments of death, embedding the moment of loading within the continued illusion that the journey was simply entering another stage. And inside the sealed compartment of the vehicle, the prisoners were confined together in close proximity as the doors were shut behind them, illustrating how the sudden enclosure of the space created a new sense of tension among those inside. And as the van began to move along the rural road leaving the village behind, some passengers may have attempted to understand where they were being taken, speaking quietly or pressing toward the walls of the vehicle in an effort to orient themselves during the journey, reinforcing the uncertainty that surrounded the final moments of the deportation process. And outside the van, the landscape of fields and forests passed silently as the driver followed the route toward the Rzeszow forest clearing where the final stage of the operation would occur, embedding the last moments of thousands of victims within a journey across the quiet countryside of Western Poland. And although the victims inside the van could not see the forest clearing that awaited them, the short journey represented the final movement in a chain of events that had begun years earlier with the policies of segregation and discrimination imposed upon Jewish communities throughout the region, illustrating how the tragedy unfolding at Chelmno formed part of a much larger historical process that had gradually removed individuals and families from their homes and concentrated them within systems of control established by the Nazi regime. And once the van reached the forest clearing, the forced labor prisoners working under guard prepared to unload the vehicle, reinforcing the routine that had developed within the burial grounds where the disposal of bodies followed the arrival of each transport. And for the labor prisoners themselves, the arrival of another van represented yet another moment in a cycle that they were compelled to repeat day after day while witnessing the scale of the extermination operation unfolding around them, embedding their experience within the tragic structure of forced participation that defined the Sonderkommando system at Chelmno. And the bodies removed from the van were carried to burial pits or cremation fires where they became part of the vast number of victims who lost their lives at the site during the camp's operation, illustrating how individual journeys from towns and ghettos across the Wartheland converged within the forest clearing that served as the final destination of the extermination process. And although the Nazi authorities attempted to conceal the full reality of what was occurring at Chelmno, the experiences of survivors, witnesses, and labor prisoners later provided testimony that revealed the human dimension of the events that unfolded there, reinforcing the importance of remembering not only the administrative and technological aspects of the camp, but also the lives of the individuals whose final moments took place within its boundaries. and the victims transported to Chelmno represented communities that had existed for generations within the towns and villages of the region, embedding the tragedy of the camp within the broader destruction of Jewish life in Western Poland during the Holocaust. And understanding the human experience of those final moments, therefore, reminds us that behind every transport number and administrative report were families, individuals, and stories that ended within the quiet forest outside the village of Chelmno, reinforcing the need to approach the history of the camp with a sense of reflection and respect for those who lost their lives there. Chapter 5, Segment 1. The Victims, Communities of the Wartherland. When examining the history of Chelmno, it is essential to move beyond the structures, procedures, and administrative systems that define the camp and instead focus on the people whose lives were destroyed there, embedding the story of the site within the broader destruction of Jewish communities across the Wartherland region during the Holocaust. And the victims transported to Chelmno came from a wide range of towns, villages, and urban neighborhoods that had once formed part of a vibrant network of Jewish life in Western Poland, illustrating how the extermination camp became the final destination for individuals whose histories were deeply rooted in the cultural, economic, and social fabric of the region. And before the German occupation, these communities had existed for generations, with families establishing businesses, attending schools, participating in religious traditions, and maintaining connections with neighboring towns that formed a complex web of relationships across the countryside, reinforcing the historical depth of Jewish presence in the area long before the events of the Second World War disrupted that continuity. And in towns such as Kolo, Klodowa, Daby, and many others, the Jewish population often represented a significant portion of local society, contributing to trade, craftsmanship, education, and cultural life while maintaining traditions that had developed over centuries, embedding these communities within the broader history of Poland's diverse population. And the arrival of German forces in 1939 transformed this environment rapidly as occupation authorities began implementing policies designed to isolate, control, and ultimately eliminate Jewish residents from the region, illustrating how the wartime transformation of everyday life laid the groundwork for the deportations that would later send thousands of people to Chelmno. And in the early stages of the occupation, Jewish citizens were required to register with the authorities, where identifying badges and comply with restrictions that limited their movement and access to economic resources, reinforcing the gradual escalation of discriminatory policies that reduced their ability to maintain normal lives within their communities. And many families were forced to relocate into designated ghettos where overcrowding, shortages of food, and poor living conditions became part of daily existence, embedding the early phases of persecution within confined urban districts that served as holding areas before deportations began. And the largest of these ghettos in the Wartherland was established in the city of Lodz, where tens of thousands of Jewish residents were confined behind fences and guarded entrances that separated them from the rest of the city, illustrating how the Nazi administration concentrated large populations within controlled spaces that could later be targeted for deportation to extermination sites such as Chelmno, and smaller ghettos existed throughout the region as well, often established in towns where Jewish residents were forced to leave their homes and move into crowded sections of the town center under the supervision of local German authorities, reinforcing the pattern of segregation that preceded the extermination phase of Nazi policy. And within these ghettos, daily life was marked by uncertainty as rumors circulated about deportations and relocations taking place in other areas of occupied Poland, embedding the fear of what might come next within communities already struggling to survive under harsh conditions. And when deportations to Chelmno began during late 1941 and early 1942, they affected not only individuals but entire networks of families and neighbors who were gathered together and transported away from the places where their lives had been rooted, illustrating the scale of the loss experienced by the region's Jewish population. And the victims included men and women of all ages, from elderly residents who had spent decades within their communities to young children whose lives had barely begun before the war disrupted their futures, reinforcing the indiscriminate nature of the extermination campaign carried out by the Nazi authorities. and many of the early transports to Chelmno included individuals who were considered unable to work within the forced labor systems operating in the ghettos, including the elderly, the sick, and children, illustrating how bureaucratic classifications were used to determine who would be targeted first for deportation. And as the operation continued, these categories expanded until entire communities were gradually removed from their towns and ghettos, embedding the extermination process within a broader effort to eliminate Jewish presence across the Wartherland territory. And for the families affected by these deportations, the moment of departure from their homes or ghetto apartments represented the final chapter in lives shaped by years of cultural tradition, community ties, and personal histories that extended far beyond the circumstances imposed by the occupation authorities, reinforcing the profound human loss that occurred as thousands of individuals were transported to Chelmno, where their lives ended in the gas vans and burial grounds described in earlier chapters, and the victims therefore represent not only numbers within historical records, but also entire communities whose existence was erased during the Holocaust, illustrating how the story of Chelmno is inseparable from the destruction of Jewish life across Western Poland. And understanding who these victims were provides an essential perspective on the history of the camp, because it reminds us that every transport arriving at the manor house courtyard carried individuals whose identities, families, and histories formed part of a much larger human story interrupted by the policies of persecution and extermination implemented by the Nazi regime. Chapter 5, Segment 2. The Lodz Ghetto Victims, a City Under Deportation. Among the many communities whose residents were transported to Chelmno, the largest group of victims came from the Lodz Ghetto, a confined district created by German occupation authorities in the city of Lodz after the invasion of Poland in 1939, embedding the story of Chelmno within the broader history of one of the most significant ghettos established during the Holocaust. And by the time deportations to Chelmno began in late 1941, the ghetto had already existed for nearly 2 years, during which its population had endured severe restrictions on movement, shortages of food and medical care, and the constant pressure of forced labor demanded by the German administration governing the city, illustrating how the residents of Lodz were living under conditions that had already transformed their daily lives long before the extermination phase began. And the ghetto itself had been sealed off from the rest of the city by fences and guarded checkpoints, reinforcing the separation imposed between Jewish residents and the surrounding population as part of the Nazi policy of segregation. And inside this enclosed district, more than 160,000 people were confined within an area that quickly became overcrowded as families were forced to share small apartments and makeshift housing while struggling to obtain enough food to survive, embedding the experience of the ghetto within a reality shaped by scarcity and uncertainty. And despite these conditions, the German authorities also transformed the ghetto into a major center of forced labor production where workshops manufactured uniforms, textiles, and other goods for the German military and administration, illustrating how the exploitation of Jewish labor formed an important element of Nazi policy during the early years of occupation. And within this environment, the population attempted to maintain elements of community life through schools, cultural activities, and religious observances whenever possible, reinforcing the resilience of individuals trying to preserve dignity and identity under increasingly harsh circumstances. And yet the future of the ghetto remained uncertain because German authorities viewed it as a temporary solution rather than a permanent settlement, embedding the existence of the district within the evolving plans of the Nazi regime to remove Jewish populations from territories under their control. And when the extermination site at Chelmno began operating in December 1941, the Lodz ghetto quickly became one of its primary sources of deportation transports, illustrating how the camp functioned as a direct extension of the policies implemented within the city, and the first deportations targeted individuals considered unable to work, including the elderly, the sick, and children, reinforcing the brutal administrative decisions that categorized human lives according to perceived usefulness within the forced labor system, and orders were issued, requiring families to report to designated assembly points within the ghetto where they were told that transportation had been arranged for relocation elsewhere, embedding the process of deportation within the same framework of deception used throughout the extermination system. And once assembled, the deportees were escorted under guard to railway stations where trains carried them from the city toward the transit point at Kolo, illustrating how the transportation network linking Lodz to Chelmno became an essential component of the extermination campaign, and the journey from the ghetto to Kolo often involved crowded freight cars where passengers were confined for hours as the train moved across the countryside, reinforcing the harsh conditions experienced by those being deported. And upon arrival in Kolo, the prisoners were transferred onto trucks that carried them the remaining distance to Chelmno, where the reception procedures at the manor house awaited them, embedding the final stage of the journey within the rural landscape that surrounded the village. And throughout 1942, these deportations from the Lodz ghetto continued as German authorities sought to reduce the population of the district while preserving enough workers to maintain the workshops that supported the war effort, illustrating how extermination and forced labor policies were closely interconnected within the Nazi occupation system, and the removal of thousands of residents had a profound impact on the social structure of the ghetto because families were separated and entire neighborhoods lost members who had once formed the fabric of community life, reinforcing the atmosphere of fear that spread among those who remained as rumors circulated about the fate of those who had been transported away. And although the official explanation continued to describe deportations as resettlement or labor relocation, the absence of any communication from the deported individuals gradually led many residents to suspect that the transports were leading somewhere far more dangerous, embedding the camp at Chelmno within the whispered conversations and growing anxiety that shaped life inside the ghetto during this period. And despite these fears, the deportations continued as long as the German administration required them, illustrating the limited ability of the imprisoned population to resist policies imposed by an occupying regime that controlled every aspect of their existence. And by the end of 1942, tens of thousands of people from the Lodz ghetto had been transported to Chelmno, where their lives ended in the extermination process described in earlier chapters, reinforcing the central role played by the ghetto in supplying victims to the camp. And the connection between Lodz and Chelmno therefore represents one of the most direct links between the ghetto system established during the early years of the war and the extermination camps that later became the defining feature of the Holocaust, illustrating how the policies of segregation, forced labor, and deportation gradually converged into a single system aimed at the destruction of Jewish communities across occupied Europe. Chapter 5, Segment 3. Victims from smaller towns, erasing local communities. While the Lodz ghetto supplied a large portion of the victims transported to Chelmno, an equally important part of the camp's history lies in the destruction of smaller Jewish communities scattered across the Wartheland region, embedding the story of the extermination camp within the disappearance of towns and villages where Jewish life had existed for centuries, and these communities were often deeply integrated into the local economy and social structure of the countryside, illustrating how the Holocaust not only destroyed individuals but also erased entire networks of cultural and communal life that had developed over generations. And before the war, many of these towns contained thriving Jewish populations who worked as merchants, artisans, teachers, and tradespeople while maintaining synagogues, schools, and community organizations that reflected the traditions of Jewish life in Poland, reinforcing the sense that these settlements were places where history, culture, and everyday life had evolved side by side with neighboring populations for long periods of time. And when German forces occupied the region in 1939, the situation for these communities changed rapidly as new authorities introduced regulations that isolated Jewish residents from the rest of society, embedding the early stages of persecution within policies that forced individuals to register with occupation officials, surrender property, and wear identifying badges in public spaces, and these measures were followed by restrictions on employment and movement that gradually pushed Jewish families out of the economic life of their towns, illustrating how the process of exclusion unfolded step by step before deportations began. And in many cases, local ghettos were established in which Jewish residents were required to move into specific streets or districts where they lived under the supervision of German police and local administrators. reinforcing the physical separation that became characteristic of Nazi policy throughout occupied Poland, and the conditions within these ghettos were often harsh because overcrowding, limited food supplies, and shortages of medical care created an environment where survival itself became increasingly difficult, embedding the communities within circumstances that weakened their ability to respond when deportation orders eventually arrived, and when the extermination site at Chelmno began operating during late 1941 and early 1942. German authorities began issuing orders that required Jewish residents from towns across the Wartheland to assemble for relocation, illustrating how the extermination campaign gradually extended outward from larger population centers to include smaller settlements throughout the region, and towns such as Kolo, Daby, Klodowa, Sempolno, and Izbica Kujawska became key locations where deportations were organized because their Jewish populations were gathered under guard and transported toward transit points leading to Chelmno, reinforcing the systematic nature of the campaign that targeted community after community across the countryside. And the deportation process often began with public announcements or written orders instructing residents to gather at designated assembly areas with limited belongings, embedding the moment of departure within the familiar streets and marketplaces where these families had lived and worked before the war, and as people assembled under the watchful eyes of guards they faced the uncertainty of leaving their homes without clear knowledge of where they were being taken, illustrating how deception played a role even at this early stage of the journey. And once assembled, the deportees were transported either by truck or train to nearby transit points such as the town of Kolo, where they were placed onto vehicles traveling toward Chelmno, reinforcing the logistical chain that connected dozens of communities to the extermination site. And for many individuals, this journey represented the final time they would see the places where their families had lived for generations, embedding the emotional weight of deportation within the broader destruction of local identity and belonging, and entire neighborhoods that had once been filled with shops, homes, and places of worship were gradually emptied as transports removed their residents one group at a time, illustrating how the extermination process reshaped the demographic landscape of the region. And after the deportations, the abandoned houses and businesses were often seized or repurposed by German authorities, reinforcing the economic dimension of the persecution in which property belonging to Jewish families was confiscated and redistributed, and the disappearance of these communities left visible changes in towns across the Wartheland where streets that had once echoed with familiar voices and daily activity suddenly became silent, embedding the loss of cultural diversity within the physical environment of the region. And although each deportation transport consisted of individuals with their own personal histories, when viewed together, these movements represented the systematic elimination of Jewish presence across an entire territory annexed by Nazi Germany, illustrating how the extermination camp at Chelmno functioned as the central destination for victims drawn from a wide network of smaller communities rather than a single large population center. And the victims, therefore, included shopkeepers who had served customers in local markets, teachers who had educated generations of students, craftsmen whose skills supported regional economies, and families whose traditions and celebrations had shaped the social life of their towns, reinforcing the depth of the loss experienced when these communities were destroyed. And by the time deportations slowed later in the war, the Jewish population of many towns in the Wartheland had effectively disappeared, embedding the legacy of Chelmno within a landscape where centuries of cultural presence had been erased in a matter of months. And understanding the experiences of these smaller communities therefore reveals the wider impact of the camp's operation, because it shows how the extermination process reached far beyond the boundaries of the village itself to transform the entire region, illustrating the scale of the tragedy that unfolded as town after town lost the people who had once been an integral part of its history. Chapter 5, Segment 4. Families, Children, and the Elderly, the most vulnerable victims. Among the thousands of people transported to Chelmno, one of the most tragic aspects of the camp's history is the presence of entire families who were deported together, including children and elderly individuals who had little ability to understand or resist the events unfolding around them, embedding the story of the camp within the destruction of generations whose lives had only just begun or were reaching their final years, and when deportations were organized from towns and ghettos across the Wartheland region. The categories used by German authorities often focused first on those who were considered unable to work within the forced labor systems operating under occupation, illustrating how bureaucratic classifications transformed vulnerable members of society into early targets for removal, and these categories frequently included elderly residents who had spent their lives building families and communities in the towns of Western Poland, as well as young children whose presence in the ghettos made survival increasingly difficult under the harsh conditions imposed by the occupation authorities, reinforcing the tragic reality that many of the first transports sent to Chelmno consisted of people who were least able to endure the journey or comprehend its purpose. And inside the ghettos, the announcement of deportations created moments of intense uncertainty, as families attempted to determine who would be required to leave and who might remain behind, embedding the experience of deportation within emotional scenes where parents, grandparents, and children faced the possibility of separation or shared exile without clear knowledge of where they were being taken. And in many cases, families chose to remain together even when the categories listed by the authorities might have allowed some members to stay temporarily, illustrating the deep bonds that shaped decisions during moments of fear and confusion. And when the day of deportation arrived, parents carried small children in their arms, while elderly relatives struggled to keep pace as groups were assembled under guard and prepared for transportation away from the ghettos and towns where they had lived, reinforcing the visible human dimension of these events as generations moved together through streets filled with uncertainty about the future. And the journey to transit points such as Kolo often placed additional strain on those who were already physically weak because the conditions of transport provided little comfort or assistance for the elderly or for young children who required constant care, embedding the vulnerability of these individuals within the difficult circumstances of deportation. And once the transports reached Chelmno, the same reception procedures described in earlier chapters were applied to everyone regardless of age or physical condition, illustrating the uniformity of the system that treated entire groups as part of an administrative process rather than as individuals with distinct needs or circumstances. And within the manor house courtyard, parents attempted to remain close to their children, while older family members leaned on relatives for support as they followed the instructions delivered by guards directing them through the building, reinforcing the emotional atmosphere that accompanied the final stages of the journey. And because the deportees had often been told that they were being relocated or sent for labor assignments, many families continued to hope that the separation from their homes might lead to a new place of residence rather than immediate danger, embedding the moment of arrival within a fragile sense of uncertainty rather than immediate understanding of the truth. And when groups were ordered to enter the trucks waiting outside the manor house, the appearance of the vehicles did not reveal their deadly purpose, illustrating how the design of the gas vans allowed the SS personnel to maintain the illusion that the journey would continue beyond the village. And inside the sealed compartments, families remained together during the short journey toward the Rzuczo forest, reinforcing the tragic unity that many maintained until the final moments of their lives. And the presence of children in these transports represents one of the most heartbreaking elements of the history of Chelmno, because their lives had barely begun before they were caught within the machinery of extermination created by the Nazi regime, embedding the story of the camp within the broader destruction of future generations that occurred during the Holocaust. And elderly victims likewise represented individuals who had spent decades contributing to their communities before the war only to face deportation during the final years of their lives, illustrating the indiscriminate nature of the extermination campaign that spared no one based on age or experience. And when the vans arrived in the forest clearing the forced labor, prisoners assigned to unload the vehicles encountered the remains of families who had traveled together from towns and ghettos across the Wartheland, reinforcing the tragic reality that entire family histories ended within the burial grounds of the camp. And although the Nazi authorities attempted to conceal the scale of the extermination taking place at Chelmno, the later testimonies of survivors and witnesses revealed the presence of children and elderly individuals among the victims, embedding their memory within the historical record that allows us to understand the full human impact of the camp's operation. And the loss of these generations had profound consequences for the communities from which they came because the removal of children erased the possibility of future growth, while the death of older members severed connections to traditions and histories that had been passed down through families for decades, illustrating how the extermination process destroyed both the present and the future of Jewish life in the region, and understanding the experiences of families, children, and elderly victims therefore reminds us that the story of Chelmno is not only a history of administrative systems and transportation networks, but also a deeply human tragedy in which individuals of every age were caught within the policies of persecution and extermination that define the Holocaust. Chapter 5, Segment 5. Numbers and Memory Estimating the Victims of Chelmno. When historians examine the history of Chelmno, one of the most difficult aspects of the camp's legacy involves determining the number of victims who lost their lives there, embedding the effort to understand the scale of the tragedy within a careful analysis of documents, testimonies, and physical evidence gathered after the war. And unlike some other camps where detailed administrative records survived, the operation at Chelmno was carried out in a manner that left relatively few written reports documenting the exact number of people transported and killed, illustrating the challenge faced by researchers attempting to reconstruct the full scope of the extermination program that unfolded in the village and the nearby Ruzacho forest. And despite these limitations, historians have been able to establish approximate estimates based on surviving German correspondence, transport records from the Lodz ghetto and surrounding towns, and testimonies from witnesses who observed or later described the events that occurred at the camp, reinforcing the importance of combining multiple sources to build a clearer picture of what happened there. And the majority of victims transported to Chelmno came from the Wartheland region, including both the large Jewish population confined within the Lodz ghetto and smaller communities scattered across towns and villages throughout western Poland, illustrating how the camp served as the primary extermination site for this annexed territory. During the early phase of the Holocaust and early deportations in late 1941 and early 1942 focused heavily on individuals considered unable to work within the forced labor system operating inside the ghettos, including elderly residents, children, and the sick, embedding the beginning of the extermination campaign within administrative decisions that categorized people according to perceived economic usefulness. And as the months passed, these categories expanded until entire groups from the ghetto and surrounding towns were deported to Chelmno, reinforcing the gradual escalation of the killing program during the camp's operation. And based on historical research, the total number of victims murdered at Chelmno is generally estimated to be at least 150,000 people, although some estimates place the figure higher when considering all phases of the camp's activity, illustrating the immense scale of the tragedy that unfolded within what had once been a quiet rural landscape. And the majority of these victims were Jewish men, women, and children whose families had lived in the region for generations before the war disrupted their communities, embedding the camp within the broader destruction of Jewish life across the Wartheland during the Holocaust. And in addition to Jewish victims, smaller groups of Roma individuals and others targeted by Nazi racial policies were also transported to the camp during its operation, reinforcing the wider scope of persecution that extended beyond a single community. And the killing process itself was carried out through the use of gas vans that transported victims from the manor house courtyard to the burial grounds in the Ruzacho forest, illustrating how the technological method employed at Chelmno formed one of the earliest large-scale implementations of gassing as a means of systematic murder during the Holocaust. And over time, the burial pits and later cremation sites within the forest became the final resting place for thousands of individuals whose names and stories were often lost as entire families disappeared from the towns and ghettos where they had once lived, embedding the tragedy of Chelmno within the broader challenge of remembering those whose identities were erased by the extermination program. And after the war, survivors, historians, and investigators worked to document what had happened at the camp in order to preserve the memory of the victims and to ensure that the events would not be forgotten, reinforcing the role of testimony and historical research in reconstructing the story of places where written records were deliberately destroyed or never created. and these efforts revealed not only the approximate number of people killed but also the individual experiences of families and communities whose members had been transported to Chelmno during the years of Nazi occupation, illustrating how the camp's history represents both a numerical record of mass murder and a collection of human stories interrupted by the violence of the Holocaust. And today the estimated number of victims serves as a reminder of the scale of loss that occurred within the boundaries of the camp and the forests surrounding it, embedding the memory of those who died there within the historical understanding of the Second World War. And although exact figures may never be known with complete certainty, the available evidence leaves no doubt about the enormous number of lives that ended at Chelmno and the profound impact that the camp had on the communities of the Wartheland region, reinforcing the importance of continuing to study and remember the events that took place there as part of the broader effort to understand the history of the Holocaust and the human consequences of the policies that created one of the earliest extermination camps in occupied Poland. Chapter 6, Segment 1. Daily life of the camp personnel routine inside the killing system. While much of the historical focus surrounding Chelmno centers on the victims who were transported there and the mechanisms used to carry out extermination, another important aspect of the camp's history involves examining the routines and responsibilities of the personnel who operated the site on a daily basis, embedding the functioning of the extermination process within the actions of a relatively small group of SS officers, police guards, drivers, and auxiliary personnel who maintained the camp's operations over many months, and understanding how these individuals carried out their duties reveals how the system of mass killing was sustained through routine administrative activity that transformed extraordinary violence into a structured daily task within the Nazi occupation system, illustrating the disturbing reality that the operation of an extermination camp depended not only on ideological directives from higher authorities but also on the everyday work performed by those stationed at the site itself, and the staff assigned to Chelmno was relatively small when compared with the personnel numbers at larger concentration camps, reinforcing the fact that the extermination process at the site relied heavily on efficiency, organization, and the use of forced prisoner labor rather than a large permanent garrison of guards. And the group of SS officers responsible for the camp included the commandant and several subordinate administrators who oversaw different aspects of the operation, embedding the leadership structure within the broader hierarchy of the SS and police administration that governed security policy in the Wartheland region. And these officers maintained communication with regional authorities while ensuring that deportations arriving from transit points such as Kolo could be processed according to the procedures that had been established during the early months of the camp's operation, illustrating the administrative role played by the leadership in coordinating the camp's activities with the wider extermination campaign unfolding across the region. And below this leadership level, a number of guards drawn from the Ordnungspolizei and other security units were assigned to maintain order within the manor house reception area and the forest burial grounds, reinforcing the layered structure of authority that allowed a small group of personnel to control large numbers of prisoners and deportees, and the daily schedule for these guards was shaped largely by the arrival of transports, embedding the rhythm of camp life within the movement of trucks carrying victims from Kolo and other locations across the Wartheland. And when a transport was expected, the staff prepared the courtyard of the manor house to receive the arriving vehicles, positioning guards around the area and ensuring that the reception procedures could proceed without interruption, illustrating how routine preparation became part of the administrative process that sustained the camp's operation. And once the deportees arrived, the guards supervised their movement into the manor house, where they were instructed to surrender belongings and prepare for what they were told would be disinfection before relocation, reinforcing the continued reliance on deception that allowed the reception process to occur with minimal resistance. And the personnel responsible for this stage of the operation worked quickly to maintain order and guide groups of prisoners through the building before directing them toward the gas vans waiting outside, embedding their actions within the sequence of tasks that defined the extermination process. And another group of staff members was responsible for operating the vehicles themselves, including drivers who transported the gas vans between the manor house and the Rzutcho forest, where the final stage of the process occurred, illustrating how the mechanical aspect of the killing system depended on individuals, whose role involved maintaining the vehicles and ensuring that the journey between the village and the forest continued throughout the day whenever transports were arriving. And once the vans reached the forest clearing, the drivers and guards coordinated with the labor prisoners assigned to the Sonderkommando, who unloaded the vehicles and disposed of the bodies in burial pits or cremation fires under strict supervision, reinforcing the interaction between SS personnel and forced prisoner labor. Within the functioning of the camp, and while the prisoners carried out the most physically demanding tasks, the guards maintained control over the area and ensured that the work proceeded according to the expectations of the camp leadership, embedding the burial grounds within the administrative structure of authority that governed the entire site. And when the vans had been emptied and cleaned, the drivers returned them to the manor house to repeat the process with the next group of deportees. Waiting there, illustrating the repetitive cycle that defined daily activity at Chelmno during the height of its operation in 1942. And outside these operational duties, the personnel stationed at the camp also maintained ordinary routines associated with life in a military or security unit, including meals, rest periods, and maintenance tasks connected to their equipment and living quarters within or near the village, reinforcing the unsettling contrast between the mundane aspects of daily life and the extraordinary violence occurring as part of their official responsibilities. And for many of the staff members, the camp represented a temporary assignment within the broader system of SS operations across occupied Europe, illustrating how individuals moved between different posts within the security apparatus while carrying out directives issued by higher authorities. And this rotation of personnel contributed to the continuation of the extermination process even when specific individuals were reassigned or replaced, embedding Chelmno within the larger administrative network that sustained the Holocaust. And examining the daily life of the camp personnel therefore reveals how the extermination system depended not only on ideology and policy but also on the routine actions of individuals who carried out their assigned duties within a structured environment that normalized the operation of mass killing, reinforcing the importance of understanding the human roles involved in maintaining such a system. And as we continue into the next segment, we will explore how the forced labor prisoners living within the camp experienced their daily existence under the control of the SS and the difficult conditions they faced while being compelled to participate in the functioning of the extermination site. Chapter 6, Segment 2. The Sonderkommando prisoners, forced labor inside the extermination process. Within the operational structure of Chelmno, a small group of prisoners was forced into a position that placed them directly inside the machinery of the camp's extermination process, embedding their daily existence within tasks that no ordinary prisoner in a traditional labor camp would ever have been expected to perform. And these individuals formed what the SS referred to as the Sonderkommando, a group of Jewish prisoners who were compelled under armed guard to assist in various stages of the camp's operation, illustrating one of the most tragic and morally complex aspects of the extermination system, in which victims themselves were forced to carry out work connected to the killing process. And the members of this group were selected from among arriving deportees and separated from the larger transports because the camp administration required a limited number of workers capable of performing physically demanding tasks associated with unloading the gas vans, managing burial pits, maintaining cremation fires, and handling the belongings left behind by victims during the reception procedures at the manor house, reinforcing the functional role that forced prisoner labor played in allowing a relatively small number of SS personnel to maintain the operation of the camp. And once selected, these prisoners were kept under strict guard and isolated from the outside world to prevent them from sharing information about the true purpose of the site, embedding their daily lives within a closed environment where survival depended entirely on compliance with the orders issued by the SS supervisors responsible for the camp's activities. And their living conditions were usually located either within a secured area of the manor house complex or in temporary barracks established near the forest burial grounds, illustrating how the camp authorities maintained physical separation between the forced labor prisoners and the surrounding population of the village to ensure that the extermination process remained concealed from outsiders, and the routine followed by members of the Sonderkommando began early each day when guards assembled them to prepare for the arrival of transports expected from transit points such as Kolo or directly from the Lodz ghetto, reinforcing the way their daily schedule was entirely dictated by the flow of deportations entering the camp system. And when trucks carrying deportees reached the manor house courtyard, the prisoners assigned to the reception area were ordered to collect the luggage and personal belongings surrendered by the victims before they were directed toward the gas vans, illustrating how the process of confiscating property formed an additional element of the camp's operation. And these belongings were sorted, packed, and later transported away from the site for redistribution or storage under German administration, embedding the economic dimension of the extermination program within the daily labor performed by the prisoners. And once the victims had been loaded into the gas vans, another group of Sonderkommando members stationed in the Rzutchow forest prepared for the arrival of the vehicles carrying the bodies of those who had been killed during the journey from the manor house, reinforcing the division of labor that structured the prisoner workforce within the camp's two main operational zones. And when the vans reached the forest clearing, the prisoners were ordered to open the rear doors and remove the bodies from the compartments before carrying them toward the burial pits that had been dug earlier under SS supervision, illustrating the physical demands of a task that required continuous effort under extremely harsh emotional conditions. And the prisoners worked quickly because the guards overseeing the operation insisted that the process continue without delay, so that the vehicles could return to the manor house to collect the next group of victims waiting in the courtyard, embedding the rhythm of their labor within the repetitive cycle of extermination that defined daily activity at Chelmno. And during the early months of the camp's operation, the bodies were placed into large pits in the forest where they were covered with earth once the burial area was filled, reinforcing the role played by the Sonderkommando in transforming the woodland clearing into one of the primary killing grounds of the Holocaust. And later, when the SS introduced open-air cremation in order to eliminate the growing accumulation of buried remains, the prisoners were forced to construct large pyres made from wooden supports where bodies were burned in order to reduce the evidence of the extermination process, illustrating how the tasks assigned to them evolved as the camp administration adapted its methods in response to logistical concerns. And in addition to these responsibilities, the Sonderkommando also cleaned the gas vans after each transport, removing any remaining items or debris from the vehicle interiors before the vans were returned to the manor house reception area, reinforcing the continuous cycle of work that occupied nearly every hour of their day. And despite the extreme circumstances under which they lived, the prisoners attempted to support one another through quiet acts of solidarity such as sharing food, offering brief moments of conversation when guards were not immediately present, or assisting those who struggled physically with the demands of the labor assigned to them, embedding a fragile sense of human connection within an environment designed to strip individuals of dignity and autonomy. And the members of the Sonderkommando were fully aware that their own survival remained uncertain because the SS authorities periodically replaced prisoner groups in order to prevent witnesses from remaining alive for long periods of time, illustrating the constant tension that shaped their existence as they carried out tasks under the shadow of possible execution. And for those who endured even a few weeks or months inside the camp, the psychological burden of witnessing the extermination of thousands of people from towns and ghettos across the Wartheland must have been immense, reinforcing the extraordinary circumstances under which they were forced to continue working each day. And after the war, the testimonies of a small number of surviving witnesses provided historians with valuable insights into how the Sonderkommando functioned within the structure of the camp, embedding the voices of those who experienced these events directly into the historical record that allows us to understand how Chelmno operated on a daily basis. And examining their experiences therefore reveals a crucial dimension of the camp's history because it shows how the Nazi extermination system depended not only on the orders of SS officers and the arrival of deportation transports, but also on the coerced labor of prisoners who were forced to maintain the operation under constant threat of violence and death. Chapter 6, Segment 3. Confiscation and Administration, Processing the Belongings of Victims. Alongside the transportation of deportees and the operation of the gas vans, Another structured component of daily life at Chelmno involved the systematic confiscation and processing of personal belongings taken from those who arrived at the camp, embedding the extermination process within an administrative routine that treated property as an organized resource to be collected, sorted, and redistributed under German authority. And although the victims themselves were brought to the manor house courtyard under the pretense that they were being prepared for relocation or disinfection, the SS personnel overseeing the reception area had already established procedures designed to ensure that all luggage, clothing, jewelry, and personal items would be removed and processed before the victims were directed toward the gas vans waiting outside, illustrating how economic exploitation formed an additional layer within the functioning of the camp, and when transports arrived from transit points, such as Kolo or directly from ghettos across the Wartheland region, the deportees were instructed to bring their belongings with them because they believed that these possessions would accompany them to whatever new destination awaited them, reinforcing the effectiveness of the deception used by the camp authorities to maintain order during the reception process. And once inside the manor house building, the victims were told to deposit their luggage and valuables in designated areas where prisoners assigned to labor details began the work of collecting and organizing the items under the supervision of guards, embedding the moment of confiscation within the carefully managed sequence of steps that structured the camp's daily operation. And these labor prisoners sorted clothing, shoes, documents, and personal possessions into different categories so that the items could later be packed and transported away from the site, illustrating the bureaucratic logic that governed even this stage of the extermination process. And valuables such as jewelry, watches, and currency were often separated immediately because they held direct economic value for the authorities responsible for managing confiscated property within the occupied territories, reinforcing the broader policy through which the Nazi regime systematically seized the belongings of Jewish victims as part of its campaign of persecution and exploitation. And after the sorting process, the collected items were stored temporarily before being loaded onto vehicles that carried them to administrative centers where they could be redistributed, sold, or absorbed into government-controlled supply systems, embedding the camp within a network of economic activity that extended far beyond the boundaries of the village itself. And clothing and textiles were particularly valuable because they could be reused by German civilians or military units facing shortages during the war, illustrating how the confiscation process connected the extermination site to the wartime economy of the Third Reich. And the prisoners assigned to handle these belongings worked under constant supervision to ensure that no items were hidden or removed without authorization, reinforcing the strict control maintained by the SS over every aspect of the camp's operation. And for the labor prisoners themselves, this work often created moments of emotional difficulty because the belongings they sorted included personal objects that reflected the everyday lives of the victims who had arrived only hours earlier, embedding the human dimension of the tragedy within items such as family photographs, letters, children's toys, and household objects that carried memories of homes and communities left behind. And although the prisoners were forced to continue their work under threat of punishment, these objects served as reminders that the victims were not anonymous figures but individuals whose lives had been interrupted by the policies of the Nazi regime, reinforcing the emotional weight carried by those who witnessed the process firsthand. And from the perspective of the SS administrators overseeing the camp, the confiscation of property was viewed as a practical necessity that accompanied the extermination campaign, illustrating how ideological goals and economic motives often overlapped within the broader structure of Nazi policy. And the careful organization of belongings also helped maintain the illusion presented to arriving deportees because the presence of luggage areas and instructions to label or arrange personal items suggested that they would soon be reunited with their possessions after relocation, embedding deception within even the most mundane details of the reception procedure. And once the belongings had been removed from the manor house area, the deportees were guided toward the gas vans and the final stage of the extermination process began, reinforcing how the confiscation stage served as a transitional moment between arrival and death within the camp's operational structure. And over time, the accumulation of clothing, suitcases, and personal objects passing through Chelmno represented the material trace of thousands of lives that had ended at the site, illustrating the scale of the destruction that unfolded within the village and the surrounding forest. And after the war, investigators examining the history of the camp relied partly on surviving records and testimonies, describing this confiscation process to understand how the administrative side of the extermination system functioned on a daily basis, embedding the memory of the victims not only within burial grounds and witness accounts but also within the record of belongings taken from them before their deaths. And studying this aspect of Chelmno therefore reveals how the camp operated as both a site of mass killing and a center of organized confiscation where property, clothing, and personal items were systematically removed and redistributed, illustrating once again how the Nazi extermination system combined violence, bureaucracy, and economic exploitation into a single coordinated structure that shaped the daily routines of those who operated the camp. Chapter 6, Segment 4. Guard Duties and Surveillance, Maintaining Control at Chelmno. Another central element of daily life within the operation of Chelmno involved the duties carried out by guards and police personnel responsible for maintaining strict control over the camp environment, embedding the extermination process within a structure of surveillance that ensured both prisoners and arriving deportees remained under constant supervision from the moment they entered the area until the final stage of the operation was completed, and although the number of personnel stationed permanently at Chelmno was relatively small compared with larger concentration camps elsewhere in occupied Europe, the authority exercised by these guards was absolute within the confined boundaries of the manor house complex and the nearby Rzutchow forest burial grounds, illustrating how a limited group of armed individuals could control thousands of victims through organization, intimidation, and carefully structured procedures designed to prevent confusion or resistance. And the guards assigned to Chelmno were drawn from various branches of the German security apparatus, including SS units and the Ordnungspolizei, reinforcing the integration of the camp into the broader network of Nazi police and security administration operating throughout the Wartheland region. And these men were responsible not only for overseeing the reception of deportation transports, but also for ensuring that the daily routines of the camp continued without interruption, embedding their presence within every stage of the extermination process, from the arrival of vehicles carrying deportees to the supervision of forced labor prisoners working in the forest burial area. And one of their primary tasks involved controlling the manor house courtyard where arriving transports were received, because this location represented the first point of contact between the deportees and the camp administration, illustrating how maintaining order in this space was considered essential for allowing the reception procedure to unfold according to the established pattern of deception and instruction that guided victims through the early stages of the process. And when trucks carrying deportees entered the courtyard, guards immediately surrounded the area and directed the passengers to disembark in groups while keeping the environment quiet and controlled so that panic or resistance would not spread among those who had just arrived, reinforcing the calculated approach used by the SS to maintain the appearance of authority and routine. And once the deportees were guided inside the manor house building, the guards remained stationed at entrances, hallways, and exits to ensure that movement through the structure followed the instructions delivered by camp personnel, embedding the physical layout of the building within a system of supervision designed to channel groups toward the courtyard where the gas vans were waiting. And outside the building, additional guards monitored the loading of deportees into the vehicles, illustrating how each stage of the process required coordination between personnel responsible for maintaining security and those responsible for operating the vehicles themselves. And after the vans departed for the Rzutchow forest, the guards stationed in the village continued to oversee the handling of confiscated belongings and the preparation of the courtyard for the arrival of the next transport expected from transit points such as Kolo, reinforcing the repetitive rhythm that defined daily operations at the camp during periods when deportations were occurring frequently. And in the forest area, another group of guards supervised the forced labor prisoners assigned to the Sonderkommando, who unloaded the vans, transported bodies to burial pits or cremation sites, and maintained the grounds where disposal activities took place, embedding the burial area within a tightly controlled environment where every movement of the prisoners was monitored to prevent escape or communication with nearby villagers, and these guards carried weapons and maintained strict discipline among the prisoners to ensure that the work proceeded quickly because the vehicles needed to return to the manor house in order to continue the extermination cycle, illustrating the constant pressure placed upon both prisoners and personnel to maintain efficiency within the operation. And beyond supervising the extermination process itself, the guards also performed patrol duties around the perimeter of the camp areas to ensure that no unauthorized individuals approached the manor house or the forest burial grounds, reinforcing the emphasis on secrecy that surrounded the activities at Chelmno. And because the camp was located near a rural village where local residents continued their everyday lives, the SS authorities were particularly concerned about limiting visibility into what was happening at the site, embedding the guards' patrol responsibilities within the broader strategy of concealing the extermination process from the surrounding population. And these patrols included monitoring nearby roads, restricting access to the forest area, and maintaining observation of the buildings used by camp personnel, illustrating how surveillance extended beyond the immediate killing process to include the protection of the entire operational environment. And at the end of each day, the guards returned to their living quarters where they rested and prepared for the next cycle of transports expected to arrive, reinforcing the unsettling contrast between the structured routine of their assignments and the extraordinary violence that formed the core of their daily duties. And studying the role of these guards within the operation of Chelmno therefore reveals how the extermination system relied not only on technology such as the gas vans, but also on the presence of individuals tasked with enforcing order, maintaining secrecy, and supervising both victims and prisoners throughout every stage of the camp's activities, illustrating once again how the machinery of mass killing functioned through organized human participation within a carefully controlled environment. Chapter 6, Segment 5. Routine and Normalization: How the System Continued Day After Day. When historians study the functioning of Chelmno, one of the most striking aspects of the camp's operation is the way in which the extraordinary violence of extermination became embedded within a repetitive routine that unfolded day after day, embedding the killing process within a structured schedule that allowed a relatively small group of personnel to maintain the camp's activities over extended periods of time. And this routine reflected a broader characteristic of the Nazi extermination system in which administrative planning, logistical coordination, and disciplined procedures transformed acts of mass murder into tasks carried out according to organized patterns of work, illustrating how the operation of the camp relied on the normalization of activities that would otherwise have been unimaginable within ordinary human experience. And at Chelmno, this routine began each morning when camp personnel prepared the manor house courtyard and the surrounding area for the possible arrival of transports scheduled to reach the village from transit points across the Wartheland region, reinforcing the central role played by transportation networks in shaping the rhythm of daily life at the site. And although the exact number of transports varied depending on administrative decisions made by regional authorities, the expectation that vehicles carrying deportees might arrive at any time required the staff to maintain a constant state of readiness, embedding the beginning of each day within preparations designed to ensure that the reception procedures could proceed smoothly once a transport entered the courtyard. And guards took their positions around the manor house building, while labor prisoners assigned to sorting tasks arranged the interior rooms where belongings would be collected, illustrating how even the earliest stage of the process depended on coordinated preparation among different groups working under the authority of the camp leadership. And when trucks carrying deportees arrived, the routine moved into its next phase as guards directed the passengers into the building and instructed them to surrender luggage and valuables before being guided back toward the courtyard where the gas vans were waiting, reinforcing the sequence of actions that had been repeated countless times since the camp began operating in late 1941. And once the deportees had been loaded into the vans, the drivers began the short journey toward the Rzutcho forest while the personnel remaining at the manor house prepared for the arrival of the next group expected to pass through the site, embedding the daily schedule within a cycle of movement between the village and the forest clearing where the disposal stage of the extermination process occurred. And in the forest area, the forced labor prisoners assigned to the Sonderkommando awaited the arrival of the vans so that they could unload the bodies and carry them to the burial pits or cremation fires under the supervision of armed guards, illustrating how their work formed another repeating element within the camp's routine as transport after transport reached the clearing throughout the day. And once the vehicles had been emptied and cleaned, they were driven back to the manor house courtyard where the next group of deportees was waiting, reinforcing the mechanical regularity of the process that connected the two locations through a constant cycle of travel and return. And this pattern continued until the transport scheduled for that day had been completed, embedding the entire operation within a rhythm that blended administrative planning with physical labor performed by both personnel and prisoners. And outside the immediate tasks connected to the extermination process, the camp staff also maintained ordinary activities associated with life in a security unit, including mealtimes, maintenance of vehicles and equipment, and brief periods of rest between the arrival of transports, illustrating the unsettling contrast between the routine elements of daily life and the extraordinary purpose of the camp itself. And for the personnel stationed at Chelmno, this repetition gradually transformed the operation of the extermination system into a familiar pattern of duties that they carried out according to orders issued by their superiors, reinforcing the way institutional structures can shape individual behavior within a hierarchical environment. And for the forced labor prisoners, the same routine created a different form of daily existence in which survival depended on completing assigned tasks under constant supervision, while remaining aware that their position within the system was temporary and uncertain, embedding their lives within a cycle that offered little stability or hope for the future. And over time, the continuation of these routines allowed the camp to function for months as transports arrived from ghettos and towns across the Wartheland, illustrating how the normalization of the extermination process enabled the Nazi administration to maintain large-scale killing operations without requiring vast numbers of personnel or complex infrastructure. And examining this aspect of Chelmno therefore reveals how the camp operated not only through ideology and violence, but also through the quiet repetition of procedures carried out within a structured environment that treated extermination as a task to be completed according to schedule, reinforcing the importance of understanding the administrative and psychological mechanisms that allowed such a system to continue day after day. And as we move forward into the next chapter, we will examine how the operation of Chelmno eventually began to change as the war progressed and as German authorities introduced new methods intended to conceal the evidence of the mass killings that had already taken place in the forests surrounding the camp. Chapter 7, Segment 1. The forced labor system work inside the extermination camp. Within the operational structure of Chelmno, forced labor formed an essential component that allowed the extermination process to function despite the relatively small number of German personnel stationed at the site, embedding the daily work of prisoners within a system designed not for economic productivity in the traditional sense, but for sustaining the mechanics of the camp's killing operations. And although extermination camps differed from concentration camps where large-scale labor programs were often organized for industrial or construction purposes, Chelmno still relied on a limited group of prisoners who were compelled under guard to perform tasks necessary for maintaining the camp's infrastructure, handling confiscated property, and disposing of the bodies of victims transported to the site, illustrating how forced labor became integrated into every stage of the extermination process, even within a camp whose primary function was the immediate killing of deportees. And the prisoners assigned to these duties were usually selected from among incoming transports because the camp administration required individuals capable of carrying out physically demanding work under strict supervision, reinforcing the tragic structure in which victims themselves were forced into roles that supported the continuation of the extermination system. And once chosen, these prisoners were separated from the main group of deportees and placed under the authority of SS guards who directed their activities throughout the day, embedding their lives within a closed environment where survival depended on obedience and endurance rather than any form of voluntary participation. and their work assignments varied depending on the operational needs of the camp, but generally fell into several categories that corresponded with different locations within the Chelmno complex, illustrating how the forced labor system was divided between tasks performed at the manor house reception area and those carried out in the Rzutchow forest burial grounds several kilometers away, and inside the manor house compound prisoners were required to assist with the reception procedures that greeted arriving transports, including collecting luggage, sorting clothing and personal belongings, and cleaning the rooms used to process deportees before they were directed toward the gas vans waiting in the courtyard, reinforcing the administrative dimension of the labor system in which prisoners handled the physical remnants of the lives that had been disrupted by deportation, and this work often involved long hours of repetitive effort as new transports arrived throughout the day and belongings accumulated in the building before being packed and removed from the site by German authorities responsible for redistributing confiscated property, embedding the economic aspect of the extermination system within the routine tasks performed by forced laborers and another group of prisoners assigned to duties at the manor house was responsible for maintaining the vehicles used in the operation, assisting drivers with cleaning the gas vans after each transport and preparing them for the next journey toward the forest clearing where the bodies of victims would be unloaded, illustrating how mechanical maintenance also became part of the forced labor system that supported the camp's activities. And beyond these responsibilities, the prisoners were required to carry out general maintenance tasks such as cleaning the courtyard, repairing damaged equipment, and ensuring that the buildings used by the camp personnel remained functional for the continuation of daily operations, reinforcing the idea that the forced labor system extended to nearly every aspect of life within the camp environment. And in the Rzutchow forest, the tasks assigned to prisoners were even more physically demanding because they were responsible for digging burial pits, transporting bodies from the gas vans, arranging them within the pits, and later maintaining the cremation fires introduced by the SS to reduce the accumulation of remains in the burial grounds, embedding the forest area within a landscape shaped almost entirely by the labor of prisoners working under armed supervision. And the work was carried out in difficult conditions because the prisoners were required to move quickly while handling heavy loads and navigating uneven terrain within the woodland clearing, illustrating how the physical environment added another layer of hardship to their already difficult circumstances. And throughout these activities, guards remained present to enforce discipline and ensure that the work continued according to the expectations of the camp administration, reinforcing the absolute authority exercised by SS personnel over every aspect of the prisoners' daily lives. And despite the brutal nature of these conditions, the forced labor system at Chelmno was carefully organized so that each group of prisoners performed specific tasks within a larger operational structure that kept the extermination process functioning without interruption, embedding their efforts within the broader machinery of the camp that connected transportation networks, reception procedures, and disposal operations into a single coordinated system. And the existence of this forced labor structure therefore reveals an important dimension of the camp's history because it shows how the extermination process depended not only on the decisions of high-ranking officials and the technology of the gas vans, but also on the coerced labor of prisoners who were compelled to sustain the daily functioning of the camp while living under constant threat of violence and death, illustrating once again how the Nazi extermination system combined ideology, administration, and forced human labor into a structure that allowed the camp at Chelmno to operate for extended periods during the Holocaust. Chapter 7, Segment 2. Labor in the Manor House Complex, Work Behind the Reception Process. Within the operational structure of Chelmno, the Manor House Complex served as the central reception point for transports arriving from ghettos and towns across the Wartheland region. And inside this location, a number of forced labor prisoners were assigned to duties that supported the administrative and logistical stages of the extermination process, embedding their daily lives within tasks that took place before victims were transported toward the Rzutchow forest burial grounds. And although the physical environment of the manor house might outwardly have resembled a temporary processing station rather than a camp facility designed for killing, the activities carried out inside its walls formed a crucial part of the system that allowed the extermination program to operate with efficiency and control, illustrating how the forced labor performed in this building contributed directly to the functioning of the camp's broader structure, and the prisoners assigned to work in the manor house were typically selected from incoming deportation transports because the SS personnel overseeing the camp required individuals who could carry out physically demanding tasks such as lifting luggage, organizing clothing, cleaning rooms, and maintaining the courtyard area where vehicles entered and departed throughout the day, reinforcing the tragic reality that victims themselves were forced to sustain the early stages of the process that ultimately led to the destruction of those arriving at the camp. And once selected, these prisoners were separated from the main group of deportees and placed under constant guard so that they remained isolated from the outside world and from the surrounding village population, embedding their existence within a confined environment where movement was controlled and every task was performed according to orders issued by the camp authorities. And their work often began before the arrival of transports because the manor house had to be prepared for the reception procedures that followed each delivery of deportees, illustrating how the routine of forced labor was shaped by the expected flow of vehicles traveling from transit points such as Kolo toward the village. And during these preparation periods, prisoners cleaned the rooms used to collect belongings, organized storage areas where luggage and personal possessions would be placed, and ensured that the corridors and entrances of the building were clear so that groups of arriving deportees could be guided through the structure without interruption, reinforcing the administrative discipline that governed the camp's operations. And when trucks carrying deportees entered the courtyard, the prisoners assigned to the manor house immediately began assisting with the unloading of luggage and packages brought by those who believed they were being transported to a new place of residence or labor, embedding the moment of arrival within a carefully structured sequence of actions designed to maintain order and reduce confusion among the victims. And once the belongings had been collected, they were sorted according to categories established by the camp administration so that valuable items could be separated from clothing and household goods destined for redistribution through the German wartime supply system, illustrating how the economic exploitation of confiscated property became integrated into the daily work carried out by forced labor prisoners inside the building. And this sorting process required long hours of repetitive effort because each transport brought with it suitcases, bundles, and personal objects representing the lives of dozens or sometimes hundreds of individuals who had been deported from their homes, reinforcing the emotional difficulty faced by the prisoners who handled these belongings while knowing the fate awaiting their owners. And in addition to sorting luggage, the labor prisoners were also required to collect and organize clothing removed during the reception process, ensuring that garments were folded or packed into containers that could later be transported away from the site by German authorities responsible for managing confiscated property across the occupied territories, embedding the manor house within a wider administrative network that extended beyond the boundaries of the camp itself. And after each group of deportees had passed through the building, the prisoners cleaned the rooms and corridors once again so that the next transport could be received without visible signs of what had just occurred, illustrating the emphasis placed by the camp authorities on maintaining an environment that appeared orderly and controlled despite the deadly purpose of the site. And outside in the courtyard, another group of prisoners assisted with the maintenance of the vehicles used in the extermination process, helping drivers prepare the gas vans for their journeys toward the forest clearing where the bodies of victims would be unloaded, reinforcing the mechanical dimension of the forced labor system that supported the camp's activities. And these prisoners often worked quickly under the supervision of guards because the schedule of transports required the vehicles to return to the manor house repeatedly throughout the day, embedding the rhythm of their labor within the repetitive cycle that defined the camp's operation. And despite the harsh conditions under which they lived, the prisoners sometimes attempted to support one another through brief moments of conversation or cooperation while carrying out their assigned tasks, illustrating how small acts of solidarity could emerge even within an environment designed to strip individuals of autonomy and dignity, and their survival depended entirely on continuing to perform the work demanded by the camp authorities, because refusal or failure to meet expectations could lead to immediate punishment or replacement by other prisoners selected from incoming transports, reinforcing the constant tension that shaped daily life within the forced labor system. And examining the work performed inside the manor house complex therefore reveals an important dimension of Chelmno's history because it shows how the extermination process relied not only on the technology of the gas vans and the burial grounds in the forest, but also on the administrative labor carried out within the building where deportees first arrived, illustrating once again how the machinery of mass killing functioned through a combination of organized procedures and coerced human effort sustained under strict supervision by the camp authorities. Chapter 7, Segment 3. Labor in the Rzuczo Forest, Work at the Burial and Cremation Grounds. While a portion of the forced labor system at Chelmno operated within the manor house complex where transports first arrived, another group of prisoners carried out their duties several kilometers away in the wooded area known as the Rzuczo Forest, embedding their daily existence within the environment that served as the final stage of the extermination process, and the work performed there was among the most physically demanding and emotionally difficult tasks assigned to prisoners within the camp because it involved the disposal of the bodies of victims transported from the village in the gas vans, illustrating how the forest clearing became an essential location within the structure of the camp's operation, and the prisoners assigned to this area were selected from incoming deportation transports and placed under strict supervision by SS guards, who ensured that the tasks required by the camp administration were completed without interruption, reinforcing the absolute authority exercised over every aspect of their lives and movements within the burial grounds. And once selected, these prisoners were usually housed in simple barracks or temporary shelters located near the forest clearing, so that they could begin work immediately whenever the gas vans arrived from the manor house courtyard carrying the bodies of victims who had been killed during the short journey through the countryside, embedding their daily schedule within the repeated arrival of vehicles traveling along the road connecting the village and the forest. And each time a van reached the clearing, the prisoners were ordered to open the rear doors and begin unloading the bodies contained within the sealed compartment, illustrating how the work required both physical strength and speed, because the SS personnel supervising the operation insisted that the process continue quickly in order to maintain the rhythm of transports moving between the two locations. And once the bodies had been removed from the vehicle, they were carried toward large burial pits that had been dug earlier under the direction of the camp authorities, reinforcing the role of forced labor prisoners in transforming the forest landscape into a site shaped by the demands of the extermination program. And these pits were often deep and wide so that multiple layers of bodies could be placed within them before being covered with soil, embedding the victims within the ground of the forest where thousands of individuals were buried during the early phases of the camp's operation, and the prisoners responsible for digging these pits worked with basic tools such as shovels and picks, illustrating the intense physical effort required to reshape the terrain while working under constant guard. And as the number of transports increased throughout 1942, the burial grounds expanded across the clearing with new pits being prepared whenever existing ones reached capacity, reinforcing the growing scale of the extermination campaign taking place in the region. And over time, the SS leadership decided to alter the disposal method by introducing large open-air cremation fires designed to eliminate the accumulation of buried remains and reduce the physical evidence of the mass killings that had occurred in the forest, embedding the forced labor system within a new stage of work that required prisoners to construct wooden frameworks capable of supporting bodies while allowing air to circulate beneath the fires used to burn them. And this change in method added additional responsibilities to the daily routine of the prisoners because they were required to gather wood from the surrounding forest, stack materials in preparation for cremation, and maintain the fires long enough for the remains to be reduced to ash, illustrating how the tasks assigned to them evolved as the camp administration adjusted its approach to managing the burial grounds. And throughout these activities, SS guards remained present to supervise every movement of the prisoners and ensure that the work proceeded according to the expectations of the camp leadership, reinforcing the atmosphere of constant surveillance that defined life within the forest clearing. And despite the extreme conditions under which they worked, the prisoners sometimes attempted to assist one another through quiet cooperation such as sharing tools, helping those who struggled physically with the heavy labor, or exchanging brief words of encouragement when the opportunity arose, embedding small acts of solidarity within an environment otherwise dominated by coercion and violence. And the psychological burden carried by these individuals must have been immense because they were forced to witness the results of the extermination process on a daily basis while continuing to perform the tasks required to maintain the operation of the camp, illustrating the tragic circumstances under which survival depended on participating in a system designed to destroy their own communities. And the prisoners assigned to the forest area were also aware that their position within the camp offered no guarantee of long-term survival, because the SS authorities periodically replaced labor groups to prevent witnesses from remaining alive for extended periods, reinforcing the sense of uncertainty that shaped their existence as they carried out the work demanded by the camp administration. And after the war, the testimonies of a small number of surviving witnesses helped historians understand the role played by forced labor prisoners in the Rusoczo forest, embedding their experiences within the historical record that reveals how the extermination system at Chelmno functioned on a practical level. And studying this aspect of the camp therefore highlights the crucial role of coerced labor within the machinery of the Holocaust because it demonstrates how the operation of the extermination process relied not only on vehicles, guards, and administrative planning, but also on the physical efforts of prisoners compelled to work within one of the earliest killing sites established by Nazi Germany in occupied Poland. Chapter 7, Segment 4. Living conditions of the prisoner laborers' survival inside the system. Within the forced labor structure of Chelmno, the prisoners selected to work in the manor house complex and the Rusoczo forest existed under conditions that were shaped by constant supervision, limited resources, and the knowledge that their survival depended on remaining useful to the camp authorities, embedding their daily lives within a fragile existence where each day of work offered only temporary protection from the same fate that had already overtaken thousands of others transported to the site. And although Chelmno did not operate in the same way as large concentration camps that maintained extensive prisoner barracks and organized labor detachments, the individuals selected to serve in the camp's forced labor units were nevertheless kept within controlled areas where their movement was strictly limited and their daily routine was entirely dictated by the operational needs of the extermination process, illustrating how even a camp primarily designed for immediate killing still required a small prisoner population whose labor sustained the machinery of the system, and the prisoners assigned to these duties were usually housed in simple quarters located either within secured parts of the manor house grounds or in makeshift barracks near the burial and cremation sites in the Rusoczo forest, reinforcing the physical separation maintained between them and the surrounding civilian population of the nearby village. And these living spaces were often basic in construction, consisting of small rooms or wooden shelters where groups of prisoners slept together under crowded conditions while remaining under the constant watch of guards who ensured that no one attempted to escape or communicate with outsiders, embedding their existence within an environment where surveillance was a permanent feature of daily life. And the routine followed by the prisoners began early each day as guards assembled them for work assignments connected to the arrival of deportation transports or the maintenance of the camp's operational areas, illustrating how their schedule was entirely dependent on the rhythm of the extermination process unfolding around them. And because the tasks required by the camp administration were physically demanding, the prisoners often worked for long hours with little opportunity for rest, reinforcing the exhausting nature of the labor that included lifting heavy loads, digging burial pits, sorting large quantities of clothing and belongings, and maintaining cremation fires that burned continuously during periods of intense activity at the camp. And the food provided to the prisoner laborers was limited and usually consisted of simple rations that were barely sufficient to sustain the energy required for the work assigned to them, embedding their struggle for physical survival within a system that offered only the minimum resources necessary to keep them functioning as workers within the extermination process. And despite these hardships, the prisoners often attempted to support one another through small acts of cooperation such as sharing portions of food, assisting those who became weak from exhaustion, or exchanging quiet conversations that allowed them to maintain a sense of human connection in an environment designed to isolate and control them. illustrating the resilience that could emerge even within the most difficult circumstances, and the presence of guards ensured that discipline remained strict because any sign of resistance, refusal to work, or attempt to escape could result in immediate punishment or execution, reinforcing the absolute authority exercised by the SS over the lives of those held within the forced labor system at Chelmno. And the prisoners themselves understood that their role within the camp provided only temporary protection because the SS authorities periodically replaced labor groups in order to prevent witnesses from surviving long enough to reveal the full details of the extermination process, embedding a constant sense of uncertainty within their daily existence as they continued to perform the tasks required of them. And this awareness meant that even moments of rest carried the weight of uncertainty about what might happen next, illustrating how psychological stress accompanied the physical exhaustion created by their work assignments, and the prisoners who lived near the forest burial grounds experienced an especially isolated form of existence because their quarters were located within the same woodland environment where the disposal of bodies took place, reinforcing the closeness between their living space and the site of the extermination activities that dominated their daily routine. And despite these conditions, some prisoners attempted to preserve fragments of normal human behavior by remembering the lives they had lived before deportation, speaking quietly about their families or communities whenever guards were not immediately present, embedding their memories within the fragile social bonds that formed among individuals sharing the same difficult circumstances. And after the war, the testimonies of a small number of survivors and witnesses helped historians understand the living conditions experienced by the forced labor prisoners at Chelmno, illustrating how the camp functioned not only as a site of mass killing but also as a place where a small population of prisoners struggled each day to remain alive within a system designed primarily for destruction. And examining these living conditions therefore reveals another important dimension of the camp's history because it highlights the human experiences that existed within the forced labor structure that sustained the extermination process, reinforcing the importance of remembering those who endured these conditions while being compelled to maintain the operation of one of the earliest death camps established by Nazi Germany during the Holocaust. Chapter 7, Segment 5. Survival, Witness, and the Fragile Chances of Escape. Within the forced labor system of Chelmno, the prisoners selected to carry out the work required by the camp administration lived with the constant awareness that their survival depended on circumstances largely beyond their control, embedding their daily existence within a fragile balance between usefulness to the camp authorities and the ever-present danger that their lives could end at any moment. And unlike deportees who were killed shortly after arrival, the labor prisoners occupied a temporary position within the extermination structure because the SS personnel required workers capable of maintaining the camp's operations, illustrating how survival for these individuals was linked directly to their ability to continue performing the physically demanding tasks assigned to them. And yet even this role offered no lasting security because the camp leadership periodically replaced labor groups in order to eliminate witnesses who had seen too much of the extermination process unfolding inside the manor house complex and the burial grounds in the Rzutcho forest, reinforcing the sense of uncertainty that shaped the lives of those compelled to work there. And each day the prisoners carried out their duties knowing that the same system they were helping to maintain could eventually claim their own lives once the authorities decided that their labor was no longer required, embedding a constant psychological tension within the routine of forced work that defined their existence at the camp. And despite these circumstances, some prisoners attempted to find ways to preserve hope or at least maintain the possibility of survival by supporting one another through small acts of cooperation that strengthened the fragile bonds formed among individuals sharing the same fate, illustrating how human connection could persist even in environments designed to isolate and control. And these acts often involved sharing food, assisting those weakened by exhaustion, or quietly exchanging information about the camp's operations in order to understand the risks and opportunities that might appear during moments when supervision by guards became less intense, reinforcing the role of communication in helping prisoners navigate the difficult conditions of life inside the forced labor system. And among the possibilities discussed by prisoners were the rare chances for escape that might arise when working in the forest area where the burial pits and cremation fires were located, because the surrounding woodland offered a landscape that was less confined than the courtyard of the manor house, embedding the idea of escape within the physical geography of the camp itself. And yet attempting to flee from Chelmno was extremely dangerous because guards patrolled the area and the nearby villages were under the control of German occupation authorities who might report unfamiliar individuals moving through the countryside, illustrating how the broader environment surrounding the camp formed an extension of the surveillance system designed to prevent prisoners from escaping. And even when a prisoner managed to slip away from the immediate supervision of guards, the challenge of surviving in unfamiliar territory while avoiding detection remained immense, reinforcing the limited opportunities available for those seeking to escape the camp. And despite these obstacles, a small number of individuals did manage to flee from Chelmno during its period of operation, providing later testimony that helped investigators understand how the extermination system functioned inside the camp, embedding their voices within the historical record that allows historians to reconstruct the events that took place there. And these survivors often relied on assistance from local residents or members of resistance networks who helped them find shelter or safe passage away from the region, illustrating how acts of courage by civilians could sometimes intersect with the desperate efforts of prisoners trying to escape the camp's control. And the testimonies provided by those who survived became extremely valuable after the war because they offered detailed descriptions of the reception procedures at the manor house, the operation of the gas vans, and the forced labor performed in the Rzutcho forest burial grounds, reinforcing the importance of witness accounts in documenting the history of sites where official records were incomplete or deliberately destroyed. And for the majority of prisoners assigned to forced labor at Chelmno, survival remained uncertain and temporary, because the camp authorities eventually replaced labor groups as part of their effort to maintain secrecy around the extermination process, embedding the tragic reality that even those who survived for weeks or months within the system were rarely able to escape its reach entirely. And yet the stories of those who endured these conditions and later shared their experiences continue to shape our understanding of how the camp operated and how individuals struggled to maintain dignity and hope within one of the earliest death camps established by Nazi Germany, illustrating the human dimension of the history that extends beyond administrative structures and numerical estimates of victims. And by examining the fragile chances of survival, the rare escapes that succeeded, and the testimonies left behind by those who witnessed the events at Chelmno, historians are able to preserve the memory of what happened there and ensure that the voices of those who experienced the camp firsthand remain part of the broader effort to understand the Holocaust and the systems that made such destruction possible. Chapter 8, Segment 1. Punishment and Control, Discipline inside the camp system. Within the structure of Chelmno, discipline and control formed essential elements of the camp's daily functioning, embedding the operation of the extermination system within an environment where authority was enforced through constant supervision and the threat of punishment for any action that challenged the orders issued by the SS personnel responsible for managing the site. And although Chelmno differed from larger concentration camps in terms of size and infrastructure, the same principles of strict control applied within its boundaries because the camp administration depended on maintaining absolute authority over both the forced labor prisoners and the deportees passing through the reception process, illustrating how discipline served as a central mechanism that allowed a relatively small number of guards to manage an operation involving thousands of victims over an extended period of time. And the enforcement of discipline began immediately upon the arrival of transports at the manor house courtyard, where guards surrounded the vehicles and directed the deportees to disembark in an orderly manner, reinforcing the controlled atmosphere that the camp authorities sought to maintain during the reception procedure. And by presenting clear instructions delivered with firm authority, the guards created an environment in which confusion and resistance were minimized, embedding the early stages of the extermination process within a carefully managed interaction between personnel and victims, and once deportees were guided into the manor house building, they remained under the watchful presence of guards stationed at entrances, hallways, and exits, illustrating how surveillance formed part of the system designed to ensure that every movement followed the instructions issued by the camp staff, and this supervision extended to the forced labor prisoners working inside the building who were required to carry out their duties under the direct observation of guards, responsible for maintaining order throughout the reception area, reinforcing the constant presence of authority that defined daily life within the camp environment. And the prisoners assigned to labor tasks quickly learned that failure to complete assigned work or attempts to delay the process could lead to punishment, because the camp administration expected the reception and disposal stages of the extermination system to operate without interruption, embedding discipline within the rhythm of the camp's operations as transports arrived and were processed according to established procedures, and punishments for prisoners who violated orders could take several forms, including physical assault, deprivation of food, or replacement by other prisoners selected from incoming transports, illustrating how the threat of violence remained an ever-present reality, shaping the behavior of those forced to work within the camp. And guards also maintained strict control in the Rzeszow forest burial grounds, where prisoners were required to unload bodies from the gas vans, dig burial pits, and later manage cremation fires introduced to dispose of remains, reinforcing the importance placed by the SS authorities on ensuring that these tasks were carried out quickly and efficiently. And because the forest clearing represented a more isolated environment than the manor house courtyard, the guards assigned to supervise labor there maintained particularly close observation of the prisoners to prevent escape attempts or unauthorized movement within the wooded area, embedding surveillance within the geography of the camp's operational zones. And the presence of armed guards combined with the physical exhaustion caused by the labor assignments made resistance extremely difficult for the prisoners working in the forest, illustrating how the system of discipline was reinforced by both environmental and psychological pressures. And the deportees who arrived at Chelmno experienced this atmosphere of control during the brief period between their arrival at the manor house and their transport in the gas vans, because guards directed them through the reception procedures with firm instructions that discouraged hesitation or disorder, reinforcing the impression of an organized transit facility rather than a site of immediate danger. And this combination of authority and deception formed a central feature of the camp's operational strategy, because maintaining calm among deportees allowed the extermination process to proceed quickly without requiring large numbers of guards to enforce compliance, embedding discipline within the broader design of the system. And throughout the camp's period of operation, the enforcement of control remained one of the primary responsibilities of the personnel stationed there, because the effectiveness of the extermination process depended on maintaining a predictable and orderly environment where each stage of the operation could unfold according to plan, illustrating how discipline functioned as both a practical and psychological tool within the structure of the camp. And examining the role of punishment and control within Chelmno therefore reveals how the authority exercised by the SS and police guards created the conditions necessary for the camp's daily routine to continue, reinforcing the broader understanding that systems of mass violence rely not only on ideological directives but also on mechanisms of discipline that shape the behavior of individuals within hierarchical structures of power. Chapter 8, Segment 2. The constant threat, violence as a tool of authority. Within the operational structure of Chelmno, the authority exercised by the SS personnel and guards was reinforced not only through orders and surveillance, but also through the constant threat of violence that shaped the behavior of everyone present within the camp environment, embedding the daily functioning of the extermination system within a climate where obedience was maintained by the understanding that any form of resistance, hesitation, or disobedience could result in immediate punishment. And although the camp itself did not resemble the large concentration complexes that held thousands of long-term prisoners, the relatively small number of forced laborers and guards present at Chelmno created an environment where authority could be enforced quickly and directly without the need for extensive bureaucratic procedures, illustrating how violence served as an immediate tool used by camp personnel to maintain control over both prisoners and the deportees passing through. The site, And this atmosphere began the moment transports arrived at the manor house courtyard, because guards surrounded the vehicles and directed the passengers to disembark under firm instructions designed to keep the situation orderly and predictable, reinforcing the importance placed by the camp authorities on maintaining discipline during the reception process. And when deportees stepped down from the trucks, they often encountered guards carrying weapons and speaking with the authoritative tone typical of military or police personnel, embedding the sense of control that defined the environment of the camp from the very first moment of arrival. And although the deportees had been told they were being relocated or prepared for labor elsewhere, the presence of armed guards ensured that few individuals attempted to question instructions or challenge the authority of those directing them through the reception procedures inside the manor house building, illustrating how the combination of deception and visible force created a psychological atmosphere in which compliance appeared to be the safest response for those who had just arrived, and the same climate of control existed for the forced labor prisoners working within the camp because their daily tasks were performed under constant supervision from guards who monitored their movements and ensured that every assignment was completed according to expectations set by the camp leadership, reinforcing the role of violence as an underlying threat that shaped the behavior of the prisoners even when direct punishment was not taking place. And these prisoners quickly understood that their survival depended on maintaining the pace of work required by the extermination process because delays in unloading vehicles, digging burial pits, or sorting confiscated property could lead to immediate retaliation from the guards responsible for supervising those activities, embedding the pressure of physical labor within a broader environment of fear and uncertainty. And within the Rzutchow forest burial grounds, the role of violence in maintaining authority was particularly visible because the prisoners working there were located in a relatively isolated area where guards could enforce discipline without witnesses from outside the camp environment, illustrating how the geography of the site allowed the SS personnel to exercise direct control over the laborers responsible for disposing of bodies and maintaining cremation. Fires and the presence of armed supervision ensured that the prisoners continued their work even under extremely difficult conditions involving heavy physical labor and emotional strain, reinforcing the idea that the extermination system depended not only on technical procedures but also on the power dynamics created by armed authority. And the guards themselves operated within a hierarchical structure where obedience to orders from higher-ranking officers formed an essential part of their duties, embedding their actions within the broader command system of the SS and police administration responsible for implementing Nazi security policy in the Wartheland region. And this hierarchy meant that the enforcement of discipline at Chelmno reflected both local decisions made by the camp leadership and directives issued by regional authorities overseeing the extermination campaign, illustrating how individual acts of violence or intimidation were connected to a larger institutional framework designed to carry out the goals of the Nazi regime. And despite the constant presence of authority and the threat of punishment, some prisoners still attempted to find small ways to support one another through quiet cooperation, sharing limited food supplies or offering assistance during physically demanding tasks in the burial grounds or sorting areas of the manor house, embedding moments of human solidarity within an environment otherwise defined by control and coercion. And the testimonies of survivors and witnesses after the war revealed how this atmosphere of intimidation and violence shaped the daily experiences of those who lived and worked within the camp, illustrating the role that fear played in maintaining the routine of extermination that continued for months as transports arrived from ghettos and towns across the Wartheland region. And by examining how violence functioned as a tool of authority within Chelmno, historians gain a deeper understanding of how the camp operated on a practical level because the system relied not only on the vehicles, burial grounds, and administrative planning that structured the extermination process, but also on the constant enforcement of discipline by guards who ensured that both prisoners and deportees remained under control at every stage of their journey through the camp, reinforcing the broader lesson that systems of mass violence are sustained not only by ideology and organization but also by the deliberate use of intimidation and force to maintain obedience within hierarchical structures of power. Chapter 8, Segment 3. The System of Replacement Eliminating Witnesses. Within the structure of Chelmno, The forced labor system that sustained the operation of the extermination process was shaped by an additional policy that profoundly affected the lives of the prisoners selected to work inside the camp, embedding their daily existence within a cycle of temporary survival that was constantly threatened by the deliberate effort of the camp authorities to eliminate witnesses who had observed the details of the extermination process. And this practice reflected a broader concern within the Nazi administration that the secrecy surrounding extermination camps must be preserved in order to prevent information about the killings from spreading beyond the immediate area, illustrating how the effort to conceal evidence influenced the treatment of prisoners who were forced to assist in the functioning of the camp. And unlike concentration camps where prisoners might remain for extended periods while performing labor in factories or construction projects, the prisoners assigned to work at Chelmno occupied positions that exposed them directly to the most sensitive aspects of the extermination system, reinforcing the perception among SS personnel that these individuals possessed knowledge that could threaten the secrecy of the operation if they survived long enough to share what they had seen. And as a result, the camp leadership periodically replaced labor groups selected from incoming transports with new prisoners chosen to take their place, embedding a pattern of turnover within the forced labor system that ensured few individuals remained alive for long periods of time within the camp environment. And this replacement system meant that prisoners who had been working in the manor house reception area or in the burial grounds of the Rzuczo forest lived with the constant awareness that their usefulness to the camp administration was temporary, illustrating how survival was linked directly to the moment when the authorities decided that new workers would be required to continue the operation, and when a replacement occurred, the prisoners who had previously performed these duties were removed from their positions and killed in the same manner as the deportees who arrived at the camp, reinforcing the tragic reality that even those compelled to support the extermination system were ultimately consumed by it, and the introduction of new prisoners drawn from incoming transports ensured that the labor force required for tasks such as sorting belongings, unloading gas vans, digging burial pits, and maintaining cremation fires remained available while preventing long-term witnesses from accumulating knowledge about the full scale of the camp's activities, embedding secrecy within the operational design of the camp itself. And for the prisoners assigned to these roles, the knowledge that their position would eventually come to an end created a persistent psychological burden that shaped every aspect of their daily lives. Because each day of survival could be followed by sudden replacement without warning, illustrating how the uncertainty of their situation was as powerful as the physical hardships of the labor they performed. And despite these circumstances, some prisoners attempted to preserve small acts of human solidarity by supporting one another through shared conversation, assistance with difficult tasks, or quiet remembrance of the communities from which they had been deported, reinforcing the resilience of human connection even within an environment dominated by coercion and fear. And the replacement system also served another purpose within the camp's administrative structure, because it allowed the SS personnel to maintain discipline among the prisoners by reminding them that their continued survival depended on remaining useful to the camp authorities, embedding obedience within the awareness that disobedience or resistance could lead to immediate replacement and death. And this constant pressure ensured that the forced labor system continued functioning even under the most difficult circumstances, because the prisoners understood that completing their assigned tasks was the only way to delay the moment when they might be removed from their roles, illustrating how psychological control became integrated into the structure of the camp's operation. And after the war, the testimonies of surviving witnesses revealed how this system of replacement shaped the experiences of those who worked inside Chelmno, because it demonstrated that the extermination camp did not rely on a stable prisoner population but instead operated through a continually changing labor force drawn from the very transports that arrived to be killed, embedding the voices of survivors within the historical record that allows historians to reconstruct the internal functioning of the camp. And these accounts also highlighted the rare circumstances under which some individuals managed to survive long enough to escape or later testify about what had occurred there, illustrating how the replacement system was intended to prevent precisely such outcomes by ensuring that knowledge of the extermination process remained confined within the camp itself. And examining this policy, therefore, reveals another important dimension of the history of Chelmno because it shows how the effort to conceal the crimes committed there influenced the treatment of prisoners and shaped the structure of the forced labor system that sustained the operation of the camp, reinforcing the broader understanding that the extermination process was accompanied by deliberate strategies designed to prevent the outside world from learning the full details of what was taking place within the forests and buildings surrounding the village of Chelmno. Chapter 8, Segment 4. Psychological pressure, fear, silence, and control. Inside the operational environment of Chelmno, control over prisoners and deportees was maintained not only through physical punishment and the presence of armed guards, but also through powerful psychological pressures that shaped how individuals behaved within the camp, embedding the extermination system within an atmosphere where fear, uncertainty, and silence became tools that reinforced the authority of the SS personnel responsible for directing the site. And although the camp itself consisted of relatively small areas such as the manor house courtyard and the burial grounds in the Rzutcho forest, the emotional weight carried by those who found themselves within these spaces created an environment where the threat of violence often worked as effectively as violence itself, illustrating how psychological influence became an integral part of the mechanisms that allowed the camp to function with limited personnel while processing large numbers of deportees. And for the forced labor prisoners assigned to work within the camp, this psychological pressure was present from the moment they were selected from arriving transports because they immediately understood that their lives depended on the expectations of the guards supervising their work, reinforcing the fragile balance between temporary survival and the possibility of replacement that defined their existence inside the forced labor system. And every task they performed was accompanied by the awareness that mistakes, delays, or perceived disobedience could bring punishment or removal from their position, embedding a constant sense of anxiety within even the most routine activities carried out inside the manor house complex or the forest burial grounds. And this tension was intensified by the knowledge that the camp authorities deliberately replaced labor groups in order to eliminate witnesses, illustrating how the uncertainty surrounding their future contributed to the psychological burden experienced by prisoners who were forced to continue working within the extermination system. And even during brief moments of rest, the prisoners remained aware that guards could issue new orders at any time, reinforcing the lack of stability that shaped their daily lives. And the deportees arriving at the camp experienced their own form of psychological pressure during the short period between their arrival in the manor house courtyard and their transport toward the forest, because the environment created by the guards combined authority with deception in a way that discouraged open questioning of the instructions being given, embedding confusion within the reception process so that victims followed directions without fully understanding the danger they faced. And the calm but firm tone used by the guards when issuing orders reinforced the impression that the procedures taking place inside the manor house were part of an organized relocation system rather than an extermination process, illustrating how psychological control worked alongside physical supervision to maintain order during the early stages of the deportees' arrival. And this combination of authority and uncertainty meant that many victims continued to follow instructions even when the situation seemed unusual or unclear, reinforcing the tragic effectiveness of the deception used by the camp administration. And within the forced labor units, the psychological impact of the environment was also shaped by the constant exposure to the results of the extermination process, because prisoners working in the burial grounds or cremation areas were confronted daily with the scale of the killings taking place around them, embedding their personal experiences within the broader tragedy unfolding at the camp. And this exposure created an emotional strain that went beyond physical exhaustion because the prisoners were forced to continue performing tasks connected to the disposal of bodies, while knowing that many of the victims had come from communities similar to their own, illustrating the deeply human dimension of the psychological pressure imposed by the camp's operation. And despite these conditions, some prisoners attempted to preserve small fragments of emotional resilience by supporting one another through quiet conversation or shared memories of life before deportation whenever the opportunity arose, reinforcing the role of human connection in helping individuals endure extreme circumstances. And yet even these moments of solidarity took place under the shadow of constant surveillance because guards remained present to ensure that the prisoners remained focused on their assigned duties, embedding silence within the daily rhythm of the camp where open discussion of what was happening around them could be dangerous. And the psychological structure of Chelmno therefore rested on a combination of fear, uncertainty, and authority that shaped the behavior of everyone within its boundaries, illustrating how the camp administration maintained control not only through physical force but also through the emotional conditions created by the environment itself. And by examining this aspect of the camp's operation, historians gain insight into how the extermination system relied on both visible and invisible forms of pressure to sustain its routine, reinforcing the broader understanding that systems of mass violence often depend as much on psychological control as they do on direct acts of punishment. And within Chelmno, this combination of fear and authority helped maintain the discipline necessary for the camp's daily activities to continue even as transports arrived from ghettos and towns across the War-the-Land region, embedding the psychological experiences of prisoners and victims alike within the larger historical narrative of the Holocaust. Chapter 8, Segment 5. Silence beyond the camp, secrecy and concealment. One of the defining characteristics of the extermination system at Chelmno was the deliberate effort by the Nazi authorities to maintain secrecy around the activities taking place within the village and the nearby Rzutchow forest, embedding the camp's operation within a broader strategy designed to prevent the wider population from fully understanding the scale and purpose of what was occurring there. And this effort to conceal the extermination process influenced many aspects of how the camp functioned, from the selection and treatment of forced labor prisoners to the control of transportation routes and the management of the surrounding environment, illustrating how secrecy became a fundamental principle guiding the administration of the site. And although Chelmno was located within a rural area where the presence of trucks, guards, and unusual activity might have drawn attention from nearby residents, the SS personnel responsible for the camp took measures intended to limit access to the operational zones and discourage questions from those living in the region, reinforcing the isolation that allowed the extermination process to continue for months without widespread public knowledge of its true purpose. And one of the most important components of this strategy involved the strict control of the areas where the most sensitive activities took place, particularly the manor house courtyard where deportees were received and the forest clearing where the burial pits and later cremation sites were located, embedding these locations within a controlled environment guarded by armed personnel who ensured that unauthorized individuals could not approach or observe the operations unfolding there. And the road connecting the village of Chelmno to the Rzutchow forest was monitored by guards so that the movement of gas vans and other vehicles involved in the camp's activities remained largely hidden from outside view, illustrating how geographical control played a role in maintaining secrecy. And within the camp itself, the forced labor prisoners were also subject to strict isolation because the camp authorities recognized that these individuals possessed direct knowledge of the extermination process and therefore represented a potential threat to the secrecy surrounding the site, reinforcing the policy of periodically replacing labor groups so that few prisoners remained alive long enough to share their experiences beyond the boundaries of the camp. And this system of replacement ensured that the majority of witnesses to the extermination process were eventually killed, embedding concealment within the structure of the forced labor system itself. And another aspect of secrecy involved the handling of personal belongings confiscated from victims because these items were quickly sorted, packed, and transported away from the site so that the manor house complex did not accumulate visible evidence of the large numbers of people passing through the camp, illustrating how administrative efficiency served the dual purpose of supporting the German wartime economy while also reducing signs of the extermination process. And in the forest burial grounds, the introduction of cremation later in the camp's operation also reflected the effort to conceal evidence because burning the bodies reduced the physical traces that might otherwise remain in the soil if large burial pits were left undisturbed, reinforcing the connection between secrecy and the evolving methods used by the camp administration to manage the disposal of victims. And despite these efforts, it was impossible to conceal every aspect of the camp's activity, because residents living near the area sometimes observed unusual movements of vehicles or noticed the guarded sections of the forest where access was restricted, embedding fragments of awareness within the surrounding communities, even if the full reality of the extermination process remained unclear. And some individuals in nearby villages may have heard rumors or speculated about the purpose of the trucks arriving from distant towns and ghettos, illustrating how partial knowledge could circulate even when the authorities attempted to maintain silence. And after the war, investigators examining the history of Chelmno relied on testimony from survivors, local residents, and former camp personnel to reconstruct the events that had taken place there, reinforcing the importance of witness accounts in revealing the details of operations that had been deliberately hidden during the years of Nazi occupation. And these testimonies demonstrated that secrecy had been central to the functioning of the camp because the extermination process depended on preventing the spread of information that might lead to resistance, outside intervention, or public recognition of the crimes being committed within the village and the surrounding forest, embedding Chelmno within the broader pattern of concealment that characterized many aspects of the Holocaust. And understanding how secrecy shaped the operation of the camp therefore provides an essential perspective on the history of the site because it shows how the machinery of extermination was sustained not only by violence and administrative organization but also by deliberate efforts to silence witnesses and hide the evidence of mass murder from the world beyond the camp's boundaries. Chapter 9, Segment 1. Expansion of the killing system, Chelmno and the wider operation. As the extermination process at Chelmno continued through 1942, the camp did not exist in isolation but functioned as part of a broader network of policies and operations implemented by Nazi authorities across occupied Poland, embedding the site within the larger system of persecution and extermination that defined the Holocaust during this phase of the war. And understanding the role of Chelmno within this wider context reveals how the camp served as one of the earliest operational models for systematic killing through gassing, illustrating the evolving methods used by the Nazi regime as it pursued the destruction of Jewish communities throughout the territories under its control. And when the camp began operating in late 1941, it was closely connected to the administration of the Wartheland region, an area annexed directly into Nazi Germany following the invasion of Poland in 1939. Reinforcing the role of regional authorities in organizing deportations and coordinating the transport of victims from ghettos and towns toward the camp located near the village of Chelmno. And the deportation system that fed the camp relied on a network of transportation routes linking urban centers such as Lodz with smaller communities scattered across western Poland, embedding the movement of victims within a logistical structure that allowed German authorities to concentrate large populations of Jews within ghettos before sending them onward to extermination sites. And in this sense, Chelmno functioned not only as a local killing center but also as a critical endpoint in a chain of administrative decisions that began with segregation policies, continued through ghettoization, and culminated in deportation to the camp itself, illustrating how each stage of Nazi policy contributed to the eventual destruction of entire communities. And the methods used at Chelmno were significant because the camp relied on mobile gas vans rather than fixed gas chambers, reinforcing the experimental nature of extermination technology during the early years of the Holocaust. And these vehicles allowed the camp administration to carry out killings quickly after deportees arrived, embedding the extermination process within a system that required relatively little infrastructure compared with the larger death camps that would later be established elsewhere in occupied Poland. And as the months passed, the experience gained by SS personnel and administrators operating Chelmno contributed to the broader development of extermination methods that were implemented in other locations as part of what later became known as Operation Reinhard, illustrating how the lessons learned from early killing centers influenced the expansion of the Nazi extermination program across the region. And although Chelmno itself was not part of the Operation Reinhard camp network, the principles underlying its operation, rapid deportation, immediate killing, and disposal of bodies in remote areas, reflected the same strategic goals pursued by Nazi authorities elsewhere in occupied Poland. reinforcing the camp's role as an early example of how the extermination system could be organized and sustained. And throughout 1942, the continued deportations from the Lodz ghetto and surrounding towns ensured that Chelmno remained active as a central component of the War the Land extermination campaign, embedding the fate of thousands of individuals within the administrative plans developed by German officials. Responsible for managing the region's Jewish population, and the arrival of transports from smaller communities further illustrated how the camp's reach extended beyond major urban centers to include villages and towns where Jewish life had existed for generations before the war, reinforcing the systematic nature of the policy that sought to eliminate Jewish presence from the annexed territories. And as the number of victims increased, the operational routines within the camp adapted to accommodate the growing scale of the killings, including the expansion of burial pits in the Rusaczo forest and the later introduction of cremation methods designed to dispose of bodies more efficiently while reducing visible evidence of the mass graves, illustrating how logistical challenges shaped the evolution of the camp's procedures. And these adjustments demonstrate that Chelmno was not a static site, but rather a place where the extermination process was refined and maintained through ongoing decisions made by the personnel responsible for managing its activities, embedding the camp within the broader pattern of adaptation that characterized Nazi extermination policies during the war. And examining this expansion of the killing system therefore reveals how Chelmno functioned as an important part of the wider machinery of the Holocaust because it connected local deportation policies with the technological and administrative methods used to carry out mass murder, reinforcing the understanding that the camp's history cannot be separated from the larger network of camps, ghettos, and administrative structures that together formed the extermination system across occupied Europe. And as the war continued, these connections would shape the later phases of the camp's operation and influence how its activities eventually came to an end, illustrating how Chelmno remained intertwined with the broader developments unfolding across Nazi-occupied territories during the years of the Holocaust. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Changes in the camp's operation, adjustments over time. As the extermination process at Chelmno continued through 1942 and into the later stages of the war, the operation of the camp did not remain entirely unchanged, but instead adapted to evolving circumstances shaped by logistical challenges, administrative decisions, and the broader developments of the Second World War, embedding the history of the camp within a dynamic environment where methods, routines, and priorities gradually shifted in response to both internal and external pressures. And examining these changes provides insight into how the Nazi extermination system functioned in practice because it demonstrates that even within a structure designed for systematic killing, the authorities continually adjusted their procedures to address practical concerns related to transportation, secrecy, and the disposal of victims, illustrating how the camp evolved over time rather than operating as a fixed and unchanging institution. And during the earliest phase of Chelmno's operation in late 1941 and early 1942, the number of deportations increased rapidly as German authorities began removing large numbers of Jews from towns and ghettos across the War the Land region, reinforcing the role of the camp as the primary killing site for this annexed territory. And the early methods used to dispose of victims relied heavily on burial pits dug in the Rusaczo forest, where bodies unloaded from the gas vans were placed in large trenches before being covered with soil, embedding the forest landscape within the physical evidence of the extermination campaign that was unfolding in the region. And as the number of victims grew over the following months, these burial sites expanded across the clearing, with additional pits being created to accommodate the continued arrival of transports from locations such as the Lodz ghetto and smaller communities scattered throughout western Poland, illustrating how the scale of the killings directly influenced the physical transformation of the forest environment surrounding the camp. And over time, the SS personnel responsible for managing Chelmno began to recognize that the continued use of burial pits alone created logistical difficulties because the growing number of graves made it increasingly challenging to maintain secrecy, while also ensuring that new burial space remained available for future transports, reinforcing the practical concerns that shaped many administrative decisions within the camp's operation. And in response to These challenges the camp authorities introduced cremation as an additional method for disposing of bodies, embedding a significant shift within the camp's procedures because burning the remains reduced the volume of material left in the burial grounds and helped eliminate evidence that might otherwise reveal the scale of the killings. And this transition required forced labor prisoners to construct large open-air cremation structures in the forest clearing where bodies could be burned using wood gathered from the surrounding area, illustrating how the introduction of cremation expanded the range of tasks performed by the prisoner labor force working under SS supervision. And the change also reflected a broader pattern within the Nazi extermination system where authorities sought to reduce visible traces of mass murder as the war progressed and the possibility of outside scrutiny increased, reinforcing the connection between operational adjustments at Chelmno and developments occurring at other camps across occupied Poland. And another change in the camp's operation involved the management of deportation transports because the flow of victims arriving from the Wartheland region fluctuated depending on decisions made by German administrators responsible for overseeing the ghettos and Jewish populations in the area, embedding the rhythm of activity at the camp within the larger policies governing deportation and population control, and at certain periods the number of transports slowed as the authorities reassessed their strategies or redirected resources toward other regions where extermination operations were expanding, illustrating how Chelmno's role within the wider system evolved as the war progressed. And despite these fluctuations, the fundamental structure of the camp remained centered on the combination of reception procedures at the manor house, transport in gas vans, and disposal of bodies in the Rzeszów forest, reinforcing the continuity of the core extermination process even as specific operational details changed. And the forced labor prisoners who sustained the camp's activities experienced these adjustments directly because their daily tasks shifted in response to new priorities established by the camp leadership, embedding their experiences within the evolving structure of the extermination system. And the introduction of cremation in particular required new forms of labor that added to the already demanding workload faced by prisoners responsible for maintaining the burial grounds and handling the remains of victims transported from the village, illustrating how the operational changes affected not only administrative planning, but also the human experiences of those forced to work within the camp. And by examining these developments, historians gain a clearer understanding of how Chelmno functioned over time because the camp's history reveals a process of adaptation in which logistical concerns, secrecy, and administrative decisions shaped the evolution of its methods, reinforcing the broader lesson that the extermination system was not static but continuously adjusted to meet the goals of the Nazi regime as it pursued the destruction of Jewish communities across occupied Europe. Chapter 9, Segment 3: The surrounding region, villages, roads, and the landscape around the camp. While the extermination process at Chelmno was concentrated within specific operational areas such as the manor house courtyard and the burial grounds in the Rzeszów forest, the camp itself existed within a broader rural landscape that included villages, agricultural fields, local roads, and communities whose everyday lives continued under the conditions of German occupation, embedding the history of the camp within a geographical environment that formed an important backdrop to the events unfolding there. And examining the relationship between the camp and the surrounding region reveals how the extermination system operated within a physical setting that was not isolated from human habitation, but rather situated within a countryside where ordinary life persisted even as extraordinary crimes were being committed nearby, illustrating the complex interaction between the camp's activities and the wider environment in which it was located. And the village of Chelmno itself was a small rural settlement typical of Western Poland where local residents lived in houses clustered along narrow roads and engaged primarily in agricultural work or village trades, reinforcing the contrast between the quiet rhythms of rural life and the secretive operation of the extermination site established within the manor house complex located near the center of the village, and the presence of German personnel, vehicles, and guards inevitably altered the character of the area because the buildings used by the camp administration were restricted zones where local residents were not permitted to enter or approach freely, embedding the camp within a controlled space that stood apart from the everyday environment of the surrounding settlement. And the road connecting the manor house to the Rysucho forest represented one of the most important physical links within the camp's operational structure because it served as the route traveled by the gas vans transporting victims from the reception area to the burial and cremation sites located several kilometers away, illustrating how transportation infrastructure played a critical role in sustaining the extermination process. And this road passed through open countryside and wooded areas that were normally quiet and lightly traveled, reinforcing the sense that the landscape itself became part of the operational system as vehicles moved along the route repeatedly during periods when deportation transports were arriving at the camp. And the forest clearing where the burial pits and later cremation fires were located was chosen partly because its location provided a degree of isolation from the village, embedding the disposal stage of the extermination process within a natural environment that helped conceal the activities taking place there from casual observation. And guards stationed along the route and around the forest area ensured that local residents did not wander into sections of woodland where the camp authorities were conducting their operations, reinforcing the effort to maintain secrecy around the extermination process. And despite these precautions, the presence of unusual activity within the region inevitably attracted attention because trucks arrived carrying deportees from distant towns. Vehicles moved frequently between the village and the forest, and sections of land were restricted from normal use, illustrating how fragments of awareness may have circulated among local residents who observed these changes in their surroundings. And although the full extent of the extermination process remained concealed from many people living in nearby communities during the war, the landscape itself bore traces of the camp's presence through altered roads, guarded areas, and the transformation of the forest clearing into a site shaped by burial pits and cremation fires, embedding the physical evidence of the killings within the environment of the countryside. And after the war, investigators and historians examining the history of Chelmno relied partly on the testimony of local residents who had lived in the region during the period of the camp's operation, illustrating how the memories of individuals familiar with the area contributed to the reconstruction of events that had taken place there. And these accounts helped confirm details about transportation routes, the location of burial grounds, and the presence of guards restricting access to certain parts of the forest, reinforcing the role of the surrounding region in understanding how the camp functioned within its geographical context. And the countryside around Chelmno therefore became an important part of the historical landscape connected to the Holocaust because it contained the roads, villages, and natural features that formed the setting in which the extermination process unfolded, illustrating how the history of the camp cannot be separated from the environment that surrounded it. And studying this landscape provides insight into how the Nazi extermination system operated not only through administrative decisions and technological methods, but also through the careful use of physical space where villages, forests, and rural roads were incorporated into the structure of the killing process, embedding the events that occurred at Chelmno within the broader geography of occupied Poland during the years of the Second World War. Chapter 9, Segment 4. The gradual slowdown, changing circumstances during the war. As the Second World War moved deeper into its later years, the operational rhythm of Chelmno began to change in response to wider developments unfolding across Nazi-occupied Europe, embedding the history of the camp within the shifting circumstances of the war itself and illustrating how the extermination system was influenced by military, administrative, and logistical pressures that affected the priorities of the German authorities responsible for managing occupied territories. And although the core function of Chelmno had been established during the early phase of the Holocaust as a killing center connected to the Wartheland region, the passage of time gradually altered the scale and pace of deportations arriving at the camp, reflecting the fact that many Jewish communities in the surrounding areas had already been destroyed through earlier deportation campaigns, reinforcing the tragic reality that entire populations which had once lived in towns and villages across the region were no longer present by the time the war reached its later stages. and this decline in the number of available deportees influenced the operational tempo of the camp, because the steady stream of transports that had once arrived from ghettos and local communities began to diminish, embedding a slower rhythm within the routines of the camp administration and the personnel responsible for managing the extermination process, and the German authorities overseeing the region also began redirecting attention toward other logistical and military concerns as the war expanded and resources were increasingly required for defensive operations on the Eastern Front, illustrating how the broader strategic environment gradually shaped decisions about how extermination sites were maintained or modified during this period, and as these pressures intensified, the activity at Chelmno experienced phases of reduction, in which the camp's operations were temporarily halted or scaled back before being resumed under different circumstances, reinforcing the idea that the camp's history was marked not only by periods of continuous killing, but also by moments when the system paused or reorganized itself in response to changing conditions. And during these intervals, the physical environment of the camp itself also changed because certain buildings and operational spaces were left unused while administrators evaluated future plans for the site, embedding the landscape of the manor house complex and the surrounding forest within a transitional phase that reflected uncertainty about the camp's long-term role within the Nazi extermination system. And yet, even during these slower periods, the structures and routines associated with the camp did not disappear entirely because the personnel assigned to the area remained connected to the broader administrative framework of Nazi security forces operating in occupied Poland, illustrating how the camp continued to exist as part of the network of institutions responsible for implementing German occupation policies. And another important factor influencing the changing pace of operations involved the destruction of physical evidence connected to earlier killings, because as the war progressed, German authorities became increasingly aware that the outcome of the conflict might not unfold as they had once expected, reinforcing concerns among SS officials that mass graves and other traces of extermination could later be discovered and used as evidence of the crimes committed within these camps. And this awareness contributed to the introduction and expansion of cremation methods at Chelmno, where bodies buried in earlier pits were exhumed and burned in order to eliminate the visible remains of the mass killings that had taken place there, embedding the effort to conceal evidence within the later stages of the camp's history and illustrating how secrecy remained a central priority for those managing the site and the forced labor. Prisoners assigned to carry out these tasks became witnesses to the grim process of removing and destroying the traces of earlier extermination operations, reinforcing the tragic continuity of their labor as they were compelled to work within the same system that had already claimed the lives of countless victims before them. And this phase of activity represented a transition within the camp's role because the focus shifted partially from the immediate killing of newly arrived deportees to the systematic removal of evidence from previous operations, embedding the camp within the broader Nazi effort to obscure the scale of the Holocaust as the war continued. And despite the changes in tempo and purpose, the fundamental reality of Chelmno as an extermination site remained unchanged because the structures, personnel, and methods developed there were all connected to the larger machinery of destruction created by the Nazi regime, illustrating how even periods of reduced activity were still linked to the same system of violence and control that had defined the camp since its establishment in late 1941. And by examining this gradual slowdown, historians gain a clearer understanding of how extermination sites evolved over time because they were not isolated from the wider events of the war, but instead responded to the shifting priorities and anxieties of the regime that had created them, reinforcing the broader perspective that the history of Chelmno must be understood as part of the larger trajectory of the Holocaust and the changing conditions of the Second World War that shaped the fate of both victims and perpetrators during these years. Chapter 9, Segment 5. The final phase of Operation Chelmno in the last months. As the war moved toward its final phase and the German position in Eastern Europe began to weaken under the advancing pressure of Soviet forces, the situation surrounding Chelmno entered a new and uncertain stage, embedding the final period of the camp's history within the broader collapse of Nazi control across occupied territories and illustrating how extermination sites were gradually affected by the shifting military realities that reshaped the region during the closing months of the conflict. And although Chelmno had already experienced changes in the scale and rhythm of its operations during earlier periods, the developments of 1944 and early 1945 introduced pressures that fundamentally altered the environment in which the camp existed, reinforcing the connection between the fate of extermination centers and the wider trajectory of the war itself. And as Soviet forces advanced westward across Poland, the German authorities responsible for administering occupied areas began reassessing the security of installations located behind the front lines, embedding extermination sites within a growing atmosphere of urgency and uncertainty as officials considered how to manage locations where evidence of mass killing might soon fall into enemy hands. And within this context, the personnel stationed at Chelmno were confronted with the reality that the camp could not continue operating indefinitely because the military situation made it increasingly difficult to maintain secrecy and control over the region, illustrating how the approach of Soviet forces gradually limited the capacity of the German administration to sustain the extermination system that had previously functioned with relative stability. And one of the most significant developments during this final stage involved renewed efforts to destroy physical evidence connected to the earlier phases of the camp's operation because the burial pits and cremation sites in the Rzutchow forest represented material traces of the mass killings carried out there over several years, reinforcing the determination of SS authorities to remove or conceal these remains before the area was captured by advancing armies. And forced labor prisoners were again compelled to participate in the grim work of exhuming bodies from earlier burial pits and burning them in large open-air cremation structures constructed in the forest clearing, embedding their labor within the final attempt by the camp administration to erase signs of the crimes committed at the site. And this process required considerable effort because the number of victims buried in the forest had accumulated over many months of extermination operations, illustrating how the scale of earlier killings created logistical challenges for those attempting to eliminate the evidence in the camp's closing phase. And while these activities continued, the broader military situation around the region grew increasingly unstable as Soviet troops moved closer to central Poland, reinforcing the awareness among German officials that the control they had once exercised over occupied territories was rapidly weakening. And within the camp itself, the atmosphere became more tense as personnel prepared for the possibility that the site would soon be abandoned, embedding a sense of urgency within the routines of the guards and administrators who remained responsible for supervising the remaining prisoners and overseeing the destruction of evidence. And eventually the decision was made to dismantle the camp's remaining operational structures and withdraw German personnel from the area in order to avoid capture by the approaching Soviet forces, illustrating how the end of the camp's existence was shaped not by a voluntary cessation of its activities, but by the external pressures created by the advancing front lines of the war. And before leaving the site, the authorities attempted to remove or destroy documents, equipment, and other materials connected to the camp's administration in an effort to limit the amount of information that could later be used to reconstruct the full details of its operation, reinforcing the continuing emphasis on secrecy that had characterized Chelmno from the beginning. And the forced labor prisoners who had been kept alive to assist with these final tasks faced an uncertain fate during the camp's closing moments because the SS personnel sought to eliminate witnesses who might later testify about what had occurred there, embedding the tragic conclusion of the camp's history within the same pattern of violence and concealment that had defined its earlier years. And by the time Soviet forces entered the region in early 1945, the structures that had once formed the core of the extermination site had largely been dismantled or abandoned, leaving behind a landscape where only fragments of physical evidence remained to indicate the events that had taken place there, illustrating how the destruction of the camp was part of the broader retreat of Nazi authority across Eastern Europe during the final months of the war. And yet, despite the efforts made to erase the traces of its existence, the history of Chelmno did not disappear because survivors, investigators, and historians would later reconstruct the story of the camp through testimony, documents, and archaeological research, reinforcing the enduring importance of historical investigation in preserving the memory of sites where the machinery of extermination once operated. And the final phase of Chelmno's operation therefore stands as a moment when the broader collapse of the Nazi regime intersected with the attempt to conceal the crimes committed there, embedding the end of the camp within the wider narrative of the war's conclusion and the gradual exposure of the Holocaust to the world beyond the territories where it had unfolded in secrecy for so long. Chapter 10, Segment 1. Liberation of the region, the end of German control. By the beginning of 1945, the wider military situation in Europe had changed dramatically, and the territories that had once been firmly under Nazi control were beginning to collapse under the pressure of advancing Allied forces, embedding the final chapter of Chelmno's history within the larger turning point of the Second World War as Soviet armies moved steadily westward across Poland. And although the extermination camp itself had already been dismantled by German authorities attempting to conceal the crimes committed there, the arrival of the Red Army in the region marked a decisive moment that ended the system of occupation which had allowed sites like Chelmno to operate for years in secrecy, reinforcing the connection between the liberation of territory and the gradual exposure of the Nazi extermination program to the outside world. And as Soviet forces advanced into central Poland during January 1945, they encountered landscapes shaped by years of occupation, including abandoned camps, destroyed infrastructure, and communities whose populations had been devastated by deportations, forced labor, and mass killing, illustrating how the physical environment of the region reflected the profound human losses that had occurred there during the war. And when Soviet units reached the area surrounding the village of Chelmno, they found a location where the structures that had once served as the core of the extermination site had largely disappeared because the SS personnel responsible for the camp had dismantled or burned many of the buildings before retreating westward in an effort to remove evidence of their activities, embedding the landscape within a state of partial destruction that concealed but did not erase the traces of the crimes committed there. And the manor house that had once functioned as the reception center for deportees had been heavily damaged, while the forest clearing at Rzutchow contained burial pits and cremation sites that revealed the scale of the killings once carried out in that secluded area, reinforcing the grim reality that even after attempts to destroy evidence, the ground itself preserved signs of the mass extermination that had taken place there over several years. And Soviet investigators and military personnel who entered the region soon began gathering information about what had occurred at Chelmno by speaking with local residents and examining the remains of the camp's infrastructure, illustrating how the first steps toward documenting the history of the site began almost immediately after the collapse of German control. And these early investigations revealed that the village had served as one of the earliest extermination centers used by the Nazi regime, embedding Chelmno within the broader narrative of the Holocaust that was gradually being uncovered as Allied forces liberated territories across Europe, and local inhabitants who had lived in the area during the occupation sometimes provided testimony describing unusual activity they had observed over the preceding years, including the arrival of trucks carrying deportees, the presence of armed guards restricting access to certain areas, and the use of the nearby forest for secret operations, reinforcing how fragments of memory preserved by witnesses contributed to the emerging understanding of what had taken place there. And investigators also examined the burial grounds in the Rzutchow forest where evidence of mass graves and cremation sites confirmed that large numbers of victims had been killed and disposed of in that secluded location, embedding the physical landscape within the process of historical reconstruction that followed the liberation of the region. And although the camp had been dismantled before the arrival of Soviet forces, the surviving traces of its operation made it possible to begin assembling a clearer picture of how the extermination process had functioned there during the years of Nazi occupation, illustrating how the end of German rule opened the path for the first systematic efforts to investigate and document the crimes committed at Chelmno. And these investigations were part of a much wider effort unfolding across liberated territories where Allied authorities sought to gather evidence about the network of camps, ghettos, and extermination sites that had formed the infrastructure of the Holocaust, reinforcing the recognition that the destruction of European Jewish communities had been carried out through a coordinated system extending across many regions of occupied Europe, and for the people living in the area around Chelmno, the arrival of Soviet troops marked the end of years of occupation that had reshaped the social and physical landscape of the countryside, embedding their local experience within the broader transformation of Eastern Europe as Nazi authority collapsed and the war moved toward its conclusion. And although liberation brought an end to the immediate presence of the camp and the forces that had operated it, the process of understanding and remembering what had occurred there was only beginning, because the discovery of sites like Chelmno revealed the extent of the atrocities committed during the war and raised profound questions about responsibility, justice, and historical memory that would continue to shape the post-war world for decades to come. Chapter 10, Segment 2. Early Investigations, Discovering the Evidence of Chelmno. After the collapse of German control in central Poland in early 1945, the area surrounding the village of Chelmno entered a new phase in which the attention of investigators, historians, and authorities gradually turned toward understanding what had occurred there during the years of Nazi occupation, embedding the final stage of the camp's history within the broader process of post-war discovery and documentation that unfolded across many former sites of persecution and extermination. And, although the SS personnel responsible for operating the camp had attempted to dismantle structures and destroy records before retreating from the region, the physical landscape still preserved traces of the activities that had taken place there, illustrating how the ground itself became an important source of historical evidence for those attempting to reconstruct the story of the camp. And one of the earliest steps in this process involved the examination of the Rzutchow forest, where burial pits and cremation sites had been located during the operation of the extermination camp, reinforcing the significance of this secluded woodland area as the location where thousands of victims had been disposed of during the years when the camp functioned as a killing center. And investigators exploring the forest discovered disturbed soil, remains of cremation structures, and fragments of burned material that confirmed the presence of mass graves connected to the extermination process, embedding the physical environment within the effort to uncover the crimes committed there. And these discoveries were accompanied by the collection of testimonies from individuals who had lived in nearby villages during the occupation, because local residents sometimes possessed valuable information about unusual movements of vehicles, restricted areas of forest, or other details that had drawn attention during the years when the camp was active, illustrating how personal memories contributed to the emerging historical record. And although many residents had not fully understood the purpose of the camp while it operated under German authority, their observations of daily activity in the region helped investigators identify key locations associated with the extermination process, reinforcing the role of community knowledge in revealing the history of the site. And in addition to local testimony, the investigators also sought out surviving prisoners and other witnesses who had been connected to the camp, embedding individual experiences within the broader effort to document the events that had taken place at Chelmno. And these testimonies provided crucial insight into the internal functioning of the camp, because survivors were able to describe the procedures used by the SS personnel, the layout of the manor house reception area, and the operation of the gas vans that transported victims from the village to the forest burial grounds, illustrating how human memory became one of the most powerful tools available for reconstructing the details of a system that had been designed to leave as little evidence as possible behind. And through the combination of physical investigation and witness testimony, the early researchers began to assemble a clearer picture of how Chelmno had operated as one of the first extermination camps established by Nazi authorities in occupied Poland, reinforcing the understanding that the camp had played a significant role in the early phases of the Holocaust by serving as a location where new methods of mass killing were implemented and refined. And the information gathered during these initial investigations later contributed to official reports and historical studies that sought to document the scale of the crimes committed there, embedding the story of Chelmno within the wider historical narrative that emerged in the years following the war as scholars and legal authorities worked to record the evidence of Nazi atrocities. Across Europe, And these efforts were not only important for understanding the past, but also formed the foundation for legal proceedings aimed at holding individuals responsible for the operation of extermination camps accountable for their actions, illustrating how the discovery of sites like Chelmno played a role in shaping the post-war pursuit of justice. And although the passage of time and the deliberate destruction of evidence made it difficult to reconstruct every detail of the camp's operation, the combined work of investigators, survivors, and historians ensured that the essential facts about Chelmno's role in the Holocaust were preserved and documented, reinforcing the importance of continued research and remembrance in confronting the legacy of the crimes committed there. And the early investigations carried out after the liberation of the region therefore marked the beginning of a long process through which the hidden history of Chelmno was gradually brought into the light, transforming a landscape once used for secrecy and destruction into a place where the truth of the past could be studied, remembered, and shared with future generations. Chapter 10, Segment 3: Post-War Justice, Trials, and Accountability. In the years following the end of the Second World War, the effort to understand and document what had happened at Chelmno gradually became connected to a wider international process aimed at holding those responsible for Nazi crimes accountable, embedding the history of the camp within the broader framework of post-war justice that emerged as governments and legal institutions across Europe sought to investigate the actions of individuals who had participated in the machinery of persecution and extermination. And although the Nazi leadership had attempted to conceal the details of extermination camps during the final months of the war, the combined work of investigators, survivors, historians, and legal authorities gradually uncovered enough evidence to begin pursuing cases against former SS personnel and collaborators associated with the operation of these sites, illustrating how the pursuit of justice became an essential component of the post-war response to the Holocaust. And the story of Chelmno formed part of this wider effort because the camp had served as one of the earliest extermination centers established in occupied Poland, reinforcing the significance of identifying those who had taken part in its administration and daily functioning. And during the initial post-war years, authorities in Poland and other countries gathered testimonies from witnesses who had survived the camp or who had lived in nearby communities during the period of its operation, embedding individual memories within official investigations designed to reconstruct the events that had taken place at the site, and these testimonies provided important details about the roles played by specific individuals, including members of the SS and police units assigned to guard the camp, drivers responsible for operating the gas vans used in the extermination process, and administrative personnel who oversaw the organization of deportations from ghettos and towns in the Wartheland region, illustrating how the structure of responsibility within the camp extended across different levels of the Nazi occupation system. And as investigators collected this information, they compared witness statements with surviving documents, military records, and other sources of evidence in order to identify the individuals who had served at Chelmno and determine the nature of their involvement in the crimes committed there, reinforcing the methodical approach taken by post-war authorities attempting to bring perpetrators to trial despite the difficulties created by the destruction of records and the passage of time. And some of the individuals connected to the camp had already died during the final months of the war or had disappeared during the chaotic collapse of Nazi Germany, embedding the search for accountability within a landscape where many perpetrators had attempted to evade responsibility by blending into civilian life or relocating to other regions. And yet, despite these obstacles, a number of investigations eventually led to formal legal proceedings in which former members of the camp's personnel were questioned about their actions and the roles they had played within the extermination system, illustrating how the legal process sought to establish individual accountability within the broader framework of Nazi crimes against humanity. And these trials relied heavily on the testimonies of survivors and witnesses because personal accounts often provided the most direct evidence available regarding the daily operation of the camp and the behavior of those who had served there, reinforcing the importance of preserving survivor testimony as part of the historical record of the Holocaust. And although the legal outcomes of these proceedings varied depending on the evidence presented and the jurisdiction in which cases were heard, The trials themselves represented an important acknowledgement that the crimes committed at Chelmno were not anonymous acts carried out by an abstract system, but rather actions performed by identifiable individuals who could be held responsible for their participation, embedding the concept of personal accountability within the broader narrative of post-war justice. And the investigations and court cases connected to Chelmno also contributed to the growing body of historical research that documented the operation of extermination camps across occupied Europe, illustrating how legal inquiries often intersected with scholarly efforts to reconstruct the events of the Holocaust in detail, and through these combined efforts the story of Chelmno became more widely known, reinforcing the understanding that the camp had played a critical role in the early development of the Nazi extermination program, and the pursuit of justice in the decades following the war therefore served not only as an attempt to hold perpetrators accountable, but also as a means of preserving the memory of the victims whose lives had been taken within the forests and buildings surrounding the village, embedding the legacy of Chelmno within the continuing effort to confront the history of the Holocaust and ensure that the events which occurred there remain part of the collective memory of humanity. Chapter 10, Segment 4. Memory and Memorialization, the Landscape After the Camp. In the decades following the end of the Second World War, the physical space where the extermination camp at Chelmno had once operated gradually began to take on a different role, embedding the location within a process of remembrance and historical reflection that transformed the site from a place once defined by secrecy and violence into an area where the memory of the victims could be preserved and studied. And although the original structures of the camp had largely disappeared by the time the war ended due to deliberate efforts by German authorities to dismantle or destroy evidence before retreating from the region, the landscape itself continued to hold the traces of what had occurred there, illustrating how places connected to historical trauma often retain a silent presence even after the visible infrastructure of the events has vanished. And the village of Chelmno and the nearby Rysucho forest therefore became important locations for historians, investigators, and local communities who sought to ensure that the crimes committed at the site would not be forgotten as the years passed and new generations grew up far removed from the wartime experience, reinforcing the broader understanding that remembrance plays a central role in confronting the legacy of the Holocaust. And during the early post-war years, the immediate priority of authorities and investigators focused on gathering evidence and documenting the events that had taken place there. But as time progressed, attention increasingly turned toward establishing permanent markers and memorials that would acknowledge the victims and provide visitors with an opportunity to learn about the history of the camp, embedding the site within the evolving tradition of Holocaust memorialization that developed across Europe during the second half of the 20th century. And one of the most significant aspects of this process involved identifying the specific locations where key events had occurred, including the manor house area in the village where deportees had first arrived and the forest clearing where burial pits and cremation sites had once been located, illustrating how mapping the geography of the camp became an essential step in preserving its historical reality. And these efforts helped ensure that even though the original buildings were no longer standing, the structure of the extermination process could still be understood through the arrangement of the landscape and the markers placed within it, reinforcing the importance of spatial memory in conveying historical events to those who visit such places. And over time, memorials were established within the Rysucho forest to honor the victims whose lives had ended there, embedding the quiet woodland environment within a space dedicated to remembrance where visitors could reflect on the immense human loss connected to the site. And the creation of these memorials represented not only a recognition of the victims but also an acknowledgement of the responsibility carried by later generations to preserve the historical truth about what had happened during the years of Nazi occupation, illustrating how remembrance is closely linked to education and historical awareness. And institutions responsible for maintaining the site gradually developed exhibitions and educational materials designed to explain the history of Chelmno within the broader context of the Holocaust, reinforcing the connection between the specific story of the camp and the larger narrative of the destruction of Jewish communities across Europe. And through these efforts, the site became part of a network of memorial locations across Poland and other countries where visitors, students, and researchers could engage with the history of the Holocaust in a direct and meaningful way, embedding Chelmno within the collective memory of the events that shaped the 20th century. And for survivors and the families of victims, the establishment of memorials at the site carried a particularly deep significance because it provided a place where the memory of those who had been killed could be honored, even though many individual burial sites could not be identified due to the methods used by the camp authorities to dispose of bodies and conceal evidence during the war, illustrating how memorial spaces often serve as symbolic resting places for victims whose identities or remains were lost within the machinery of extermination. And the continuing work of historians, educators, and museum professionals associated with the Chelmno Memorial has ensured that the story of the camp remains accessible to the public through research, exhibitions, and guided visits that explain the events which unfolded there, reinforcing the idea that remembrance is not a passive act but an ongoing effort to maintain awareness of the past and to confront the historical realities that shaped it. And today, the quiet fields, roads, and forests surrounding the village stand as a reminder that even the most ordinary landscapes can become sites of extraordinary historical significance when they are connected to events that transformed the lives of thousands of people, embedding the memory of Chelmno within the wider effort to ensure that the history of the Holocaust continues to be studied, understood, and remembered by future generations. Chapter 10, Segment 5. Reflection and Historical Understanding. What Chelmno represents today. Today, the village of Chelmno and the surrounding Rzutchow forest stand in quiet contrast to the events that once unfolded there during the years of the Second World War, embedding the final reflection on the history of the camp within a landscape that appears calm and ordinary yet carries a deep historical weight, connected to one of the earliest extermination centers established by Nazi authorities in occupied Poland. And although the physical structures that once formed the operational core of the camp have largely disappeared, the ground itself continues to hold the memory of the thousands of lives that passed through this place during a period when the machinery of mass murder was being developed and implemented as part of the Holocaust, illustrating how the significance of Chelmno extends far beyond the small geographical area where the camp once stood. And understanding what Chelmno represents today requires placing the site within the broader history of the Holocaust because the camp played a crucial role in demonstrating how systematic killing could be organized through a combination of transportation, deception, technology, and administrative planning, reinforcing the recognition that the extermination of Jewish communities across Europe was not the result of isolated acts of violence, but rather the outcome of policies carefully constructed and carried out by individuals operating within a powerful state apparatus, and Chelmno therefore represents an early stage in the development of the extermination system that would later expand to include larger camps such as those established under Operation Reinhard, embedding the site within the historical progression through which Nazi authorities refined and intensified their methods of mass killing, and the use of gas vans at Chelmno demonstrated how mobile technology could be adapted to carry out extermination in a relatively small and concealed environment, illustrating the experimental character of the early extermination centers where techniques were tested before being applied on a broader scale elsewhere. And the victims who were brought to Chelmno came from a wide range of communities across the Wartheland region, including the large Jewish population of the Lodz ghetto, as well as smaller towns and villages where Jewish life had existed for generations before the war, reinforcing the understanding that the camp was part of a campaign aimed at eliminating entire communities whose cultural and social presence had shaped the region for centuries. And the destruction of these communities represents one of the most profound tragedies connected to the history of Chelmno because it reflects the loss not only of individual lives but also of the traditions, languages, institutions, and relationships that formed the fabric of Jewish life in the area prior to the Nazi occupation, embedding the story of the camp within the broader narrative of cultural and human loss that defines the Holocaust. As a whole, and reflecting on Chelmno also highlights the importance of remembering how the extermination system depended on many layers of participation, including administrative officials who organized deportations, police and SS personnel who guarded the camp and carried out its operations, and drivers who operated the gas vans used in the killing process, illustrating how the machinery of genocide relied on individuals performing specific roles within a hierarchical structure that normalized violence and obedience, and this recognition remains essential for historians and educators because it demonstrates that the Holocaust was carried out through decisions and actions taken by people within institutions rather than through abstract forces alone, reinforcing the need to study and understand how such systems develop in order to prevent similar atrocities from occurring in the future. And at the same time, the story of Chelmno also includes the voices of survivors and witnesses whose testimonies allowed the history of the camp to be reconstructed after the war despite the deliberate attempts made by Nazi authorities to destroy evidence of their crimes, embedding human memory within the preservation of historical truth, and illustrating the power of individual accounts to challenge efforts at concealment and denial. And today the memorial site at Chelmno stands as a place where visitors can learn about these events through exhibitions, research, and guided reflection, reinforcing the idea that remembrance is an active responsibility shared by societies that choose to confront the past rather than allow it to fade into silence. And when people walk through the forest paths or stand near the memorial markers that now occupy the ground where burial pits once existed, they encounter a landscape transformed from secrecy into memory, embedding the quiet environment within a space dedicated to honoring the victims and preserving the lessons of history. And the continuing study of Chelmno, therefore, serves not only as a record of what occurred during a specific period of the war, but also as a reminder of the consequences that can arise when prejudice, ideology, and authoritarian power combine to produce systems of organized violence, reinforcing the enduring importance of historical awareness in safeguarding human dignity. And the legacy of Chelmno ultimately rests in the commitment of historians, educators, and communities to ensure that the story of this place remains part of the collective understanding of the Holocaust so that the memory of those who were killed there continues to be acknowledged and respected in the generations that follow. The fields around Chelmno are quiet today, the village roads are still, and the forest at Rysucho stands much as it did more than 80 years ago, its trees moving gently in the wind. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary place in the Polish countryside. But beneath that quiet landscape lies the memory of thousands of lives that passed through this village during one of the darkest periods in modern history. Chelmno was the first permanent extermination camp established by Nazi Germany in occupied Poland. Here, a system was created that would later expand across Europe. A system built on deception, transportation, and calculated killing. Today, the buildings are gone. The trucks no longer arrive. The roads are silent. But the history remains. Remembering places like Chelmno helps us understand how these events happened, how systems of violence were created, and why preserving historical truth continues to matter. If you value complete, calm, and carefully researched Holocaust history presented in long-form documentaries, consider subscribing to In&Out Nazi Germany. Thank you for watching and for taking the time to remember.